Here's how to make your mum believe that a friend has died. Pay someone from the same area as the friend's sister to phone your mum and tell her that her sister, which is your mum's mate, has died. She was struck by a road sign that fell and flayed her. She made it to the hospital but didn't survive the operating table. Tell her that it was the sign for a local place that her and a friend used to enjoy visiting together, because in a weird way this will help it be more believable to your mum, because it'll give it some emotional weight on her subconscious level. Sneak onto her Facebook on a phone and secretly block your mother's childhood friend. Then make a new fake account and send her a message through it claiming that you lost your old account and this is your new one. Say some stuff that in your mum's eyes only someone close to her could know, or even better, claim that you lost your phone and you've had to make a new account and get a new number too. So now you've got yourself a little forked two-prong attack, the scorpion of manipulation, if you like. Then what you're going to do is you're going to start pocket dialing her, right? So it seems believable that you're using this new phone wrong. Then not do it for a week or so, and then do it one more time, and this time act like you've heard her talking to you, like in your pocket, then say hello, and then play the sounds of a car crash, and hang up. If there was someone in her life who she lost contact with, send a letter to a house that invites her to a memorial service for them. Make it in a place where there's a strong chance that there's going to be other people wearing suits to make it seem believable for longer, or maybe even another person's funeral entirely. Just say it in passing when you're leaving her house. Oh, I saw Tigbiddy Dave the other day and he told me to tell you that his mum's died. He said she talked about you all the time. I always thought you didn't like her. Sorry, I should have told you earlier on. She's been dead a while though, nearly a year I think, so it's not like you could have gone to the funeral, but yeah, sorry you never knew. Order obituaries once a month in the local paper, each month for a different friend of hers, and see if she ever notices. Make a post on Facebook that only your mum can see and put up a RIP to Debbie. You were always so nice to me. Then wait till she sees it and tell her that it's a shame and all that, and wait till she sees everyone else, and she tells them all that Debbie's dead. If your parents' friend ever move away and tell you before they get a chance to tell your parents that they had a gas leak and died in their sleep. That way, it makes sense why they aren't at that house anymore. Plus, they're going to think it's sick that the house has just been left to look the same and someone else has just moved in. She'll end up thinking as well that they were living in a fully furnished rented house, which, in many mothers' eyes, might be worse. Rent yourself a goth and their hearse for a couple of hours and arrange a fake funeral procession for your mum's loneliest friend, passing by their house whilst your mum stands alone or with you outside of a friend's house. Then have it wait for you to get in your car to follow it to the service in your mum's eyes, and then have it drive evasively through the town so it's really difficult to follow and then gets lost in traffic, never to be seen again. If you know your mum hasn't spoken to someone for at least a year, keep sending in messages to a favourite radio station, asking them to dedicate a song saying that you're from that person's family. Name them all and then name the one that's dead, but isn't actually dead, and see if your mum realises. Send a letter to your mum that invites her to the dispersal of a friend's estate, making her think that not only a friend has died, but they've left her something in their will, both getting her disappointed and excited, and eventually disappointed and relieved. And that's the end of this week's Here's How. Alright mate, just a quick little advert for myself. If you're enjoying this, fucking join the Patreon, mate, if you can. For a little as a quid, 2 quid, 3 quid, tenner, whatever you want to throw on there, you get the same stuff either way. Obviously it's nicer if you put like 3 quid on rather than a quid, because I'll only get like 75p out the quid, but still it's 75p more than what I'm getting now. It's just you get access to video versions of these, discounts for canvases and maybe some other little bits off my website, and you get access to the PDF versions, that's the digital download versions of my books. Anyway, I'll let you get back onto your show. Thanks for listening, man. If you enjoyed the show, you should probably go and try Truth Seeking. That's TROOF Seeking, as in like SEEKING, not like a fucking type of helicopter. But it's me and Jimmy Budd, a comedian from the UK, from England, like me. Don't know why I'm saying it like that. Either way, though, go and fucking have a listen. You can find one or two in the feed for this. There's the Crop Duster, but there should be by the point you're listening to this, at least 15 episodes going out for Truth Seeking. So you might enjoy that, mate, and fucking leave a review on here and that. Leave a comment if you've watched it on YouTube. And if you do have YouTube as well, you can actually watch some of these. You can have them playing on a loop with my cartoon playing on a loop whilst you listen to 4 or 5 episodes of it. So, maybe throw that on at night time or something. Because that might help as well, because that might mean I can eventually monetize my YouTube. Anyway, fucking thanks for listening, man. I'll see you in a bit.
Systems, the company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video. Hillary's in the creepy weird sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. The little vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap. We don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was the Alex Jones Rants as an indie song. Welcome back once again with the Renegade Truth Masters to Jack, Conspiracy Jack, and Tinfoil. That's the wrong way around. Tinfoil Jack.
Jim.
That's the one.
Yeah.
And Conspiracy Jim's third episode of Truth Seeking. How you doing, Jack, mate?
I'm alright, bro. Fucking looking into stuff, innit? As always. What about you?
Reporting from the depths of the cupboard once again. It's
I'm
starting.
sat here under my neighbour's stairs.
Yeah, it's starting to look more homely.
Yeah, man, I put a little a throw on the wall. I've got a couple of my missus's old coats for soundproofing around me, so they smell kind of nice, kind of damp. There's a lot going on in here.
This week's episode, for anyone that hasn't seen the notification yet, is in fact geopolitics. I'm going to give people a brief introduction to the... In fact, no, I'm going to address an issue first. If you're the type of cunt who thinks that because we're all stuck in lockdown, or even the type that did this before lockdown, if you think that it's quite alright to set off fireworks on housing estates when every cunt's got a fucking dog, I hope your kids die on Christmas Day. Honestly, because fuck you, My dog's gone mental for the past 3 days. She's a beautiful soul. She's a wonderful soul. She's as pure can be. She's everything in life that I'm not. And if you put the shits up my dog once more, I will find you and break every bone individually and extremely painfully, finding more and more creative ways to do so. So, back to geopolitics.
Well, just before, and I read a thing on the internet, that said you can help your dogs with that. That expanding foam stuff. If you spray a little bit of that down their ear canal, then apparently after about 6 months or so, and a few infections, they can sweat it out. It's not common for them to sweat it out, but it can help.
Well, I've got something new to test then, really, haven't I? I've got to give that a try. Before I do that, before I blow my dog's cranium open with expanding builder's foam, we're going to talk about geopolitics. To give people an introduction of what geopolitics is, my sort of interest in this started last year or the year before. Whenever I bought this book, which is called Prisoners of Geography, 10 maps that tell you everything you need to know about global politics by a chap called Tim Marshall. The blurb basically says, all leaders are constrained by geography. Their choices are limited by mountains, rivers, seas and concrete. Yes, to follow world events, you need to understand people, ideas and movements, but if you don't know geography, you'll never have the full picture. If you've ever wondered why Putin's so obsessed with Crimea, why the USA is destined to become a global superpower, or why China's power base continues to expand ever outwards, the answers are all here. We're going to take a look at geopolitics today from the viewpoint of the truth seeker. You knew nothing of this topic before today, am I wrong?
No, I started read the book that you've got there. I listened to some fella on YouTube. What I thought was going to be some fella on YouTube reading it, but it was his summary of it plus his sort of annotations, and his annotations weren't really all up to much, if I'm honest. Saying things like this fella on YouTube said that he reckons that the Chinese are going to manage to take over the world because Chinese restaurants are quite popular. And so the information that I have garnered, I don't think I'm going to be up to much for this.
Well, I mean, you may be ahead. We don't know, because what if that's right? What if the whole point in Chinese restaurants over the years was to secretly and ever so slightly using what the white man loves most, which is his stomach.
MSG.
Yeah, well, MSG, his stomach, the same thing. What if they've used the secret ingredient that is MSG to infiltrate Western society, and they've done so in a way that we wouldn't mind, which is through food? Like, if they came over and tried to push magic or dried lizards as, like, erection problem medication, we'd probably have been like, oh, chill out a minute here. But they've come in with stir fries and salt and pepper chips.
Sweet and sour pork.
And hey, honestly,
you can't knock that.
Salt and pepper chips are the daddy. They're the daddy. We like them a lot. If some people in the chat complaining about volume, tell us if it is quiet, but it doesn't look quiet here. However, what if that was their way in? So you've got basically salt and pepper chips and Huawei phones.
Well, he didn't mention Huawei phones. I think the video was too old, but I don't think that conspiracy was about when that video was made. But he did go on to further his point with the takeaways, saying that these takeaways always inevitably become Chinatowns, and then these Chinatowns grow into being 2 towns big. And I don't think that this guy's ever left his house, if I'm honest. Because I've never been to a Chinatown that's more than like 6 buildings.
No, there's one in Newcastle, and
Is it?
It's 2 streets.
Oh, fucking hell. He might have a point then. Maybe it's just in Manchester. It just looks like one little street, maybe 6 or 7 buildings, and it's over.
It's 2 streets, and I'll be very blunt, you've never seen more rats in your life. We went to, so there's a club in the middle of Chinatown called Cosmic Ballroom. Quite a nice little venue. A lot of DJ'd there, quite a few friends have. We've put raves on there quite a few times. And so to go and smoke a joint, you've got to come out the club, take a right or the left, and you basically double back on yourself. And Chinatown and like the city centre are basically surrounded by the old castle walls of Newcastle. And
So the rats can't escape.
well, no, wait. So Chinatown is you've got the one side of the street that's full of restaurants, then you've got the back alley that would run behind those restaurants where they put the bins, and then literally the back side of that alley is the city walls. So to go for a joint, you come out the building, take a left, you got a double back on yourself, so you go past the alley and outside the city wall. And me and my mate were doing that one night. We're smoking a joint, and we look at the city wall, and the city wall's like it's moving, like it's rippling.
Is it
And-
laced?
Well, we were thinking like these pills are good, but they're not that good. It's not the cowies. And more we watched, it was literally a stream of rats pouring over the city wall from the alley where all the restaurants are. And when I mean a stream, I saw 1, 2. Oh shit! There's thousands of them, and they're literally it's like a carpet, a moving carpet coming over this
Some
wall.
might even say a waterfall.
Yeah. It's some sort of.
It's one of them streams that go uphill.
What's one of them? Fucking conveyor belt. A conveyor belt of rats. Well, I mean, we could repurpose dead rats. Why have you not done this? Dead rats, repurpose them as conveyor belts.
Because when you start putting electrics in them, they start setting on fire. I once tried to make a remote controlled dog out of about 4 rats, half of a rabbit and some mice. And after about 10 minutes of it being turned on, it started overheating. And after about 3 days, when I'd forgotten it was on, the batteries had leaked a little bit. So it's not the safest thing to do.
Hey, just put tinfoil on the inside. Be sound.
Would it?
Well, all you need really.
Tinfoil fixes everything, done it? Fucking brain waves, dead rats.
Yeah, man, it keeps the conspiracies out. But in all seriousness, what you need is a heat shield, don't you?
Yeah.
And a tinfoil wrapped around like a bit of metal or something like that. Absolutely fine heat shield. So don't let your rat dog remote control machine dream die. Geopolitics.
Yes.
So to get us back on track, I'll give people an example of what this book talks about. People may be aware of Russia's meddling in the Ukraine and their constant attempts to, let's say, influence the Ukraine or lead the Ukraine and possess the Ukraine. Now, there's lots of reasons that people hear about this in the news, but the theory put forward in this book, and it's a very rational theory, is that the Ukraine is the Crimea or the Crimean Sea. Now the Crimea it's got a port there that Russia use, and it's Russia's only warm water port. What I mean by that is for part of the year, all of Russia's ports besides that one freeze over, so they can't have any imports, no exports, no sort of materials they need to bring in from elsewhere. And obviously, that's an issue for them. So the reason Crimea is such a hotly contested area is Russia really need that to survive, basically, during winter. It's their only chance of getting imports and exports from the sea. That's one example. Now, what I'd like to have a look at is, what are they really doing? What are they really doing, and why do they need certain places? Shall we start with Russia, or shall we start elsewhere?
Well, we could start with round there. Like, there's in Russian mythology, there's these monsters are like they seem like more like ethereal entities, not like what I normally go on about with the fucking reptilians and shit. But these like the things that can control the weather, supposedly. They're spelt with a Z. I wrote it down: ZDUHACI, and it's Hidshi or something like that. But they control the wind and the rain, but they've got their own boundaries set in place, and they're supposed to war with each other constantly. So could there be an element of they're trying to remove these from each other to free the area in between from their constant wars in the mountains?
Well, and what, they've got humans doing their bidding for them?
No, they just fight amongst the weather in order to try and better allow them to have better crops or better weather. basically. They fight amongst themselves. Like what with the allegedly what the Americans use with harp. Like the Americans allegedly have copied this but made it into like a machine. So what
Yes.
if all wars are technology versus magic with a K? Like going far back as like the Romans, where they used to destroy paganism wherever they would go. They would you could argue that paganism would be magic with a K, but Romans with the swords and their armor were very much technologically based.
There's a very good, yeah. I mean, it would make a lot of sense that we're basically so harp is rumored to be a weather control device. Lots of buzz about it, lots of conspiracy surrounding it, and you're suggesting you're throwing a different idea into the hat, and that we're actually fighting off magical forces.
Yeah, trying to get the upper hand on them. So
Are we
they've
winning?
replicated it using technology. No, maybe not. Maybe maybe these warring little tribes or leaders of Hadachi or whatever the fuck they were called. It's a
Hitachi,
Slavic word.
don't they
Nah,
make
man,
those magic wands?
Well, there you go then, mate. There's a fucking link there. All they've done is spell the word Hitachi differently and pronounce it differently, and then we've got a link.
Those sneaky little Russian bastards.
They'll do anything, mate. They'll do anything.
Just changed a few things, almost like it was a different word entirely.
Almost like we've made it up.
Fucking sly little cunts. I knew there was something wrong.
No.
Well, does this mean that like Harry Potter's sort of indoctrination and preparing kids for maybe going into this line of work or not being opposed to this line of work?
I think that you would say that Harry Potter and stuff like that and everything with magic in it is a way of making people think it's purely fantasy.
And
So people will knock it away and being like, oh, it's just kids' fairy tales, you know.
See, I was thinking more like when you give a kid an action man when it's a kid. Well, obviously, you don't give a kid an action man when it's an adult, unless it's got issues, but that's a separate talk.
Either way, it's not a kid when it's an adult.
No. So, yeah, it's like letting your kid play toy soldiers or something, getting them used to that action, being like, oh, yeah, it's just a game. It's just a game. Next minute, oh, you're off to Iraq, son. I'll see you in a bit. You're away. And Harry Potter's just the same, but just getting them used to ideas of the magic realm.
Recruitment drive.
Yeah, like a pre-recruitment drive.
Yeah, it might be, you know. You never know, like fucking 10, 15 years time from now. Because we've all grown up with Harry Potter, so it's normal to us, and it'll be in the way we speak and what we talk about. Like, we're referencing it now, fucking, 15, 20 years after the first one came out. So, if not longer. So
Yep.
that means that potentially if we was to have children, or the generation that would be, like, 30-year-olds kids or 30 to 40-year-olds kids, then it would sort of be in their lives as well, because we'd show it to them. And there'd also be loads of other stuff in the general thoughts of people, in the collective consciousness or whatever, if you like, innit?
Now, the problem I've got with this is, where does J.K. Rowling's cancelling from the world fit in? Because obviously, J.K. Rowling at the moment, she is hated by the online community. She's called many things. She's called a TERF, transphobic. A TERF is basically someone that doesn't really believe in, from what I understand, doesn't really believe in the rights or the beliefs of transgender people. It's false. That's not what she said at all. She's made some very blunt points, like only women can have periods, and for that she was judged as being all the labels she gets now. She's made a few comments like that. What I propose is that this entire hate campaign focused on J.K. Rowling is people trying to stop the spread of this indoctrination, or perhaps agents on the side of magic trying to interrupt the employment process and being like, hey, if we stop the woman putting out the materials, these kids can't train to fight the magic, and then one day the magic wins.
Well, that would make sense then, with the idea that there's ideas out there on the internet I've seen where the people really strongly believe that Russia managed to infiltrate in the 1950s into the UK and US educational systems,
Yes.
and that they would use from there. They would disperse information and lead people to certain thoughts and beliefs.
Communism.
In order to, no, it was away from communism. It was a way to properly dismantle. It wasn't the idea that they want. I can't remember. They have a name for it. It wasn't the idea that they want to take this away. It was the idea that they wanted to. That was their way of destroying the society. That type of society. They were there to destroy it. They weren't. From what I've read, people don't believe that they were trying to rebuild anything. They weren't trying to convert people to out. They were just trying to dismantle it.
Like disinformation campaigns and misinformation campaigns.
Yeah.
And basically spreading...
but through universities and colleges.
Yeah, not chaos, but like some sort of uncertainty or something where it creates a lot of fraction responses and a lot of like controversy and people basically arguing with each other, like we've got now with the level of individualism everyone has now, and the whole my points are more valid than your points. We all have different points. Let's shout at each other and not get anywhere. That sort of mentality is very destructive. Well, it is very destructive, clearly, because look at around us right now. But that would be a very effective tactic to someone to bring into a university and a thought process to promote.
It would, especially if you start introducing like different types of physics and that to try and explain away magic.
Well, that's very true. Especially as I don't know any of them.
What physics? Me neither.
No, magic physics. I'd done little bits of physics, not much, but these were real physics. Physics that happened. I even got to meet Brian Cox, but he was far too clever, and me and my mate was stoned as fuck, so nothing got learnt there. Like, our class got to, I think it was Durham Uni, he was doing a talk at before CERN was built. That's how long ago it was. And we went to this talk, and me and my mate got stoned as shit before we got on the bus, and we ended up getting lost in Durham Uni, locking ourselves in labs that we weren't meant to be in, and then we had to wait for a cleaner to come past to let us out so we could go back to the fucking lecture. But one of the places I do want to talk about that you may or may not have read upon is like the China Seas, the waters surrounding China. They've been in dispute for fucking years. Going back to World War II, perhaps even before. Basically, when, let's be honest, it was America and the UK. When we decided to say who owns what bit of water, the waters around China were very much split so that China was quite restricted in what it could do. And America had free rein to patrol where it wanted to make sure that China stayed in check. Over the years, China have, they've been cheeky little boys. Cheeky little boys of China. They've been busy little lads. They've expanded their waters. They've also...
By digging away the coastline?
Other way. They've just started pushing boats further out.
They'd started digging the sand away and building mountains.
Yeah, they've started chipping their own land in. Let's be honest. Chinese, I wouldn't put it past them.
The Japanese used to do that, man, to expand. I'm sure they used to dig down the other way around, though. I think they dug down the mountains or quarried the mountains to expand the coastlines. Mental
bunch, mate. Absolutely mental bunch. But they eat with sticks, so I don't know. It's a weird one. But we might get into them in a bit, actually, because they're involved. But what China have done is they have started to take in the waters from other Asian countries around them, like the islands and shit like that, and basically claimed that as China Seas. And what you have is a constant sort of stalemate in that region of the world in the water, because you've got a heavily militarized American fleet that's constantly sailing around there. And you've also got a heavily militarized Chinese fleet that's sailing around there. Now, these seas around China, what's it called? Is it called the Bering Strait? I've got a feeling it's the South Bering Strait. I'm going to have a look into this.
Enemy waters. I
Bering...
wouldn't have said they was in a stalemate either. I didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted to say they were stagnated.
Whee! It's not the Bering Strait. I'm a fucking idiot. That's the bit that's between Russia and America. Chinese seas. Just so we seem dead like clever in that. It's just called the China Seas. All right, fantastic.
He was almost there.
Yeah, I mean, 4 seas of China.
Only a vowel, innit?
The 4 seas of China: communism, chop suey,
Chopsticks.
Yeah, fucking hell.
And the Chinese.
And the Chinese. But yeah, China Seas. So they are, I think they're home to around 80% of the world's trade, like trade that comes via boat. About 80% of it passes through those seas from the world. But so basically everything that we sell, use, blah blah blah, it's all made there. And as such, it's the busiest boat road on the planet. There's also rumoured to be an insane amount of natural resources and oil down there as well. Now, the reason that America usually have a fleet around there, or so they claim, is to monitor China, make sure they're not going rampant on the seas with a fleet themselves. But what it really is to keep tabs on them, watch them, and let them know that America's there. Be a constant threat without being a threat, just by being there. Now, I've got an idea that that's not what they're both there for. There's something around those seas.
Are you getting this from Pacific Rim?
Never seen it.
Oh, there's these massive monsters called the kaiju that come out of from the gaps between the tectonic plates in the sea. So the Americans are there ready with massive machines to be able to fight them.
Now you're
I
talking.
think that was in China.
Is that Pacific? Is that what that's about?
Yeah. I'll be honest, it's not a great film. And it doesn't even look better than what it is. There's just like sort of, I'd say there's like 10 minutes of good film within it. It's worth watching. But
is it anything to do with, what's the one that's to do with Scientology?
I don't think that's got anything. I can't see anything in there that would be.
Scientology film. There's a space or a naval boat film. It's not going to come to mind right now, but there's a film along those lines, like Pacific Rim. It's another like sci-fi disaster naval movie that it's basically funded completely by Scientologists, and a lot of the actors in it are Scientologists. The reason I'm thinking of it is they're quite similar. It's Battlestar, but it's not Battlestar. It's Battle something.
Battleships. That was one. That was
yes,
like
it's Battleships.
That looked like propaganda. That one.
Yes, it's Battleships. It's A4.
Rihanna was in it.
Bang, you missed. That fucking could be it. That could be it. You know, possibly. Anyway, yeah. Basically, the idea that you said, I was going to say Godzilla's, but that's Japan.
It might have been in Japan then. I don't know. Kaiju come into the world of Godzilla and that. I think he is a kaiju.
Boom. Yeah. Well, this is sort of what I was getting to the point too. I reckon the reason they're there is this whole China versus America, East versus West thing. It's a bit of a front as to why they have to be militarized all the time and why they're always heavily armed. And really, leaders don't want to tell us that there's these big fuck off Godzilla cunts lingering in the sea around like the China seas. And I mean, we're shown Godzilla and shit like that as like a worst comes to worst scenario, so we're prepared. Basically, if Godzilla does come, we need play Jamiroquai very loud because that was the soundtrack to Godzilla. You need to generally stay away from New York.
And find yourself a cinema where all of its eggs are.
Yeah, or stay the fuck away from cinemas because fuck going near the eggs. Basically, they never attack. This is something, right, that's never brought up enough. Why do these beasts never attack shit places?
Maybe they can sense how many people are knocking about.
Yeah, but, like, King Kong goes to New York, right? Didn't want to destroy anyone. Like, he
He
fucking...
just wanted to climb. He just wanted a bit of a workout, didn't he?
And that lass. He just
Up on
wanted
his
to book her.
chest.
He just wanted to book her and fucking hit his chest a bit and go, ooh. But Godzilla comes to land. I know she/he, it's both, comes to lay eggs, but like there's so much down the east coast it could have gone to. Like you never see fantastical beasts in Wolverhampton. Well, you even went Boston's still good. We know that. People in America don't know Wolverhampton. Like nothing's exactly Hull. What
Just come for the Humber, mate.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a massive fucking bridge. Like, ideal setting. It's away from the rest of the country, pretty much. Ideal place for a fantastical mythical beast to pop up and start doing shit without anyone knowing, because it's Hull. Why don't they? How do they know? Basically, I think mythical creatures are attention seekers.
It could be. I mean, you could also argue, though, that they get seen more easily where there's more people. And maybe it's, for whatever reason, maybe it's easier to believe a New Yorker over whatever a person from Hull's called. A Hullian? A Hoolian? A hooligan? Hooligan? I don't know what you would call them. A hooligan? I don't know. I'm probably just going to piss off people in the northeast.
Whoa! You've pissed off people in the northeast by saying Hull's in the northeast, mate. What the fuck
Is
are you
Hull not
talking
in the
about?
northeast?
No.
Well, Hull was northeast.
No. It's...
Just east.
Yeah. That's better.
Fair.
It's like... It's what I'd say is like Yorkshire way, but it's quite like South Yorkshire way out there. It's nowhere near up here.
Fucking hell.
I completely refute that statement.
Well, no, don't get angry, because now we've actually given the people listening a fact.
That's the first thing you can take away from 3 episodes of this show.
Yeah.
We're 3
We've done
episodes in, and we've got some truth.
Yeah.
You can take that home with you. That's in the bank. Yeah, I mean, I'm all for more destruction to happen to places that we don't really know about, that don't matter in the world. I'm all for that. And other geopolitical factors. Where's the other place that's contested? One of them is. So a lot of them are where people protect paths that come through mountain ranges, or another hotly contested area or protected area is the Suez Canal, which basically helps you from cutting out all of travelling around South America to get to the other side of the country for goods. Now, all good and well. These could be for trade, but what else could we be fighting over? Why else could we really need these areas?
They might just genuinely need the water, and they're like, you know what, we can use this water not just to drink, but like you can, like when you build, like, oh, fucking hell, what was it called? Wild West Country, I think it was called. It was a documentary about a cult.
Wild Country.
Wild Country. And what they did was they managed to bring in loads of green, lush land to a barren place by fucking with the local river. They started digging channels from the river down to where their land was and through their land, and it brought greenery there. Obviously, it'll have effects further downstream, I would imagine, but it moves that. So if you've got control of the river lines, and I would imagine you've probably got control of what grows in the area.
Oh, 100%. Like, that's why all sort of areas, all cities and towns, etc., build off the nearest water supply.
Yeah.
Look at like America. When you look at the formation of America, all the coasts were done first because people had access to water and access to the sea for transport and for every other reason, for trade, etc., etc. So that makes a lot of sense. But I mean, we're not really here to talk sense.
Oh, you want like what could be living in the water that they want to keep?
I'm going to put it to
don't
you.
Them little fish though that swim up your dick, don't they live in South America?
Yeah, it's one of the many reasons I'll never go.
They might be trying to source them, you know, because they might be wanting to like infect swimming baths Because look like what's going on now. They've closed down the swimming baths and that, mate. And that's maybe this is why. Maybe so that they can collect all the fish that swim up your dick and like maybe some like tiny little, or they've managed to genetically engineer some tiny little alligator snapping turtles as well, because I think they're American, and they're just going to release them into like fucking Victoria Baths in Manchester and that.
What the fuck's the point in them fish? Why?
They just want somewhere to be, don't they?
Yeah, but
Any
like,
hole's a goal.
that's something. When you're having like ideological debates with religious heads, that is like just one animal I'll bring up straight away. I go, okay, all right. So benevolent, all loving God.
What
He put
about
all
the
the
reverse
animals?
sperm fish?
He put all the animals. What about this fucking dick piranha? Why does the dick piranha exist? Explain this to me, oh devout Christian lover, Mr. God lover. Why is there a little fish that's only purpose in life is to seek out? I don't even know if it does it to other animals or if it's just humans.
They used to have loads of manatees in South America, loads of stuff like that, didn't they? In the rivers, like river manatees and stuff, and loads of mad fucking aquatic mammals, like massive aquatic mammals lived there. So what if these fish were put there, maybe transported there from somewhere else, from like a random pond or lake, and put there to kill off these larger mammals, so that they could be like, right, now we don't have to worry about the manatee coming and smashing up our newly built like colonial wooden buildings. And it could just be, well, it wouldn't be colonial, would it though? In South America, it'd be whatever the Spanish were called.
I'll put it to you that the reason that these fish weren't just evolved into existence, they're a man-made creation. They're much like AIDS, SARS, Corona. It's all man-made, population control shit. But this was like a particular like Bond villain twisted style scientist being like, "Mwahaha, Mr. Bond, we will control them through the penis," and they just got a regular guppy, and just and basically just let them live in tanks filled with dicks.
Do you reckon that's why they use the guppy then? Because the male guppy's there, is it dimorphic or something? Sexually dimorphic, I can't remember the word. The males are smaller than the females, basically. So they use the guppy because it's already feeling insignificant because it's smaller than its female counterpart, and it's going to swim up dicks that are bigger than it already is.
It's seeing a big dick that's like,
so
hey,
it's got the spite we're living within it.
It's the only
Maybe a
chance.
Just a spiteful fish.
It's the only. The most spiteful of all fish.
He's the most prolific breeder. £2.50 for a fish that hates you.
Quid? Or even £2.50. I remember getting them for like 50 pence
them
quid.
northern prices.
Yeah. Budget guppies, mate.
Down,
these ones, that they don't go for the dick. They go for the dick, but they end up in the balls. It's a right
but they just
fucked
end
up
up sucking it.
Yeah.
It turns out they're a roach.
No, you'd pay more for that. You pay £3 for the sucking
£3
guppy.
on a blowing roach.
Yeah, this one goes to the balls and just stays in till the next time you ejaculate, and then some unfortunate lady gets hit with a guppy.
Oh, it goes inside too, the balls. I thought you just meant it like a fucking lump sucker kind of thing, just on your testicle.
It goes to the balls where piss is stored. That's right, innit? Piss is stored in the balls. Yeah, we're gonna go with that.
As someone that takes apart animals, I can say yeah, that's definitely
It's
where
one
it
of
comes
you've got to
from.
be very careful when you cut open a scrotum because you're just gonna get covered in piss, very covered in piss.
Well, that's why your scrotum gets bigger, doesn't it? Just before you have a piss, and then it goes down in size as you're weeing until it goes like thin, like a closed book.
When was the last time you saw a doctor?
Oh, I think I was about 5.
It's overdue. I reckon it's overdue. Either that or just next time you see that happening, just take like a sewing pin and just stick a couple of holes in the sack. Trust it drains twice as fast and you don't have that issue.
I've already learnt by sticking things in it. I've learnt if I pick the scabs, then the balls don't go down in size.
Yeah. On a side note, but also a second bit of truth for the day, I nicked my balls shaving once, and it's never fully healed. Never fully
not?
healed. Like, because of that skin, because of obviously the nature of that skin, and it's never in the same state for more than a few seconds with the constant retraction and relaxing. There's always just like a little tiny little cut there. It stings like a cunt. Well, it doesn't. It stings like a sliced ball. But, like, I don't recommend it on anyone. Just, honestly, lads, just stay afro-y down there, because it's trying to be groomed for a lady. It's not a pretty sight. It's not a pretty sight. And it bleeds. It bleeds a lot. Now, another area that's brought up in geopolitics, somewhere that we've all fought over for a very long time, somewhere that our Rusky boys, our brethren, our comrades from out east, tried to lay claim to not too long ago with quite a...
Of an island.
Well, no, I was going to say the Antarctic or the Arctic. They went and planted a flag down there, didn't they? Well, yes, yeah, I'm going to tell you they did. Was it the Arctic? I believe it's the Arctic. Which one's the top one? It's the Arctic, isn't it?
Yeah. Antarctica, I think the top one.
Is it?
Oh no, the Arctic Circle. Yeah, the Arctic Circle
yeah.
what touches fucking Alaska. So it must be.
Yeah. So they went down to the seabed in the Arctic and planted a Russian flag there, basically, to try and lay claim to the Arctic, which is, I mean, it's bold. It's very Russian. It's a very Russian thing to do. Like, planting a flag somewhere and claiming it was very 400 years ago.
I don't know, they did it with the moon, didn't they?
Yeah.
And that's pretty much attached to us. And someone felt the need to go and say, "Oh, we'll go and say that's ours before anyone else has it."
What's even funnier is, like, no one ever goes there, and they still felt the need to go, hey, in case someone else does come here, and the chances are if anyone else does, it'll just be us again, let's leave a fucking flag up there to make sure if anyone else does, that we got there first.
Like the shit houses in school that would only ever scratch at the feet of the underside of a desk.
Dickheads. If you don't do the top, if you don't put your name and the S, and everyone knows the S I'm thinking of, if you don't put that S in a desk when you're doing an exam, wasted school life. It should have been an automatic F on any exam you ever did. Wankers. The Arctic. Everyone tries to lay claim to it. Again, somewhere else where everyone says there's a fucking shitload of resources. However, there's also rumours over the years of Arctic bases and a whole lot of frozen mythological beasts and creatures lingering there. Feed me Arctic information. What the fuck's going down there, Jack? Tell me the truth.
I know there's one end of the poles where there's supposed to be little clearings of ice where there's supposed to be civilizations and massive mythological animals and that, where they just fucking live as if nothing else exists, which kind of, I think, gives some credence, not a lot of credence, but some, to the flat earth idea, because the flat earthers kind of believe that all of existence is on a massive plane. So imagine like a pasting table, but like a brand new pasting table, so it's not got all them bubbles on it yet. It looks quite nice. And then imagine that on top of that you've put a little bit of plastic or something around the edge of it, and you've filled it with polystyrene. And then you take out little dents of polystyrene, and it would leave dents in what would be like the metaphorical ice. I should have said the polystyrene is ice, the table is the plane of existence. In them dents anyway, in this ice, is supposed to be what the flat earthers refer to as like worlds. So they've got Earth, and then fucking, I don't think they really believe in like Mars, Uranus or all of that, but they believe that there's different pockets of existence, if you like, within the ice. So maybe the Arctic is just one of them, but we acknowledge it as the Arctic, and we acknowledge Antarctica as Antarctica because we already know they exist, and we can see them on pictures because people have drawn them for hundreds of years. So people know it's there, whereas they just say, oh, but there's only the two. There's no more, there's only the two because the Earth's a circle, a ball.
Yeah, it's a disc still. Now, the thing is, with the flat Earth theory, if I'm not wrong, don't they believe that the Earth is laid out like the UN flag has the Earth laid out?
Yeah, but what we refer to as the Earth, yeah. But they also think then on the Earth, say, imagine like away from that flag. Everything that's not that flag is, well, they all fucking, it's like
Yeah,
any religion, they all split and there's loads of diversions.
I get that.
Stuff.
What I was getting to was which one of the poles is the outside and which one's the centre, because I know one is meant to be like basically an ice island in the very centre of the map, and then the other one is meant to be...
South.
Is that the South Pole? The middle?
Antarctic, the wall. The Antarctic wall, they call it, don't
Right. So the
The
wall...
ice wall.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if the Arctic's the wall or not, because, I mean, that
But it
would...
could be, couldn't it? It could be a wall, just we're in between two walls, but we acknowledge the inside of the Arctic because it's easier to see what's within there because it's smaller than us. Whereas we can't say there's something outside of Antarctica because it's fucking massive, because we fit inside it like the whole of a donut does.
See, my point was going to be that the reason that that's such a fought over area is it's not, but they're just trying to convince no one to go there because that's where the barrier is. A bit like the Truman Show.
That
And if
little
anyone
door-
was to go there, they'd get there and be like, oh, like there's a wall. What the fuck's this wall? And just tap on it, and then they realise they come to the edge. And that would ruin the whole round Earth theory. Yes, round Earth theory.
It would. Make a balls up of it all. They wouldn't know what to do with
It
it.
wouldn't
would
ball it up. It would do the opposite. It would flatten it out.
they? Unscrunch it. Unscrunch the earth.
It would unscrunch the Earth. Which I'll be in this year of 2020. It's
Has
in
anyone
need.
got that for December?
It's in need of a good unscrunching. I'll be honest. We could do with shaking it loose and wringing it out, and then sticking it on the radiator for a bit.
And let it shrink back down like the chamois that it really is.
Jesus, with its crinkles and its little tea stain that you never could get out, and just let it go back to what it once was. Back when I were a Ben, right? That's what I'll say. Back when Andy Peters was on Blue Peter, Connie
again.
Hook. Mate, I'll get him in every fucking episode. Don't you worry, son. He'll become. I'll be honest. I'm striving to one day have him on here. But what I aim for truth seeking is for one day you and I and Andy Peters just sat here
Just chatting shit.
discussing the
Watching a
ins and
man doing his
outs
career.
of the 33 degrees of masonry and the Hollywood paedophile rings, and Andy Peters is just there fucking talking on a vape, being like, hey, when I went to the Brits once, right? Yeah, should have seen Judi Dench with that 4-year-old. Jeez! She used him like a bastard toothpick. He was in and out of her mouth like you fucking don't know what. And me and you'll just be sat going, well, Andy, like, I thought you were going to bring us some PVA glue and we'll make some
Have you
paper
heard of
mache
libel,
sandcastles. Yeah. Have you heard of defamation of character? Because you're spending a nice holiday away at Her Majesty's pleasure, son. Yeah, he'll be here. Andy, I reckon he's got some knowledge. He's got some information from his time in the British limelight, and he always strikes us as someone he's never actively taken part, but he's kept quiet, just for his own safety.
I reckon a lot of them probably do that though.
I
I think most people would, innit? Like, say if you've got a kid, or even if you've just got a missus or a fella, and they're like, wow, whoa, hang about though. If you tell people that we've been fucking repping dogs round the back of the fucking warehouse, then what's going to happen is we're just going to kill your partner. And you're like, all right, well, or even worse. I mean, the better threat wouldn't be, oh, I'm going to kill your missus. It'd be, oh, I'm going to kill your mother-in-law, or I'm going to kill your father-in-law or something, wouldn't it? Because then that destroys everyone's life. It destroys your life because you've caused that. Whereas at the same time, they've destroyed your partner's life and your relationship, because your partner would inevitably find out that their parent died because of you not being able to keep your mouth shut, and they wouldn't care that you've tried to save kids or save the world or whatever. They're just going to care that their parent is dead. So they destroy everything. And then no one trusts you either, because everyone thinks you're a grass.
I mean, Nah. I reckon I'll win in that situation, because guess what? I've still got parents. And then I go to my parents and I go, hey, I've done this thing. And I try to expose the paedophile nonce lizard elite. And they said they were going to kill someone in return. And they killed me parents-in-law. And my mum and dad would look at me and go, "Well, thanks, son. Thank you very much. Like we didn't want to die. We still have a son. You still have parents. Oh, it's pretty shit on Jamie, but she'll make do. She's always a room for you for her. It's fine. She'll get over it. And I reckon things will be all right." So
That's how they recruit, though, isn't it? Then they recruit Jamie to their side, not your parents. So it's not getting like a weird little thing going on there.
Little family
I'm saying
business.
that the evil people would then recruit Jamie and turn her into some form of assassin. Or I don't want to.
Mate, it's a theory I've had for a while. I reckon she is already.
Ooh.
I'm telling you, it doesn't add up. She's very successful. She has a long-term job. She has goals. She's a beautiful lady. She's got everything going for her. And that makes zero sense as to why she's with me. So the only reason can be that she is. We've discussed this. This is why you can't find me on when you try to tag us on anything online. I am blacklisted. I'm probably on several watch lists. In the same week, I bought a balaclava and a book on the iconography of terrorist organisations. And that was just a typical week. So it's safe to say I'm on a few watch lists. It only makes sense that they've got some sort of agent watching over us, and the only way to really do that close up was to infiltrate my love life. So, if you're listening, Jamie, I know, it's all right. I can learn to speak Russian or whatever language you actually speak, if you like. Mandarin, possibly, maybe. But we'll work through it, is all I'm saying.
Well, it's nice to hear that you're so in love with Jamie and you've dedicated 5 minutes of the show to her, bro. I'm sure the listeners are loving that. Jamie, if you're listening, I think that 5 minutes equates to the offer of a ring. I think we'll get that out the way now.
No, it definitely doesn't. It offers to the please don't call the hit. Please don't call the hit.
Don't let it end too soon.
Yeah. I mean, we've cracked geopolitics, really. This is the real hard-hitting stuff that I tell you what, it's not in that book. It's not in that book at all. What do you think about...
that wrote it's a shield.
What do you think about Africa? Tread carefully.
Well, I've heard.
Go on.
No, I don't know. Like, in what sense? Like, fucking people think it's like the cradle of civilization, don't they? But other people think that's Antarctica. So,
I mean,
is that a massive like inversion?
Theories
it actually is.
Theories I've come to know since are that civilization actually sprouted up in different pockets at around the same time. So
Yeah.
Africa was a massive hub of that, but pockets also cropped up in like Scandinavian area, possibly
Turkey.
South America, Turkey, Göbekli Tepe, yep, and the ancient Sumerians. So you've got a good argument that there was a massive part that sprung up in Africa, but it wasn't the sole source of everything. However, there's one thing, and it is probably just through whiteness and lack of exposure to this side of like mythology, but you don't hear of much, or I've never heard of much, like African mythology or mythological beasts and creatures from Africa.
Yeah, there's some. There's a fucking giant spider. I heard that on a podcast a few months ago.
You've not just been watching Wild Wild West with Will Smith, Jim West.
I don't think I've ever seen that. No, I don't think I've ever seen that.
Are you for real?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that.
You need to
I know the
sort
song
that out.
in it, but I've never seen the film.
It's
You
one of
told
the
me worse.
It's one of the best bad films.
Is it? No.
Massive mechanical spider that makes no sense. It's not ergonomic. There are far better contraptions you could build to do the job that bloke wants it to do. Will Smith's like a bad Django before Django. He's like a family-friendly, happy-go-lucky Django before Django. You're looking at us with such a puzzled look there.
I'm trying to see in my head how that would work, because most of Django's pretty dark. So it's just Will Smith riding a horse.
It's just cowboy Will Smith. Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
That makes sense for why it's called Wild Wild West, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
No, it's actually about
You've
that
not
cult.
explained any of the...
It's about that cult. Yeah, you have. I said there's a giant mechanical spider. That's pretty much
That's
all you
you've
need.
given me. That's all you've given me, and that it's like Django. So there's a massive spider and there's a load of slaves, and they're
There's a
trying to
massive
get free.
spider, and Leonardo DiCaprio makes black men fight each other to the death.
Oh,
That's
he
the
loves
premise
doing
of
that,
Wild Wild.
doesn't he?
Yeah, and then he sinks at the end because there's a boat sinking into the desert, and
It's
Kate
weird how he
Winslet
gets
won't
them
let him
all
on.
in every film.
Mate, he manages to get in every film, right? Leonardo, if you look closely, it's like a trivia thing. If you take a card next time, like a bingo card, and mark this down. In every Leonardo DiCaprio film, there's the Titanic. There's a massive boat that sinks. There's him. There's a meme. There's a frame that later in life becomes a meme. There's him making black people fight to the death. Basically, he's a horrible individual. And a beach. A beach. That is a very, very shit one at the end. But yeah. That's a shout to the beach.
Not, you know.
Yeah.
But fucking what about them with the idea then with what you're saying there? I think this might just be my own form of psychosis that I'm slowly cultivating, but I am starting to believe more and more that the television's sort of talking to me, because I keep watching programs and they all seem pretty similar. Like I watched a cartoon today called Blood of Zeus, and that seemed to tell a lot of similar stories to other things I've watched. Like I've watched like cartoons on vampires in that. And that's where I get most of my information from, is from cartoons. and it might just be that the algorithm with Netflix is really trying to fucking break my mind, or that I need to watch something else, maybe the odd sitcom or something. But they all seem the same. Like even in this Blood of Zeus, they wanted to make a weapon out of something called adamantine or something like that.
That's a real thing, isn't it?
I don't know. I didn't think it was. I thought it was something that was made up for Marvel.
Yeah, sorry, that's it. It's a substance that's made. Oh, is it adamantium?
Adamantium in Marvel, yeah, but in this it was called adamantine or adamantine, something like that.
Adamantine is a word for unable to be broken.
Oh, is that all that means? That makes sense then, doesn't it?
It's,
I was going to say
on,
in Avatar you've got unobtainium.
Hang on,
in
yeah.
But it's always the same.
Adamantine. Presumably, adamantine was the material used by the gods to chain Prometheus. So, adamantine is a mythological substance. It's used to describe like metals, but it was known as the metal of the gods. So it is a mythological substance, but from ancient mythology. Whereas we've made up stuff for Marvel, like unobtainium and shit like that.
It in.
Yeah, this is the original. What it seems like.
No, this is why everything seems so similar, doesn't it? Because it's all just taken from the same fucking stories.
Well, this is it. Like, if you go back to like when I was a kid, 90s kids TV was fucking rudged. Like, there was no similar story between Pingu and the Moomins. Both of those, in their respective senses, were fucking weird. Pingu was rude as fuck, swore loads. The Moomins, right? Me and my mates watched the Moomins on acid when I was at uni, and there's an episode where they take this dead kid, right? They carry this dead kid for fucking ages, pretty much throughout the whole episode. They take it to a horse, and the horse sniffs the dead child. Unless that was just acid, like
It could be.
that happened in that episode. And it was fucking freaky. Like 90s kids TV, there was no same message through everything. Like there might have been positive messages to be taken from it, but they were all just fucking strange people who just had bought like writers' rooms full of psychedelic drugs and just be like, yeah, let's just fucking knock this animation together for the kids. And then now, like, I don't watch kids TV, but like with the clips of cartoons and that you do see, it's very formulaic.
I find it's good to watch though, because then you've got something to talk to them about.
I mean, I just get them in the van as soon as possible.
I like that bit of,
The less they say, the better. No, I go very old school and approach them with a large fishing net. I'm wearing full, like, Nigel Thornberry... safari gums. Like, like the beige hat, beige shirt, beige shorts.
Mark's glasses with the moustache and nose.
Nigel Thornberry from the Wild Thornberrys. Yeah, that's basically me with a massive net. Just chasing kids.
Fair.
What else are you going to do on a Sunday?
Nah,
I mean,
the shops are open now. It's not like when we were a kid, but
it's slim pickings now because of Corona, but it makes it all the better when you get one.
Aye. Something more to enjoy, innit, I guess. We should probably change this because this is going to be a fucking weird final thought.
Yeah, I was going to say we're in the last 60 seconds, and we've waited to get onto
evolve to this.
We've waited to get to the last minute till we talk about noncery, which is the last thought that's going to linger in people's minds. So before we pass over to Chode's liberal paradise, which is following next, you got any sort of signing off points? Any geopolitical issues?
Well, I think there is a geopolitical reason why everyone is fighting each other all the time, and I think it's because they're trying to find this old illusionary magician, like a sorcerer, that was called Koshé, and it's because they can't find him, so they're searching everywhere because his soul got hidden inside another person's body, then it got put in a needle, which the needle got shoved inside an egg, and then someone shoved that egg back inside a duck, someone grabbed that duck and shoved it up a hare, sealed it in a golden chest, laid it underneath a green oak tree, on an island called Bouillon, which disappears into the mists of the oceans.
Where the
so
fuck's
that might
that
be
from?
why they're trying to fight for the waters and the seas. They might be trying to find Bouillon so they can rebring this sorcerer back to life.
Where's this theory from?
A lovely fella on YouTube.
I mean, send us that. But
Okay.
is that based on anything at all?
Yeah, it's based on a legend, an old Slavic legend.
Right, so
about
that's what I mean. That's where it's from. It's from Slavic history.
Yeah. Which got then interpreted into like Russian mythos. Is that the word?
Yeah.
Yeah. Then spread throughout.
Well, I honestly think they've all been there for years just to protect Epstein's Island, and I think that the actual reason we've got all these ships about is Epstein's Island is just the one we know about. All these little like islands are actually like nonce HQs.
Or if there's a whole continent of it, though, never mind an island. Like they've let us know about the island because there's actually, I don't know. I think what a good name for an island.
I think the world exists. I think the world exists as we see it on a map. As we see it on a map. So I don't think there's any extra ones there. But I think all the little countries all the little islands that you're like, oh, what's that? Christmas Island and Easter Island and all that thing. All the
That's
ones
why
that
they make them sound so nice, innit? So it attracts the kids.
Yeah. Well,
Scumbags, mate.
It just puts them off. That like he lived on Saint whatever. Like he lived on a Saint Island, which is you can't get more than religion. Oh, it's very trustworthy. It's not. They're the biggest nonsense. And basically, I think the navies patrol the seas to make sure that we, the public, don't stumble upon these international nonce islands where the rich and famous basically go on their version of an 18 to 30s holiday, and it's an 18 to 30 months holiday of the kids they're shagging. And that has been episode 3 of Truth Seeking, leaving you on a high note. Would you like to say bye to the people?
See you in a bit.
Right, and I'm going to say...
follow that.
Yeah, go on, Chode. Bring your liberal paradise. Just how liberal is your paradise, and our children welcome. I'll see you later. Yeah, we're just going to...
make them think we've got an extra 2 minutes of content.
Yeah, we literally started 3 seconds ago, so you gave it away. You've absolutely given the plot away. I tell you what, actually, talk.
Go ahead. Is that better? Is Bill's mic doing the job?
Jesus Christ, this is phenomenal. We've cracked it. We have audio. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you.
Yeah, it's only taken us 6 or 7 episodes. I can't remember what we're on, but we finally have a fucking.
It took me 15 weeks.
Aye, but on the recordings, yours sounded all right. Right, so. Ladies, lads, lasses, others, brothers, lobsters, crustaceans of all nations. It's Truth Seeking. It's that time of the week where myself and Tinfoil Jack we discuss the issues that are really at the heart of the nation. We get to the bottom of some deep caverns, some deep valleys, and some high peaks. This one's all about transport. Why? Because this was your idea. This, for once, you messaged me. So explain yourself.
I just thought it was, somewhere we could go somewhere with it.
Fuck off.
That's got to be the quickest one so far, bro. It's got to be the quickest one.
I'm tempted to end the recording, to be honest. We could just... It's not going to
How
get
do
any
we
better.
beat that?
It can only get worse. But yeah, like, before this goes off the rails, do you want to explain yourself?
Oh. I just thought, there's loads of mad stuff about cars and that, isn't there? Like, I kept reading about it and I can't fit it into mine, where they used to apparently test on using leaded fuel to try and see if that would make people angrier. I ended up reading about that a few weeks ago and I thought, wow, that's fucked. So it's been in my head about transport. So I thought there might be stuff about planes, and there's chemtrails. You've got trains. You've got, like, fucking the Met. You've got fucking trams. Like Blackpool, one of the only places to have double-decker trams in the UK.
That's
Why
mental.
is that? Because it seems like a fucking mad thing to have on the fucking seafront, doesn't it? A big surface area that can be blown over.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
hang on, hear us out, because they also have the illuminations. Now, a massive amount of electricity next to the fucking sea. I mean, Blackpool basically looks at nature and goes, "Fuck off, you cunt! I dare you!" And then just
The
builds...
sand that you breathe in through the air does that as well.
Yeah, I can
I don't
imagine.
know, look, fucking hell, the air's fucking painful to breathe at times.
Speaking,
I don't think I've ever been there and been able to breathe nicely.
I mean, that's an excuse for the people that live there, I suppose. It explains a lot. But they're talking about leaded fuel. Do you know the bloke who invented that? The bloke that discovered or invented, whatever you want to call it, leaded fuel. He also was responsible for the discovery of, is it CFC gases? The ones used in fridges and shit. Single-handedly the most destructive person of the 20th century. He created leaded fuel because it was a solution to engines knocking, but obviously it burnt huge holes in the environment. And then use of I think it's CFC gases, or whatever it was. Was it CFC? I'm going to say it was, but it might have been something else. No, that's CSC.
Oh,
Different.
Okay.
One stings, one burns a hole in the ozone layer. The other one might burn a hole in the ozone layer too. I haven't been close enough to test it, but he discovered both of those. He got a Nobel Prize, and obviously the biggest destroyer of the environment of the last of all time probably. And he also, I think he contracted, it might be polio. And he invented
Marco.
It was the look after. It wasn't what you said. It was just the stare after. Like, yeah, bitch, what are you gonna do with that? Balls in your court. But he had polio, and I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he did. He created a Wallace and Gromit style bed that operated on a pulley system, so he could basically still be mobile. And he died, much like the rest of his creations. He died when his creation broke, and it snapped him in half. It closed in on itself and just fucking broke him.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, man. This ain't even conspiracy. This bloke's fucking legit. I'm gonna have to find his name. Let's find his name.
That's mental.
Yeah, mate.
Imagine the panic though, like he's not able to move properly because of the polio, and then there's a sort of there's got to be a level of irony there that he couldn't move properly and he got killed by being forcibly bent in half.
Yep.
But that'd kill most people though,
Well,
wouldn't it? It wouldn't matter if you'd seized up a bit. It'd probably still kill you if a fucking pneumatic bed folded on you.
Yeah, I mean, his entire life was ironic. He got a Nobel Prize for developing and creating two things that completely destroyed the planet. And
yeah, that's only retrospectively though that we know that, innit?
But he also killed himself using a contraption that he built to keep himself alive. Like, his entire life is just fucking... Thomas Midgley Jr. was an American mechanical and chemical engineer. He played a major role in developing leaded gasoline and some of the first chlorofluorocarbons, better known by its brand name Freon. Both products were later banned due to concerns about their impact on human health and the environment. And yeah, he died of...
Bed-related injuries.
But I want to know if it was... he's known as the man who harmed the world the most. What a fucking knob.
That's a legacy and a half, though, that proper notoriety.
It was only one person got that title, innit? No one else has got that. So that's something.
And not many people are going to openly say, oh, what is it you want to do when you grow up? Or I want to be the most damaging person in the world.
Yeah,
It's not going to have any competition.
No, yeah, and usually if you say that at a young age, people are going to you're going to get put in care, therapy.
I never got put in care. They used to ask us, what do we want to do? And I used to write world domination on the things, slip them in the box, slip them back to the teacher.
Brilliant.
They never tried to get rid of me.
I've got a report somewhere. My mum kept it. She always kept it because of how fucking daft it is. I think it's like year 3 or something, and there was notes from the teacher on my report for the school year. She was like, James kept the class back 15 minutes after such and such class discussing the existence of God in like year 3, year 4. Just being an aggravating bastard, being like, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. It wasn't clever. I was just annoying, I imagine. And stubborn.
I was stubborn as a kid. It's completely off topic, but I got told off by my teacher for being far too aggressive. Now, I wasn't a fighter in school or out like that, and I wasn't that mean around, but we got told that we had to write letters to the council estate behind our school, next to our school, or the estate, whatever, if it was council or private, fuck knows. But we kept kicking the footballs into the fences, and all the houses were keeping the balls and not throwing them back anymore. So we got told we had to write letters there. And apparently mine was really, really aggressive, the teacher said. I shouldn't have known how to write it at the age of 10, and I got sent to the headmistress for it.
Did you get put in a good class for English, though? Because surely if they'd never seen anything like it at that age, then you were progressing well.
No, we only had 30 in a class. There was no special English tables. I probably got moved up a table. That'd be about it.
Mate, I come from fucking absolute outback. There was like 20 people in my class, in every class in primary school, at most. And that was mixing 2 years. Like, it's fucking... It's inbred central.
Oh, nice.
But home of the first World Cup. Also, while we're talking about fucking transport, home of the railways, mate. Shildon, home of Timothy Hackworth. And George Stevenson was from round here. Birth of the locomotive. This is where the first railway is about 15 minutes from my house. I walk the dog along it all time.
Nice. Well, yeah, there's a little claim to fame there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's happened since. I don't really have any conspiracies off the back of it. I mean,
what with the trains? Oh,
yeah,
not with the trains, no. But for saying a first, like a world first, well, an English first, but there's a world first. I was reading that a company called SkyDrive, which sounds a lot like Skynet.
Skynet.
It's a Japanese firm. They've actually made the first flying car, and they've tested it out, and it works, and it's pretty safe to do. To land it, it's a vertical takeoff, like a fucking Harrier jump jet.
Like a jump jet, yeah.
It's got about 8 propellers on it, fucking not jets on it, but propellers. But it takes off like a Harrier. It's got 8 motors to keep it safe. It's just off the top of my head. But they reckon it's going to be available and commercialised by. Hey,
there's 8 motors on the top of your head.
Yeah, that's what I wear the tinfoil hat for. Don't want them getting interfered with.
Okay, go on.
But by 2023, they reckon that these flying cars are going to be knocking about and be normal, mate.
That's
like 2 and a bit years.
I hope that the licenses are much stricter than they are for driving licenses, because, like, I know people with driving licenses that I wouldn't give driving licenses to, and I know a lot more people that are a lot stupider, and I can imagine a high percentage of those have driving licenses as well. And I don't think enough people are aware that they're driving a ton of metallic death trap. They're fucking oblivious, and I don't want those in possession of things that can, after a collision, then fall out of the sky. I don't think that's not ideal.
But they don't even need to crash to fall out of the sky. They could just fucking... Imagine if you fall asleep at that wheel. You would have a where you've woke up. If you didn't wake up.
Yeah, that's true.
Just hurtling towards your death. But though they look shit, though, to be fair. Like, they look cool, don't get me wrong, but they look shit cool standpoint, because they look like a sort of, like a one-man toboggan kind of thing, with like 4 arms coming off either side. So kind of like one of them water boatmen that you see on ponds.
Oh, yeah.
But mechanical version that can fly. But it doesn't look like it's got a boot in it or anything. So I don't know what the point of it is. Like, where are you going in this?
Well, I mean...
once you get there, you can't take out with you to bring out back.
well, maybe they don't intend the flight to get to the end of its journey. Maybe where you're going in this
Bring you
motor,
back the
you don't
kamikaze.
need. Yeah. It's the Japanese making it, aren't you? You did say that.
Yeah.
Maybe where they're going, you don't need luggage. You can't take that shit with you. I mean, I don't want flying cars. The idea of flying cars sounded great when I was a kid, and I would love a flying car, but I don't want anyone else having one because, like, I don't trust people. People are fucking idiots. I'm an idiot a lot of the time, and I'm still better than 95% of people on the roads, and I'm an idiot. Like, but I drive down the motorway. I do a shitload of motorway driving. I do a shitload of town driving, and I sit in traffic. And I wonder if I'm the only person that has foresight, or that not literal foresight. We've all got foresight. He's in the chat probably at the moment. But I mean, like, foresight and, like, the ability to see 3 cars ahead. Because people just react to what's fucking here. Like 6 inches in front of your face. Like, on a motorway, I just watch cars ahead and then see traffic build up for no reason and see people pull out, and like the way they pull out when it's blatant that if you check just 2 mirrors what the fuck's going on around you, just kill them. Bring gulags back for just traffic offences and nonces, just those 2 things.
What are your thoughts? Then? Well, you could have both of them, though. It's just van drivers, isn't it? White van drivers, just ban white vans if that's the case, but rather than having gulags and building gulags. But then what are your thoughts on the people then that use a motorway and stick to 55 miles an hour? Because they annoy me. There's a little part of my heart where I think, good on you. That's good fuel economy there, mate.
Yeah.
You're saving yourself about £5 a week.
I can do the... I can, like, if you're in the slow lane, right, and you're not causing me any bother, and you're not trying to overtake someone else that's doing 55, doing 56, that can fuck off, by the way. Lorries that overtake other lorries when it's not past, right, if it's past about 10, 11 o'clock at night, when it's just the lorries and the late drivers on the road, I don't mind lorries doing lorry racing. That's sound. You've got 2 lanes, fast cars have got the 3rd lane. Fine. Absolutely fine. I'm fucking cush with that. I'm not cush with that around my area because the A1 at this part of the northeast is only a dual carriageway, so it doesn't apply, and it removes 33% of the fun. And I can stand it at night time, but lorry drivers that want to overtake other lorry drivers doing 1 mile an hour faster during the daytime, or cars that want to do it, gulag. But if they stick in the slow lane, I've got no problem with it, mate. None at all. As long as they're maintaining 55 and they're not dipping to like 60 to 50 to 60 to 50, because then like you fuck traffic up and that creates like a concertina effect, and that fucks everyone's trip up. But if you're staying at a constant 55, sound, I could just fly past you in the outer lane at 80 and it's like, we're cush, we're all good. But I don't... Stupidity, I can't deal with.
Here's one that I've never discussed it with you. I've discussed it before, but not with you.
Okay.
Do you think it's a good idea? I had an idea a while ago to make driving more interactive and fun. So it could be like Laser Quest while you're driving, like the end of Takeshi's Castle, but without water pistols. It's laser guns, so you can shoot people with it and have a little leaderboard and that. So like when you're waiting at the roundabout, it's actually a good idea to wait at the roundabout to let cars pass safer, because you can shoot the sides of the cars with your laser to get a couple extra points. I think people would drive much safer.
Yeah. I mean, I think they probably... That's one option. The other option would be to, like, have betting. Have betting while you wait, when you're at lights and stuff. Give people the option to gamble. Everyone loves the chance to win a free quid. It's 1 in a million, but you sit there at that traffic light until it goes green. You got the chance to win a free quid. Or the next 3 points you get on your licence, wiped.
That'd probably be better. What if then a death pool, so you can have for your town, and you're like, for how many crashes that we'll have from people from this town, whoever gets it right. Say if someone guesses 1,050 crashes, not just deaths, but crash. We could have a separate one for deaths, but a pool's just for the amount of road traffic accidents.
Think of the lottery, mate. The lottery's got the Lotto, the Euro Millions, the fucking Wednesday draw. You've got to branch out. You have the death pool, the crash pool, the survival pool. Think how there was only 3 survivors. You have
Or like
you have
total
crashes.
write-offs, and they're like, oh, there was a baby counts as half, a baby's only half.
No, well, yeah, we can brand this, and also if it's also a way to fund the DVLA. So like, if the DVLA offers like a
right.
lottery scheme, then there's more reason for people to like abide by the law. There's more reason for people to pay the car tax and shit like that. Pay for actually have the driver's license and get insurance, unlike everyone I see on police interceptors. And like, they'll all be part of the system, funding. They get the chance to lose some points from winning. Like, it's a fucking win-win situation.
You just get the odd sociopath every now and then it's just a news story or and a book release going, oh, you know, Dodgy Terry from a couple of states over. He heard that he was 3 off on the pools last month, and he was a couple away on the leaderboards last night. It ended at midnight. Do you know what he did? He fucking went and waited on the lay-by and then just veered out into the middle lane at 10 miles an hour. But the fucker won. He's left a lot of money to his wife. She's very happy because he was a cunt.
Do you ever get that? Do you ever get do you ever get intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
Yeah. And I've talked about them quite openly to friends, to family, and to medical professionals. Like, there's one that I get frequently, especially if I see trikes in particular. If I'm passing a trike or a motorbike on the motorway, it's just when I get to whichever wing it's on, when I get to like that headlight is in line with their back wheel, my head just goes, clip it, just clip it.
Cyclists for me.
No one will ever know. It'll be fucking sound, and I get it more often than I should. But I've started to validate it because I've started to point out motorcyclist mistakes loads in my analysis of dickhead motorway drivers, and now I'm like, do you know what? They probably deserve it. All those adverts you get about think, stop, bike. It's like, well, fucking say the same to the bloke who decided to get on a 2-wheeled machine instead of a 4-wheeled machine and, like, be a dickhead himself.
With no cage around him or seatbelt.
With no cage, seatbelt, stereo, he's wearing what looks like full bondage gear, just looking like a fucking Doyle. But if you're going to be like that, like, I'll watch your back all day long in traffic because I don't want the fucking manslaughter charge, but fucking help us out. Don't fucking go darting between lanes for absolutely no reason when it's pissing down and you've got a nation of Karens on the road who don't know what they're doing at the fucking best of times, because it's those who won't react. It's me who'll react out of guilt and try and get out the way when a crash happens and probably plough your fucking head over when I didn't mean to. If I meant to do it because it was an intrusive thought, fair play. That's on my watch. That's my bad. The intent was there. I shouldn't have done it. But if I do it by accident, it feels like a fake victory, like stolen valor.
Oh, fucking hell. Well, you don't want that, do you? You want to earn your kills.
Yeah, it's like put the cheat
case.
codes in on GTA. It's not fucking fair. After you've done the first playthrough, fine. But first run through, you've got to do it, no cheats.
Yeah. See, my intrusive thoughts aren't really transport-based. Mine are like at the top of a staircase, and I think to myself, I wonder if I was to jump sideways down this, like, would I be okay?
Mate, Jamie can...
That's what comes for me.
Jamie can attest to this. Like, when we went to Warehouse Project, it was coming up, well, it was pretty much a year ago now. We were off our nut on Mandy back at the apartment we were staying at afterwards. There's a balcony on the apartment, and I'm just stood on it, like, smoking a spliff, being like, I could just fling myself. Like, it's fine, and I won't, but I could. And it got to the point where I fucking started shaking and had to walk inside the balcony, like, put the joint out, walk inside the balcony. I was like, yeah, I know it's probably the drugs, but, like, nah, I'm not risking that.
No, but it's a weird thought, innit, where you do start thinking to yourself, I could do that, and I don't get, does everyone think like that? Does everyone, like, when you're slowing down in traffic or something, does everyone else think, I could just open the door now and knock that person there on the path? Does it just pass through, and then you go, I won't do it, though, I won't do it? Or like when you're walking through a car park and you think to yourself, fucking hell, I could key every car in here and no fucker would know it was me. Does everyone think that? Like, does everyone have these little bits in their head and they just ignore it, or they're too busy with normal life?
I don't think they do. I'll be honest. I'll be 100%. From the people I've asked, no. There are people that get some sort of intrusive thoughts, but not to the level that we're currently describing. But I don't think they're negative. I don't think they're a bad thing. I think it's good imagination.
Curiosity.
Yeah. It's good imagination, a willingness to question the world, curiosity, and also like I think by thinking it, even if it's inadvertent, like you're dealing with it there and then, rather than let it build up without thinking about it, then one day possibly doing it by accident or just because you've built it up for years. Like, I think if we get it out in doses, to the point where we don't have to do the actual physical act of doing what we think about doing daily.
Just watch it in your head.
Yeah.
Well, to transport, because that was one hell of a fucking.
It's a tangent.
Because I want to tell you about this guy. Have you heard of a guy called James Mayer or Stanley Mayer? I think it was. One sec. Stanley Summit Mayer. Stanley, maybe even Stanley Allen Mayer. Yeah, Stanley Allen Mayer. Have you heard of him?
Go.
He invented an engine that could replace the car engine. So he would have sorted out the problem from the guy at the start of the show, because it was an engine that would use water and it was like a perpetual motion machine.
Oh yeah, hydrogen fuel cell, a water fuel cell.
I think so. Yeah. Go on. And he ended up getting fucking suicided in a restaurant, so they say.
He did apparently. He had a patent.
Running around going, they poisoned me.
Yeah.
That's fucked.
He's up there with he's up there with Tesla and that, isn't he? The sort of sitting on ideas that people are always going to wonder, what the fuck? Could that have been a massive changing point? Could that have been a turning point in engineering? Could that have been a turning point in science? And because his patent and his invention, same with Tesla, because his findings were so sort of breakthrough, or supposedly supposed to be so breakthrough, the fact that they had them hidden or the fact that they died and all this is always going to allude to conspiracy, because it makes it easy for people to do so. It's like, I'm not saying it wasn't, but it's in that situation, like if like someone who invents something that's, say you invent something that's not exactly fucking massive, it's still an invention, but like, I don't know, a reusable carrier bag that doesn't make a sound. That, I tell you what,
Yeah,
from the top of the head, that's not a fucking bad idea.
That's all right off the top of your head, but that's just what they use in films. They make the carrier bags out of like lino that you'd lose on your floor, so it doesn't rustle and ruin the take.
Oh, that makes sense.
But you could apply that to the real world. It'd be more durable than a carrier bag.
But still,
be no good for suffocating people, though.
No. But I mean, you'd use a different bag for that. I wouldn't want to use a reusable bag to suffocate people. I'd like to think I'd give each person their own bag. It's only right.
No, you got to be thrifty. You know, you're spending all your time following these people around and like documenting their life. I say documenting, recording their life. You know, to get the right time
making
and
notes,
place and everything,
home,
and
checking all.
Yeah, getting it all perfectly. Yeah, masturbating over your findings. You don't want to keep spending 5p on these bags. That's just an extra camera catching you with this bag.
That's true.
What you want is your Threshold FM branded lino carrier bag.
Lino carrier bag. It's also tinfoil lined if you wish to shoplift from Asda. That's absolutely great. Like, say you invented that though. Say you invented the recycling bag that didn't make a noise. It's an invention, but if you died, people are less likely to go, "Here, he was suicided him because he invented the reusable fucking non-noise making carrier bag," than they are with bloke who invented an engine that could possibly challenge the internal combustion engine and bring down industries. Like, there's always that two people have just died, but people are always going to go to one and go, it's got to be a conspiracy. I mean, it may fucking well have. It's like, the same thing happened with fucking the hemp industry. Like the wood industry didn't want the hemp industry to take over, so they criminalised it. It really wouldn't surprise us.
Well, that's what prohibition was, though, as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, same thing.
Because the ethanol could have been used for lighting the oil lamps and stuff.
Yep,
and they didn't want people using ethanol.
So it's those sort of industries that have that much power, and petrol's obviously one, like oil's obviously one, tobacco's obviously another. Like, anything that threatens those sort of industries that have that much money, you've got to think they can shut your ideas down. I believe, I'm not entirely certain, but I'm sure tobacco companies bought up the patents for vapes. or e-cigs.
It makes sense to, though, doesn't it? It
Uh,
does make sense
when
to.
they
You want
were
to control your opposition.
Well, when they delayed them. If I'm not, I might be wrong. I might be talking absolute shit, but I think there is some truth in this. That the patents for e-cigs or vapes were bought up by tobacco companies at first to like prolong the time that they didn't have to fucking have them in the market, basically. So I'm going to go to transport. Did you know that the most popular car company, it probably is still the most popular car company, one of the most well known, one of the most historical and biggest names in the business, Ford, massive anti-Semite.
Yeah, then he paid to have the some pamphlet made. He organised or he either organised it or put a lot of the funding into a Nazi pamphlet about like trying to propagandise against the Jewish people.
Yes. He wasn't a big fan. He wasn't a big fan, and he was a big Nazi sympathiser for the most part. So he also revolutionised the car industry, like the manufacturing industry, with production lines and shit.
Production lines.
Yeah. So they're an anti-Semitic industry. So all cars are anti-Semites. Have been since they were made on production lines. It's an unfortunate fact, but one we do have to address in this year of 2020. No stone can go unturned.
And that's just another excuse for cyclists to become big-headed in it and be egotistical. Oh, I'm better than cars because, you know, I'm not supporting this.
The irony being that drivers are actually gassing out those cyclists with their exhaust fumes as well. So it's an ongoing cycle.
Was that on purpose? You got cycle in there. You didn't even notice.
No, I was going to try and gloss over. I was going to try and gloss over it.
No.
I didn't think it was worth bringing up. Yeah, man.
I had one for a while.
Ford, good bloke, but it's weird, man, how there was quite a few prominent people of industry in America during that time. I mean, Disney as well. Look at him, pioneering the film industry, pioneering children's entertainment. Anti-Semite. Like there was I don't know what it was in America during that time, but there was quite a bit of hatred from the people at the very top against a single faith. I mean, maybe they were right. Who's to say? I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe they know more than I do. I was waiting for a reply.
Not even touching it, mate. Not even touching it.
I do try and set things up to see if I can bait people. Rankin's a great one. Like Rankin, fantastic to pose a question to that he'll then answer that you really shouldn't answer. Like I did ask him a question on one of the podcasts we did before of like how many Asians he could fight off for cocaine. Like if he had a massive bag of cocaine that a load of Chinese people were running at him for on Brighton Pier, one after the other, how many could he fight off before the Chinese people overcame him? And I'm sure he went into the hundreds. Which is it's a bold claim.
Pretty big-headed there, isn't it? That.
He does jiu-jitsu, doesn't he? So like the boy thinks he can choke out some little Asian people. But he's got
Heard it here first. There's a truth-seeking exclusive there about the owner of the station.
I'm looking through. Is Elon Musk going to control us all through Teslas? Oh no! In fact, scrap that.
I wouldn't have said he would anyway. What, just fucking by boring us all to death by making us all charge our cars for half an hour at a time rather than spending 5 minutes putting petrol in.
I'll be honest, mate. I've got a fucking massive long article on a conspiracy about Tesla, like the company. Is it a conspiracy? This bloke's done a lot of research and he's possibly a whistleblower. But he's talking about like how much more damage it's doing to the environment than actually using petrol cars.
Because they're making kids mine lithium.
Not just
I've read loads of stuff about how they make kids mine battery acid and that.
Yeah, well, Elon Musk was against the uprising. Where was that in? Was that in Bolivia or somewhere recently? It was South America, that region, where he gets his lithium. It was either a challenge to overthrow the government that failed. I believe it failed. And he was very angry, man, because he gets his lithium from there and he doesn't want it being overhauled. He's a bit of a cunt, to be honest. But this whole massive long article is going on about how there's loads to do with their stocks and their shares. There's loads to do with blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Elon Musk's going to completely monopolise the market. But more interestingly, Paul Walker. Do you remember Paul Walker? You know Paul Walker from the Fast and the Furious.
Yeah.
Do you remember the conspiracy about Paul Walker was supposedly going to come forward to expose the Clinton Foundation crimes against children in Haiti before he was killed?
No, I can't say I've never heard that one. No.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, I've pretty
Do you
much...
think, just before you get into that though, do you think that sometimes they use the deaths of prominent people and then assign these things to it, just in case other celebrities and prominent people might believe it, who also know about these things, and they're like, well, fucking hell, I better burn my notes that I've been keeping on that. I don't want to get fucking killed off like he did.
What, so
like,
you mean...
You know,
So say you and Paul Walker are part of the same super secret society. I mean, what a secret society it must be if you and Paul Walker are in it. Imagine Paul Walker in any secret society. Just they're all debating really what we're going to do with the world. Are we going to infect them with the COVID vaccine? Yeah. We're going to steal the babies. We're going to get the adrenochrome. Yeah. Let's do the sex ring. Who's going to be the new sex ring leader? We killed Epstein. Who's next? Cosby, get him out. Put Cosby in. And then Paul Walker's just sat in the corner looking like... He doesn't look smouldering at cameras. He looks like fucking sort of half there, half already switched off. He looked half dead before he fucking was in flames anyway. And like he's just looking at the camera going, yeah, let's fucking race. And just some of the fucking stupid, twisted shite shit like that. Shite shit is not strong enough of a term that I want to describe anything Paul Walker says. Like, I don't want to speak ill of the dead, but fuck him and fuck Fast and the Furious.
He can't do out about it, bro, can he?
He can't. Like, I mean, man who spent all of his time making all of his money in films about cars, he fucking couldn't be a passenger in one, could he? It didn't go well for him. Me, I've been in no films about cars, still alive driving mine. Absolutely. Who wins? Who wins? But yeah, there was rumours that... there was rumours. There was a series of Facebook posts that I can imagine turned into a YouTube, inverted commas, documentary at some point of him knowing about the Clinton body count. You know the Clinton body count, yeah? The Clintons, they got bodies. The Clintons are the mafia.
Yeah, a little.
I've
heard of a little.
Yeah.
Oh, the idea that they go and like top people and that who go against them and that.
Yeah. I mean, they do definitely have bodies, because it was proven that when America was involved in the Contra scandal, which is where they were basically transporting cocaine to be sold for weapons, to be sent to Iran, or bought from Iran, sent to South America for the Iran and Contra issue. Well, anyway, they were flying through Clinton's airport at the time. The airport that he had jurisdiction over, or governor of. But yeah, Clinton body count is basically they've had fucking killed loads of people over the years. Apparently, supposedly, if they're listening. I don't believe it. Please don't come to my house. But yeah, Paul Walker apparently knew about it. What you didn't know about Paul Walker was actually when he wasn't filming the pure masterpieces of cinema that were the Fast and the Furious series, when he wasn't filming some of the most moving, emotional, heart-wrenching pieces of media of all time, he was actually an undercover journalist. Him, Eliza Wood, and don't know. Him.
Wasn't he actually that in one of the films though as well? Wasn't that the plot of the film?
He was a copper. But he wasn't I'm on about. He's a private eye. He's a man who he's backed by no organisation. He doesn't work for a client. Paul Walker goes to investigate the truth because the truth needs to come out, and Paul Walker needs to be the man to reveal that truth. And only a man who can star in a series of films about the cars. Only he has the specific set of skills to investigate what's going on in possible child sex ring and child murderings in Haiti under the Clintons. Obviously.
Maybe. Do you reckon they used to sort of rate the cars then for the? Maybe that's how he picked the cars for the films. He was like, right, they wouldn't use this, so I'm comfortable driving. I'm comfortable driving this car because they definitely wouldn't use this. You can only get 2 kids in the back of one of these, whereas the boot on that car there, you can easily get 5 in there. Like, I don't want to be seen driving that. Don't let me be seen driving that because they'll mix it with some of the CCTV footage of the other. You what, Paul? I mean, I just don't like the colour of it. You know, they kept trying to trip him up on film.
He's always sat there stoic. That's why his lines were shit. His lines were always bad in the Fast and Furious.
Yeah, you had to edit out all the other stuff when he's going. The Clintons are doing this. The Clintons are doing that.
No, he didn't want to talk. He didn't want to talk on camera. That's why he always looked like semi-scared, like he was a cat in a headlight. Like he was always looking off at the distance because there was a Clinton like handler there with like just a 9mm pointed at him off camera. It's like you fucking say a word. I swear don't you say those fucking lines. And that's why he's just always sat just staring off in the distance. Like, please don't pull the trigger. Please don't.
Do you reckon the reason why they used his brother to finish the film then was part of a power move?
Oh,
because if your brother's just died, and you're like, right, we've got this film, and we only need 15 more minutes of footage. You know, it won't take too much of your time, maybe 2 days at most. I know you're grieving. I know you were close, but would you mind coming and pretending to be him for a couple of days for us?
Oh.
Meet all of his friends who are also possibly grieving and also scared for their lives because they don't understand exactly why he died. That's a fucked up thing to do to someone.
It's the sort of thing. Like, imagine if you. It's definitely the sort of thing they would do.
Yeah,
it's
power move, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, has Epstein got a brother? Because if so, we know who's the leader of the next island, don't we? They've just shipped the brother in and gone, right, you were born into the right/wrong family. Now, whether you like it or not, you're shagging bairns for the rest of your life, and you're playing host to the rich and famous. Welcome to your new life. And he's just before that he was just working in a call centre or something. He's got a wife and 2 kids, 45, just fine, getting on fine. Could play snooker for the local.
Hasn't spoke to his brother in 30 years.
Yeah,
doesn't agree with what he's been doing. Doesn't like his lifestyle.
Doesn't know. Yeah. Just fucking estranged. And he just gets the call. A limo pulls up with fucking unmarked cars either side. Yeah, just get in. Off you go. Private jet. Off to like.
I don't know if it's because I'm older, but you don't hear about people being dragged into cars and vans anymore, do you? Like, you hear about it a lot when you're younger. You're warned about it, but.
It's all done through the internet now, isn't it? You basically do the van capture bit through like messengers now, and then that's the van capture bit. It's just done digitally, and then you've already arranged that for the meetup, unless it turns out you're meeting up with one of the thousands and thousands of paedophile catching pages that there are. I reckon now, right? There are more paedophile, like, pedo hunter fucking dark justice groups than there are nonces on those messenger apps. I reckon it's all paedophile hunters
just all messaging each other. They just all start. That's going to happen, though, isn't it? They're all going to start trying to catch each other because they're all answering the messages going, oh, yeah, we got one here, we got one here.
Mate, how many times do you think that's fucking happened? It's just been two sets of divvies.
Oh, fucking hell. If maybe we've just fucking uncovered something though. Well, I don't know if we should say this, but maybe if what would happen then if a kiddie fiddler was to then every time they go to meet the kids, just have a pile of paper with them?
Yes, and you've got actually, I've got you. I've fucking got you. I have. I mean that. I mean, if you are a nonce out there, first of all, hand yourself in. Actually, no. First of all, shoot yourself. Secondly, after you've shot yourself in the face, hand yourself in. And then once you've handed yourself in after shooting yourself in the face, which will be a struggle, but I encourage you to do so. If you want to get away with it, print off a copy of the entire chat log and take it with you. But how many times... So I can just imagine loads of groups of 3 or 4 blokes in black North Face jackets with their hoods up, because they've always got black North Face jackets and keeper rings on. They look like groups of scallies, the ones who are actually going to catch the nonces most of the time. They just look like a bunch of scallies who...
That have outgrown bullying, really, innit? They
Yeah.
found a new way to bully people. Like, because I have wondered, when they do it. I mean, we always end up on fucking kiddie fiddlers, but every week without. I don't know why.
It's a
just
gold
always
topic.
comes.
It's a gold
But
topic.
I have wondered. Yeah, there's a lot there, isn't there?
Yeah.
I have wondered though, how many have they caught who they've coerced into it? Maybe the people are like, they message back and forth thinking, oh, she's all right there, and then they go, oh, I'm 14, and the pedo goes, oh, I'm sorry, you're far too young for me, I'm sorry I've wasted your time and played with your emotions. I don't want out to do with you. And then the pedo hunters are sitting around in the group with they've got the Benson and edges out and like, fucking, we nearly had him, boys.
Yeah. Fuck it, let's go meet him.
Nearly had him. Send him a picture of them feet again. You like them. Send him a picture of them feet.
I shouldn't have took a drink. Jesus. Yeah, they end up trying to coax in the nonce. But yeah, I reckon it's just a wash with just paedophile groups looking for other paedophile groups online now. And we'll see what comes next. What will come next? What will they use next to... I wonder if nonce will go to Twitch. People will do... I hope not. But I wonder if it'll go to Twitch.
Buses would be a good place for it.
Where?
Buses.
Buses.
Yeah.
Any reason in particular?
Lots of people coming and going, you pick of the bunch, really, innit?
Yeah, especially if you get a school run. But, I mean, that's...
Somebody on a school bus that's baiting it, they're going to notice. Like, oh, stay away from Pervy Dan. We all know he's a pedo. Look at the age of him. They haven't got a school uniform on. He just waits outside the school and gets on the bus with us all.
Our school bus driver, he wasn't a nonce, but he did have a seizure at the wheel after taking pills, like, the night before. And I just had a full-on seizure whilst driving the school bus home one day in the middle of the fucking crossroads, like, going through town, and the bus just coasted off to the left towards the fence because he had a seizure at the wheel after taking pills. I had cowies from the night before. Well, yeah, slightly,
I had a bus driver throw handfuls of pennies at my face, like, quite hard as well. Like a man's handful of pennies. A couple of times.
What were you doing wrong?
No, it was what he was doing wrong, man. He was fucking robbing us all, and I'd had enough of it. Every day you'd get on the bus in the morning. It was 80p to get to school on the bus. You go on, you give the driver your quid. He gives you 20p back. He stopped giving me 20p back, telling me he's got no change.
Cheeky
So I'd
cunt.
come down halfway on the journey, be like, where's me 20p? Be like, oh, go away, I'll give you your 20p. I'm like, all right. So I let it build for a few weeks, and then eventually I started taking in pockets full of pennies, paying him 80p in 1p's and 2p's. And he got sick of it towards the end of the week, grabbed them and dashed them in my face.
What?
Fucking...
I hope you thought
It was
that.
only
Did you
about
kill
12.
that man? Did you kill that? Do you have intrusive thoughts about that man?
I just I pointed at him and went, that hurt that, mate. Like, can I have my money back then? No. And he's like, I'll just give you your fucking money back. And I was like, what is this? This isn't fair. It's all over the place. And then obviously I did the right thing, and fucking rang up where he worked and fucking dobbed him in for being a prick. I feel like I gave him ample opportunity, to just either let me on for free on a Friday morning because you've took 80p off me the 4 days before. He didn't like that arrangement. He wouldn't give me money. He'd gotten a bit brave, to be honest. He was taking money off everyone at this point. Well, not everyone, but at least I knew of 5 other people that got on at the same stop as me that he wasn't giving change to. So he was making at least £1.20 a day.
So he's
So I
running
wasn't
a racket.
fucking...
He's running a racket.
Yeah, on school. No.
The cheek. See, I didn't even have a bus pass. I photocopied someone else's at the start of each school year and just laminated it. I did it. I was still in sixth form. I did it when I was in sixth form. I still got on the secondary school bus, and you're not supposed to have a bus pass at sixth form. And I got on a different bus to what my school was for anyway. So you're supposed to pay like 150 quid a term, and I just photocopied someone else's bus pass, laminated it. Fucking sound. But I'm sure I had some. We're going to come round to. We are going to bring it round conspiracy and transport. I'm just going to quick fire at you. Well, MH370. Do you remember flight MH370?
Yeah, man, that's another thing you bring up every week. The fucking Malaysian airline. Is it?
Well,
Is that the
yeah,
Malaysian airline?
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Well, we've not had a
I'm
chance to go
sorry.
into it. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
No, 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 don't
No,
apologise. Now's
no,
the
no,
week for
no,
it.
no. We'll go on to something else.
We've teased them.
Uh,
We've teased them every week. We've never gone
no.
in. We just mention it and then
Well,
gloss over it.
no, you fucking. What you did there, right?
Oh,
Was
I've
I got all
encouraged
built
it.
up. I got all looking
Oh.
forward. I was buzzing. I was pretty much on the edge of my seat there, and now you just shot us down.
So were some
So,
of the passengers.
yeah, 100%. I mean, well, no, they're all still alive somewhere. Definitely. I had another. What we're gonna do is a lot of this show will be conspiracies I got up tabs to read and didn't. We started with the Tesla one that I couldn't be asked to read. The next one, look it up in your own. Here's some extracurricular. Here's some homework. The only conspiracy show that gives you homework, ladies and gentlemen, the General Motors streetcar conspiracy. There you go. Do that. That's something to look up in your own time. That's a conspiracy about monopolisation, monopolising the sale of buses and supplies to the National City Lines and its subsidiaries. It's a very long, laborious, but still quite interesting article. Have a look into it. Yeah, go on, save us from this depressing death that I'm talking. Yeah.
I was hoping you'd set me up to be able to say, oh, I was hoping you're going to have a few tabs of it open so I could fucking say, oh, you wait for it and then two come at once. But fuck all, I didn't get the chance really. I was waiting. I was waiting and waiting. I've never heard of that one. I thought you was going to talk about the what the mob used to apparently do with fuel and that, getting the little tax tickets and that, collecting all them.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be to do with that, because that was to do with buses and stuff like that, because they'd unionised the buses in parts of America, hadn't they, or the bus drivers or whatever it was, and then they started selling the fuel through. I think I might be very wrong. I might even be getting this from Mafia too, but I think they used to get the tickets for the taxes and stuff and the tax-free fuel, and then sell it back to the bus companies by giving it to the staff that worked there. I think, but
Right.
I could be very wrong. But I thought that's where you was.
No.
Go on, throw some others. Let's see what else you've got.
I wasn't doing that at all. There's the obvious ones. Diana's car was tampered with. Right on that one. I'm not gonna get. I haven't got any official line for you, but what I have got is I've got a mate who has been around a very long time. He's a lot older than me. And he works in a grow shop where an ex-soldier used to come into. And he used to say he was basically, this is all hearsay from here on in, but here's what you're getting told. Here's what you're getting told from me, from a bloke who I've smoked weed with who used to work in a weed shop, who was told by an apparent soldier customer of that weed shop who proclaimed to be ex-SAS. So this is probably all bullshit. But he said that the order was given from Prince Philip, and no one was shot. The car wasn't tampered with, but the photographers, some of the photographers were like undercover agents, like military, and the cameras just had high power lasers, and that's what blinded the driver and caused the crash. I have never looked into that to back it up because of the chain that it went down to get to me. I've never thought, yeah, that'll be true. So I've never looked into it.
What do you even search for that, like, to find out the lasers with it? Have you heard what I used to say was the reason behind it?
I reckon Princess Diana lasers would probably come close. I probably wouldn't have to look that far. If there's any other links, if I type in Princess Diana lasers and anything else comes up that isn't that,
city centres that say Merry Christmas on the wall, but it's Diana's face and then like a disembodied arm floating around as well,
like a
holding a little flag.
Like the bat light.
Yeah.
Imagine
just in the sky.
If I was a superhero, that's what. Actually, that might be after 2020, after Brexit, the shit time we've had with sorting Brexit out, after the fuck up that 2020, I think what this nation needs to bring us together is a £60 million laser of Diana, and I want the laser itself to be a football pitch in diameter, and then
raise a face onto the moon.
I mean, I'm thinking, yeah. I mean, the moon is the closest. I reckon you go further. I reckon if you project it, what we could do is in London, because of the smoke, like the smog and the shit atmosphere, it would just take up the clouds. But I think we need a £60 million permanent laser of Princess Diana's face above the country at all times, sort of protecting it. You know, like on Simpsons when it's got the dome over them.
That dome, yeah, but it's
I
Princess
want
Diana. That'd be
Diana,
fucking terrifying.
Diana in laser form. It'll keep the immigrants out. It will protect us from missiles, and also it's the people's princess. It's what the nation. It's what Great Britain and the United Kingdom needs.
Well, it's weird that you're bringing up protection with it, because have you looked into the why? Like, obviously, there's the obvious reasons that she was getting involved with that fella that they didn't want out to do with him and the royal family and stuff. But like, have you heard why Ike says it happened?
No, I've heard. There's multiple things I've heard. I've heard, obviously, Al Fayed wanted to be. He would have been part of royalty. There's also, if you want to look into the racial purity side of the conspiracy world of the royals, they would not wish for a Muslim child to be in any way related to the royal family. So that was another one, because there was rumours that she was pregnant. But I don't know what you're going to say.
Well, in many of David Icke's talks, one of the things up is that one of the reasons that she was killed, well, one of the reasons that she died, let's say she was died, because we know that she died, but we're told she died. She might not have died, but that's even then, that's just more conspiracy. But what he believes anyway is, well, what he pushes to people is the idea that it was a sacrifice. Yeah, it was a sacrifice over the top of an ancient river, the ancient River Diane, or the ancient River Diana, that still flows under France and actually is directly beneath that tunnel, that part of the tunnel where she died. And there used to be ritualistic sacrifices that would take place in that area around that river, which is now an underground river, which I've never understood how that can happen. I don't get where, again, I don't know where soil comes from. I really don't understand that one, how it all just disappears.
We will have an entire episode on soil.
Yeah, I've been pushing for that for weeks, guys.
That will be, we might have to make that episode 10.
Okay, some celebration.
Yep.
But yeah, he thinks it was some form of sacrifice over that river, because then there was also stories of her body being taken to an island where there's like a very particular colour or type of swan, and a shrine on that island, and a part of her remains were left there, or a tribute to her was put there, which would also be in line with this supposed ritualistic sacrifice that he was talking about.
He writes some fucking great stories, David Icke, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, he does, man. I think he's great. Like, the stuff he comes out with like that is fucking brilliant.
Honestly, like, if you take him as fiction, fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Like,
or if you want to learn how to be a salesman or a marketer,
yeah, man,
study him.
Brilliant.
Study him.
Yeah,
he's one of the best salesmen that's ever existed, in my opinion.
Same with L. Ron Hubbard. L. Ron Hubbard.
Oh, he was pretty.
Yeah, man, and they're pretty similar, apart from one actually came out and wrote science fiction before he created his religion that was science fiction. And David Icke used to be a goalkeeper and now writes science fiction that he sells as non-fiction. It's fantastic. Yeah. Good on him. Good on him. There's actually there's a lad who I did that for my first comedy night with. He set up a podcast that he's been doing on YouTube. First couple of guests were like just people he knew and shit like that. He managed to get Icon for like his 5th or 6th podcast. It's like, where the fuck? He is literally, that man will talk to anyone. Absolutely anyone. It's like, he's, like you say, he's a brilliant salesman. He's like, I'll go on anything and give the allure that, like, I'm a man of the people. Really, just fucking let me ply my trade. Take a step back. It's time to listen to the pitchmaster. I've got stiff stuff to sell you. Buy my snake oil.
But if you listen to him, apart from when I've heard him on London Real, which is, again, they now seem hard to find, but when you hear him on that, he wouldn't bring up his book all the time or anything he was trying to sell. He would genuinely just have discussions for what I'd seen of that. But everything else, even his own talks, people have paid to go to them talks. And then during that talk, he's like, "Oh, but I go into that in more detail
In
the
the book.
And it's like a pastor or something who's always also got Bibles. He's bought a bulk load of Bibles, and he's like, right, he's evangelicizing. He's on his little wooden box or whatever, and he's a priest or whatever he is, and he's trying to get people in. He's hooks them in, and he's like, yeah, you like that, don't you? This is called a yes ladder. Yeah, you love that. Oh, you love that, don't you? You dirty little bastard. You're gonna have to buy the book though for me to finish you off. And they're just like, everyone in the audience is just there like, oh my God. And I'll buy his son's album as well, because his son does the music for his shows. His son does like a 10-minute set at the start, halfway through, and I think maybe at the end as well of his talks. It's just fucking, it's genius, bro.
It is. It's absolutely genius. The problem is, like, the thing is, right, if people buy into scams, if the thing that the scam is selling isn't that dangerous, like people buy into crystal healing, right? Now,
Yeah.
at most, you've just lost some money and you've got some pretty nice crystals around the house. Unless you're the sort of
And if
person...
anyone is interested in crystal, go to worldaroundyou.com. Because I've got the odd bit of amethyst and that, and a couple of geodes.
Yes. Oh, mate. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Do they heal? Are they charged? Are they positively charged? Are they ioned?
I don't say any of that. I just think it's a fucking nice looking stone, innit?
No, whoa. Don't limit your market. I asked you a question. Are they charged? Are they ready to go? Will it get rid of arthritis now? Or do you need to plug it in first and let it charge for 20 minutes?
I reckon if you bludgeon any part of your body with it, it'll eventually get rid of the pain. I don't know about charging it out like that, but I mean, you could use it to fucking injure yourself and cut off the nerves.
Oh, that's a good...
There you go, problem solved.
That's not a bad point. Yeah, but, like, that's the thing. Like, if you buy into that scam, at worst, you've got some pretty stones on the house. If you buy into his scam, you become one of those people in the comment sections that I was talking about last week, commenting on any video that mentions anything about the Masons at all, in passing or otherwise, being like, ha ha, devil eaters, ha ha, you drink the blood of kids, ha ha, you all fuck each other, blah blah blah, Dreadicon, blah blah blah, 9/11, blah blah blah. It's like you become deranged. But if you don't, it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's fun. It is just fun, innit? That's all you've got to view that stuff as. That's all people realistically should view conspiracies as. It's fun. It's a bit of fun. It's something to tickle your brain in the same way that a religion or whatever will tickle your brain and it gives you like, oh yeah, it's Jesus. You just be like, oh yeah, it's the lizards. the synonymous almost.
He's got an answer for everything. Like, again, this comes back to it as well. Like when I said last week that someone with the answers is more likely to admit that they don't know than someone who just is conspiracy minded and has an answer for everything. Like, they will never go, well, I don't know. So it's because of this.
Because then immediately people will be like, well, if he doesn't know that, then how does he know this other stuff?
It means he's not.
And that's what's mad about conspiracy, innit? You've got to know everything.
Yeah. So I'm going to do a series of quick fire questions. I'm going to go through to try and bring this round for some sort of transport theme before we end. I'm going to reel off just a few quick conspiracy theories. I just want a yes or no answer.
Okay.
Was the Lusitania a setup? Did America legitimately send an American liner into U-bomb waters to get sunken by the Germans so they could take part in World War II? Yeah, World War One. One.
No, I don't think it would have been on purpose.
Really?
Yeah. They might have just thought, they won't be this far. But go on, where's the next
Wrong
one? This
answer.
isn't very quick fire.
Wrong answer.
Oh, wrong answer.
Titanic
okay.
switched it. Yeah, of course they did, man. It's the fucking Americans. 100% they did. The Titanic.
Anything for the scrap.
Titanic, yes or no? Was it?
What, as in I think a boat sank, but I don't think it probably wasn't the Titanic.
Yeah, there was.
If you've got to make a film about it, and that film wins awards in a thing that's always allegedly on award ceremony that's always fixed. Really, realistically, did that thing happen?
You raise a very good point. What have we got? Chemtrails, yes or no?
Oh, I think that obviously there's fucking gases or whatever put out by planes. I don't know if it's there to manipulate people's like genetics and stuff. But I was going to say, in America they call tinfoil aluminium foil, and over here we call their
No, they
aluminium foil.
don't.
We call it tinfoil.
They don't. They call
Do
it
they not?
aluminum because they can't
Oh,
say
okay,
aluminium.
aluminum foil.
I don't get
Too many
that.
vowels.
I don't get that.
Aluminum foil. Either way. But my point is, what if everyone was scared of the aluminium that was being spewed out of planes? What if, statistically, it's actually tin? And that's why they used to have people mine tin, because the populations were smaller. So we're like, right, get them all touching tin now and get them touching as much tin as possible all through history. And then they were like, fuck, there's too many people. We still need to get tin on them. Fucking spray it like a crop duster.
Yes. That's all. I'm going to quick fire answer that. Yes. Yeah. That's. I mean, how do we wrap this up? We've yet again nailed the topic we were talking about. We haven't strayed off path. We've gone straight down the straight and narrow, middle of the road, transport all the way. Yeah.
One final question, then. One final question. We'll both answer it each to finish it off. One improvement you would give to a helicopter?
One improvement.
Yeah.
Go faster stripes. Adds about 10 horsepower.
Yeah, and a bit of something for the eye as well. Where I'd go
It
for, you
gets
know,
the
them things
lasses
that
wet.
touch the
Gets the
ground.
lasses proper wet. Go faster
Oh,
stripes.
they love that.
Oh, I fucking love that. Like pulling skids. They love that. Go on.
You know them the things that they use to land, the little things that look like plastic that touch the ground. It's probably not plastic like, but the metal bits that touch the ground.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
have them spring loaded so they can take off faster.
Like boing. Like is it poggers?
Them suction cup things on a spring.
Yeah. Fantastic. I mean, you're killing everyone inside the cockpit straight away. Everyone's going to die from the compression of their spine, and then the spring load gets launched, and they just fucking hurtle forward. Everyone inside's dead, but it would look hilarious. Yeah, I think we've
Improve
cracked it.
sales of helicopters as well, and we'll get more pilots. We need
Uh,
people with better educations and taking up proper jobs. A pilot is a proper job, a helicopter pilot. We need more of them. How do we encourage more of them? Fucking kill a load off. Increase demand.
Supply and demand. Before we close, I'm going to drop a quick mention. I wanted to drop it at some point to the best series of all time, which had a helicopter as the main character, Airwolf. Airwolf had Michael J. White in it. You're shaking your head right now.
Don't know what it is.
I'm going to get genuinely angry. Airwolf was it was a series about imagine Knight Rider, yeah,
Right.
but
yeah.
a helicopter. It only went for like 2 seasons because it turns out having a helicopter as your main character is pretty fucking expensive. And then the helicopter was sold when it was sold afterwards when the show ended. It was in a crash that killed everyone involved. So
Fucking hell.
shout out.
So
to
was it actually a talking helicopter and they killed the helicopter so he couldn't spread the secrets?
It weren't even talking.
Was it not? Well, what? How was it his best friend? Was he just mental? I
No,
don't understand the premise at
the
all.
helicopter was just really good. Like it had loads of different cannons. It had different sized rockets. It had Hellfire rockets. It had machine guns. It had like loads of shit. In reality, it was just a passenger helicopter that had been done up a little bit with like glued some shit on. But mate, I encourage you to watch this. It's fucking. It also has the best theme tune of all time. The Airwolf theme tune, second to none, best theme tune. Chode, you're up next with Liberal Paradise. Please, please, please play the Airwolf theme tune. Yeah, best series of all time. So shit, it was brilliant. Michael J. White's a legit genius. On that note, I've been Conspiracy Jim. Yeah, that's the fucking one.
And I'm Tinfoil Jack.
Smooth. So that was like fucking silk, that, mate. That was absolutely brilliant. It's Chode's Liberal Paradise up on next on Threshold FM for the next 2 hours. Sorry we've eaten into your time, mate. Feel free to go on as long as you like. We'll see you later in a bit.
A bit.
You alright, guys? I'm the world around you, and this is Pause for Thought on Threshold FM. Now, I liked how last week's show felt a bit different, so this week I'm going to do something similar topic-wise. Last week was all about luck and what's lucky, and that's a little bit folklorish, so we're going to kind of stick with folklore in a way. I think it's because I wrote the Graspy Flitcher. After writing the Graspy Flitcher, I sort of took more of an interest in folklore. So, and if you don't know what the Graspy Flitcher is, that was my Christmas story. It's not very Christmassy, but I thought it was a nice little Christmas tale. And this might actually be the first time that I'm actually telling you that one wasn't true at all. I made it all up. Which I probably should have said the week after I put that episode out, or even at the end of that episode. I just never thought to. Anyway, this week though, we're going to be looking into urban legends. So for anyone who may have suffered a recent head injury, an urban legend is something that people say to freak each other out. It's like a giant game of Chinese whispers, but that one that we've all signed up for. Now there's a good chance that we probably have actually signed up for a weird game of Chinese whispers though, innit? Because when you think about like terms and conditions and that, I never read them. I don't know how many fucking ones I've signed up for with EA or Apple and that, fucking, or other, social medias or whatever, other tech companies, but you don't know what you're signing up for, because I've never read them. It could be anything. And maybe what we're signing up for is to have our reality changed by the rumours set out by app developers. Anyway, get in the Threshold.fm Discord for, telling me what your favourite urban legends is. I know that some of you will probably still be in there already, I imagine. I'm going to go out on a limb. This is already pre-recorded, so I can't obviously be guessing who it actually is. I'm gonna guess Jimmy's there. I'm going to guess Stin's there. Gordo might be there. Chode might be knocking about. Don't know who else will definitely be there, though. But could you, not the Discord people, but everybody else that's sending me messages to Instagram asking me, where's your Discord? How do I join your Discord? Please, could you stop messaging me that? The way to get to the Discord, and the Discord I'm talking about, is the Threshold.fm Discord for the live chat. So the live show chat channel. And you can get to that through the Threshold.fm website. Anyway, all that out the way, let's have a song. This is 1970-something from the Biggie Duets album. So, where does an urban legend come from? Is there a department for world rumours where they all just, sit about and alter stories from past generations to make them relevant to the modern day? Because a lot of these stories I've been reading, they seem to be a lot like Jesus' parables, just a way of teaching important lessons without having the trauma attached to the lesson that is achieved, gained, garnered. Basically, so you can learn that bad stuff can happen without having that bad stuff happen to you. You get the lesson without direct experience to it, I guess. Like, for example, the story that's known of the roommate's death, where some girl nips back to her room at uni to grip a coat, but she doesn't put the light on when she runs in because she doesn't want to wake her roommate up, she said. So then when she comes back the next day, there's fucking police all around and ambulances, everything, all knocking about outside the dorm. And someone has written, "Aren't you glad you left the light off?" in the victim's blood all across the walls. Now, this implies that the killer was in the room at the same time, but it also teaches valuable lessons. Lessons like, if you're a serial killer, you don't need to frenzy kill a passerby, or, don't pay attention to other people's business if you're not a serial killer. That way you're not going to get caught up in their drama. In this instance, the drama being horrifically murdered in your own bedroom. Well, not even in your own bedroom, in a bedroom you're renting from a massive, is a university, a corporation, a massive business anyway, so you'd expect better security basically. There's probably a lesson in there about that too. But I mean, if the girl had put the light on and paid attention to her mate, she'd probably be dead too. So it's best to just stay in your own lane, innit? Just ignore everything that's going on around you, because you never know if there's a serial killer lurking underneath your mate's bed. But because she focused on herself, she wasn't affected by the serial killer that was waiting under her mate's bed. An urban legend from America that everyone knows about, though, and that one is one that people have heard some form of variant of it, but everybody knows this. I kind of take this one as fact. In America, in the sewers, it's fucking alligators, mate. Now, they believe that the alligators got there because people flush the hatchlings down the toilet, or because they get swept into there in the gutters in heavy rain. Now, this could be a way to stop kids from climbing into the sewers, because if people start going into the sewers, they'll become aware of things like the passages to the hollow earth, the doorways to Agartha, the little tunnels, the old cities beneath current cities, like how they have New York under New York in Futurama, or how in most of Japan you've got a city underneath a city. Maybe they don't want us to know about them yet. Maybe in England and that, we're not allowed to find out about our underground towns. But I'm not too sure, because we don't get told we've got alligators in the sewers. We just get told there's loads of crackheads outside and that, and you probably don't want to go outside because you don't want to get messed up by some. I found out down here apparently they call smackheads pinheads, or pinners. But there's a little bit of local trivia for you. I fucking distracted myself, mind. Fucking. With the sewer stuff, like the alligators and that, like telling people there's alligators in the sewers, that would stop people from wanting to live in them as well. Because realistically, if we all realise that we could live in the sewers and we'll be fine, we're just surrounded by a bit of piss, and even then the piss is floating by. Well, the piss is passing by, the shits are just floating by. So realistically, you're fine. And if people do work out that you can just live in the sewers, we won't need houses, because then who's buying a house if you can live in the sewers for free? And if you're in the sewers, you'll probably be dry, and you're at least protected from the wind anyway. Maybe this is what sewers are, though, in general. Maybe there's a whole world underneath us, and the big they are trying to keep us away by telling us at school that messing around with human waste is going to make you ill. Maybe there's no such thing as diseases. Maybe the Romans never existed. Maybe they made up the Romans as a way to teach people that sewers have been there for over 1,000 years. So don't go messing in them, because you'll get covered in 2,000 years worth of old poo and toilet roll. Now, we already know that that's not true, though, innit? Because in England, we get taught that we didn't have sewers until relatively recently. Otherwise, it was just people chucking buckets of shite out the bedroom window onto the fucking road beneath them. So, why are they telling us that the Romans invented sewage systems? I know you're going to be in the Discord going, actually, Jack, it was aqueducts. What the fuck are you on about? But we are told at schools, I was told at school, as far as I remember, the Romans invented the sewage systems. Now, if they're telling us that it can only be to keep us out of there, Stephen King alludes to this with his book and film series, It, where a shape-shifting demonic entity dwells inside the earth. King used a clown as a way to entice people down there in the film, but realistically, to the real world, seeing a clown in a sewer wouldn't be enticing at all. Most people would assume one of two things. They need help. Them down there, just as a clown in the sewers. Oh, bless. Or, they're a paedophile. But both reactions for that situation, they're both going to result in a phone call to the emergency services. And you're saying the same thing on the call. Police, please. And yeah, it's some bloke dressed as a clown. Anyway, what about a few years ago, though, when all those people that were dressing up as clowns, knocking about on roads and that, chasing cars? Now, I'm not sure if I've touched on this before, because it is something I think about a lot, like where the fuck did those clowns go? But all of them, that event surrounding the mysterious clowns, they all seem pretty shady, innit, really, because what if it was a way to just keep people inside, like a way to scare them? Or maybe just a way to test out spreading an urban legend using social media? There is a bit of me that wonders if that whole clown thing was a way for something like, I don't know, like a TV show like American Horror Story or something. Was it weird promotional actions by them? Did they just hire a load of maybe cheap actors, or maybe they were the actors from American Horror Story just running around chasing cars and that? But I really doubt it, and I've never looked into that, so I don't know if that's true, innit? I have just made that bit up there. What if all these clowns, though, what if they were shapeshifters? Because they look like clowns because they've just happened to have landed their ship next to a clown car. Maybe they're alien shapeshifters rather than interdimensional shapeshifters, and they all look like clowns because They landed the ship next to a clown car, and because 15 people came out of that Nissan Micra dressed as clowns, they thought, oh, all of this planet look like that. That's what they all look like. There's a good sample there of people. They all look like they've got, deathly white faces with big red lips, oversized noses, bright red ginger hair, and that's what all these people were. And I mean, you could argue though there with like really pale faces and bright red ginger hair that possibly would shape-shifting aliens be more likely to exist in Scotland? But that's not really something we should be getting into, because I honestly don't know. But anyway, I reckon that these shape-shifting aliens that found all these clowns, maybe they realised that it wasn't normal eventually, because they were trying to interact with people. Wasn't it just like, hello, I'm an alien, but I look like a clown, so I wanted to make myself seem appealing to you. Everyone's running away screaming, and they're there with a knife, like, I've brought you this useful device that you all have. Apparently you all have them, but none of you know how to sharpen them. So I brought you a very sharp knife as a gift, and they're fucking chasing them down the road going, come on, I just want to give you the fucking knife, come on, give me a knife. And then obviously people got scared, so then they stopped. They were like, well, maybe people don't actually like clowns. Maybe that sample of humans that we found in the Nissan Micra were just a bunch of weirdos, and we don't want to look like weirdos. So then they just changed what they look like, and now we don't know what the shape-shifting aliens look like because they no longer look like clowns. Maybe what they do now in order to just get ignored is they just dress like fucking SJWs, like your social justice warriors. Maybe they can turn themselves into cats or whatever else would be ignored by most people if they passed them in the street. Now, not many people would want to be getting back to the fucking alligators. I mean, we've not really left the alligators in the sewers, but a bit more on them, Like, you don't want to be bitten by a crocodile, do you, or an alligator, because of the fucking teeth and them neck muscles. They'll just fucking tear you to bits, mate. So, but then again, though, especially you don't want to get bit by them. Even like fucking Steve-O and that wouldn't want to get bitten by a crocodile whose teeth are covered in human excrement, shit and piss. Then if you combine all that, man, no one wants that to happen, so the risk of infection. So that makes the sewers immediately the scariest place to visit in America. Now, why is that? Why are they trying to... What's in the sewers? Why won't they let us down there? Now, I suppose you could link many conspiracies to urban legends. For example, bringing it up again without actually doing an episode on it, because I haven't actually got it written on my list and I keep fucking forgetting. Phil Schneider's deep underground military bases, mate. Maybe they could easily be linked, and it could easily be an urban legend as well for what you'd need for it to believe that an urban legend is an urban legend. But the deep underground military bases, I guess they could easily be accessed through sewers. I mean, not according to Phil himself, but it is a possibility. What about secret underground railway tracks? That could be what's actually underground. Maybe that's what earthquakes are. Earthquakes could be acts of terrorism carried out on a secret underground railway system. But what are these underground railways, and where do they lead? Now, I know you're thinking they don't exist, but if they can make one that goes under the English Channel, which for anyone who's listening who's not from France or England, the reason why that's significant is that's a fucking sea. So that's the sea between England and France. Now, it's not that big, but it's still a sea, it's deep, and they've managed to fucking build or dig a tunnel and shove fucking trains underneath there. So if they can do that, then they can definitely dig out underneath of a country and build one under there, innit? That's why subways exist in London, mate. There were rumours circulating, in 1864 of a secret hidden railway beneath London, and then, less than 2 years later, the fucking subway of London's opened. Now, this could be a coincidence. I could have made a little bit of it up. Some historians might tell you that the rumours were fuelled by the building of the subways, but what if they were just released? They released the subways because these rumours got out of hand, so they just release a few miles of track to the public and then realised there's a fucking fair bit of money to be made here if we charge people for using these that we were using for free for ourselves, whatever the big they are, whether they are shape-shifting aliens or just rich people or just, maybe the gnomes, I'm guessing, you know that gnomes, you remember from the other shows that gnomes can live underground, so maybe the gnomes use the trains. I don't know. But, I mean, what did they do with, like, when you think about it, man, like, think about it. They dug out all them fucking subways and that underground. What did they do with all the dirt, mate, all that soil? Surely they would have loads of fucking spare dirt just knocking about from digging out the tunnels and digging out the lift shafts and the staircases and that, mate. But they don't. Yeah, London's a shithole, innit? But there isn't any literal dirt anywhere. And I'll be honest, the times that I have been there, I didn't even notice that many trees. Literally fucking no fields in the city centre. So where's all that soil gone? Like, do the trees just hold the dirt in place? And then because they've got rid of all of the trees around London, apart from maybe like the odd few to try and fucking pretty it up a bit, but compared to like up north and that and everywhere else around the country, barely any trees at all. So did they have to get rid of the trees because really the root system is what holds soil and dirt in place and keeps the dirt there? So could that mean that the the dirt just drops away from the surface into the centre of the earth, leaving these gaps, mate, where they can fucking put trains. Maybe they removed the trees so that they could just fucking pretend there's more space as well. You know, maybe that's all how we find these hidden tunnels. You know, because anywhere without trees could be a location of a secret subway station. Let's have another song. This is Talib Kweli with Miss Hill. You're right, mate. Thanks for listening. If you're enjoying this, maybe you'll like my book, How to Date an Antique Table, or Lover's Guide. You can get it on Amazon for about a tenner. I don't make a lot from it, but I just hope that you'd enjoy it, innit? Anyway, follow us on all my socials, at World Around You, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube. Pretty much anything, mate, anything. I've even got a Patreon if you fancy chucking us a couple of quid. I'll let you get back into your show. So, we've looked at a couple of urban legends now, but what did he need to make them into an urban legend? Some people say that they need to be believable, but that roommate story weren't really that believable, was it? Kind of scary, definitely creepy, and kind of funny, but the idea that a murderous mentalist would get caught mid-murder, then they'd waste time after they've already nearly been caught in the room. They're going to waste time collecting blood from the body of the victim to vandalise a personalised message to the fucking other roommate. It just seems a bit silly, innit? And so does crocodiles in American sewers. And to be fair, most of urban legends that I've been reading, most of them are that, they are silly, innit? Or they're just over the top weird, but still specific enough for it to be true. One good example is Sven Roygrok, which I'm probably saying wrong, and he's probably not a household name, not as his name actually is, but when I tell you who Sven Roygrok is, you are going to be like, oh yeah, I recognise him, I know exactly what you're talking about, World Around You. Fucking yes, I thought that was true. I mean, so what I'm saying is, Sven Roygrok isn't a household name, but he is South African, and he's been in a lot of South African films apparently as of late, so maybe he's a household name in South Africa. Or, maybe, you might know his name because you were an active nonce in the mid-noughties. But because, obviously, Sven was the kid in the Frosties advert. You know the one we mean? The one that went, they're going to be great, like that, and repeated it over and over and over again. They're gonna be great, like that. Fucking. It sounds like a fucking fever dream. However it went. The whole advert though of that was overshadowed for me by the fact that the lad that rammed a couple of the lad that did it, who was in the advert, he'd rammed a couple of 2Bs up his nose and bounced it off a fucking desk, mate. Except that wasn't a fact. That wasn't factually true. It was a rumour at my school spread by the same guy whose dad had a fight with Sarah Michelle Gellar and whose brother was mates with Richard and Judy's kid. Except at your school, that kid's dad was, probably a copper, or his nan was fucking Vera Duckworth's stunt double in Coronation Street. But I bet dickhead Danny was still going on about how the kid off the Frosties advert topped himself with a couple of pencils. And what's mad is, that's a rumour that seemed to go around every school in the UK, which is fucking mental. And everyone believed it as well. Like, why would you not believe it? It's a fucking, kind of an embarrassing advert to be a part of, because it didn't really have much to do with Frosties, or, any really have much to do with cereal at all. It was just odd. Like I say, everyone believed it, man, that's weird. And it was for a very long time that people would believe it. I believed it up until I was reading of urban legends and it came up on my list. I was like, what the fuck? I'd taken that as fact. And what's mental about it all is there's not even a fucking flake of truth to it, mate. It's not remotely true in the slightest. Like, his dad worked at Greggs, his nan had been dead 15 years, and our Danny's brother was just some scruff that used to sell cheap lizards. So you couldn't believe dickhead Danny for anything he was saying. Not about his dad fighting Sarah Michelle Gellar. His dad wasn't a copper. Fucking, but so how can you even believe what Danny's saying about Sven, about young Sven? Because Sven himself is still knocking about in sunny South Africa, making films, living off what I assume is the dream he aspired to be as a 15-year-old serial singer. Now, the rumour itself, I think this was a rumour spread around by whatever it is that slowly seems to have infiltrated our media. Because if you think about it, I'd say 2006 is around the time that television started to take a turn, at least in the UK. It was like the end of seeing happy kids on TV, or at least seeing kids on TV being like kids. Even if you bang a soap opera on now, like, you've got characters that are 13 years old, but the character is played by a 19-year-old actor, and the character itself act as if they're in their mid-30s, so that they know that they can keep that character the same through soap operas for the next 30 years without any character arc or development of the arc of the character, or whatever the fuck you would call it. You know, and the personality of the kid isn't like a kid that develops. They keep the same, don't they? Like, they give him an extreme thing happen to them in a soap opera, and then the traumatised, so that changes them, you know. Like, some of them, they seem like they've been working down a coal mine for the past 15 years, but as I say, they're supposed to be 13 in the programme, so it's fucking, like, I've always wondered why this happens, you know, and why the change in television happened as well. Because before secondary school, so for me personally, before 2005, I think TV made the world seem like it was a fun place, like somewhere you wanted to be a part of. And then it started to change, where it was like, oh, actually, you don't want to be a part of the world. What you want to do is hide away. Don't go outside. Outside's scary. People want to hurt you. Look at all this horrible stuff. Look at these bailiffs. Even if you stay in your house, bailiffs will be at your door. And then the police will be at your door if you stay at your house. Everything was to try and scare you, really, from a certain point. And I can't fucking pinpoint what year that seemed to happen. But saying that, I didn't really watch much TV up until about, I'd say, like 2016 or something. 2015 was when I started to watch TV more, like actually sit and watch it rather than just watch specific programmes that I had an interest in. But anyway, I think TV, it changed, didn't it? Like the next year, so like 2006ish time, when that fucking advert came about, it seemed like it was, or it seemed like the world was fun, used to be fun, or could be made, or it could be fun, like it all that concept, man, it's hard to put into words. I don't know how to put it into words, because how do you describe I don't know how to describe this. I'm really struggling. Basically, TV used to portray the world as fun, and then it seemed to stop. And it seemed to make it seem like it was fun to ruin the world around you, kind of thing, if that makes sense. Anyway, then, like, it fucking... Like, take the Frosties advert, like, man, because that was an example of someone trying to make a cheery advert for the telly and that, you know. And even that got jaded by it all. Around that time, they stopped putting toys in cereal boxes as well. You know, so there was a sort of an attack on kids, and they didn't want kids to be kids. It was a weird time around then, I guess. Like, internet was becoming more mainstream as well. I think it was towards the end of the dial-up internet and all, like a transitional period, I guess. So kids losing interest in toys, and the slim PS2 taking a top spot for most Christmas lists that year. If I've got my years right, I think it was the slim PlayStation 2 around that time, because I think the PS2 had already been out for a good number of years before that. Anyway, like, you could view this time period, as the first steps towards people shifting to a digital existence. After all, it was around 2005 that the UK government announced that tellies would be switching from analogue to digital. Something that I don't understand, though, is why did they do that? Obviously they'd give us more channels, you know, but it's all the same shite on them. Literally the same programmes all the time, innit? Like, on different channels, same programmes. It's sometimes even the same episode, and an hour plus and all that. You know, I'm not knocking it, man. I've got nothing against TV and TV people and all that, and people that enjoy it, but I watch TV myself. But I do think it's strange that they took away, like, fucking local interest channels. Like, I'm guessing this wasn't around the country. Channel M. I grew up in Manchester. We had our own TV channel called Channel M. I even met the people that did it when Phil Taylor and Adrian Lewis came to do a little exhibition darts match in Wythenshawe. Fucking Channel M was there with, I think it was the fella that played Spider in Coronation Street. So it went back. I'm going back a few years. Like, I was a kid. I probably shouldn't have been in the Legion at that age anyway, but I was only drinking Coke, you know, and even a bag of crisps and that, you know, it was alright. Also, though, you know, getting back to the telly, why did he regulate what's on TV? Like, I think if some weirdo wants to sink 25 grand into a TV show that details the life and times of an aspiring sheep fucker, or some weird clip show where you're sending videos of your partner on the toilet, then why can't they? Why can't that exist? Why can't that be? Why can't we have a PP Peepers? Do you know what I mean? Or a fucking, I don't know, toilet time or something, just like a little 20-minute episode, you know. Because realistically, what's wrong with that? It doesn't make sense to stop people from being able to do that. Because if that programme's shit, no one will watch it. Or people will watch it, then tell other people not to watch it, because like, that's fucking disgusting. All it is fucking fat birds having a poo. Just like the husbands go in, laugh at them. You're just listening to a bloke laugh and a woman go, no, go away, stop it, don't you dare send this into PP Peepers. And you're like, well, of course I'm going to, because I want to get the 250 quid. Do you know what I mean? Like, why can't that exist? Because no one would watch it, only weirdos would watch it, nobody would tell other people that they watch it, so the programme wouldn't last. So that money's all still been spent to make the programme and to promote the programme. Everyone's being paid for it. So why can't we have shit TV shows that may or may not last very long? It just seems to have stopped. Like, Channel 4 used to be mad for that, mate. Fucking all sorts of great programmes. Obviously, they still put out some good programmes and that. Like, you know, I'd probably watch more Channel 4 than I do of other channels, I would say. But at the moment, anyway, especially on demand. But they've got fucking... They used to have mad stuff. And it just doesn't seem to happen anymore. It seems to be like we've missed that time. Anyway, I'm fucking, you know, I mean, kind of sort of doglegging it back to the main theme of the show. Like, if I wanted to make a show where you watch me dig holes to find hidden railways, then why can't I do that? Or a show where you go into care homes and you interview the patients that are in the care homes, you know, all the old people and that, in the retirement homes, as you might call them, in other places around the world, you know. And you know, maybe if I want to go in there as well and film some old people tongue kissing each other, you know, just fucking see where it goes, you know, set the mood, a couple of candles, a handful of Werther's originals, you know, a glass on either side of their bed with a bit of fresh water in, so they can both take out their teeth and just plop them in the glass. No, there's the other one landing in the glass, you know, and fucking watch them go at it, and then film it, edit it down into a nice little 30 minute programme. Well, it's, let's say 20, we'll call it 27 minutes. I'll give it 3 minutes adverts in the middle. I don't think many people would want to advertise during fucking late night raunchy romps. What would you call it? Retirement rompers? Raunchy retirees. I don't know. But you get like an interview of their life and that, and they're like, oh yeah, me wife died 15 years ago. I've been in here now for 10 years. And I'll tell you what, it's brilliant. Because Joan over there, she can put it right down the back of her throat. She can, because she's not got any teeth, can you, Joan? And Joan's just there sort of dribbling like, yeah, I can do that. Because they're all on meds, innit, in retirement homes. They're all off their fucking faces, all shagging each other and that. That's what your nan's getting up to, or your granddad, or your uncle, or your auntie, or your mum, or your dad is getting up to in these retirement homes. Don't feel guilty about putting them there. It's a fucking orgy, mate. And we should be putting that on TV. Free entertainment for the masses. And old people will be watching it going, you know what? Retirement homes, not that bad. Should be allowed in there. So maybe all this fucking restrictions on not being allowed to make fucking a programme about the said like aspiring sheep fuckers or whatever, maybe they won't let us make these mad TV shows anymore because they don't want people to actually go into retirement homes anymore. Maybe they just want them to die at home. Maybe they want the land that the retirement homes are built on, because maybe them underneath them could be ley lines or something with fucking superpowers just emanating out the ground. Maybe like from fucking, I don't know, fucking ancient fucking water underneath, and that's why they put people there to old people on there so that they die, because it's a more concentrated amount of people that are going to die, and they're going to regularly die and pass away and feed the fucking energy source underneath these retirement homes. And then now maybe they've got enough retired people that have died above these power sources or batteries, like naturally occurring batteries in the ground that are charged from dead old people. Now, if that's the case, why shouldn't I be allowed to go in there and film them kissing each other? Give them a good send-off, you know. Fucking film that and be like, then at the end of every episode, you can have in memory of, you know, Bill, in memory of Joan, in memory of fucking, I don't know, Stephen. I don't know old people names, innit? Agnes. Because then at the end of every episode, everyone will be watching it and be like, look at him, oh, look at that, that's funny, he's just shatting his hand and threw it up a wall, and then at the end it's like, oh, he died. Oh, bless. At least he got to be on telly though, before it happened. Anyway, fuck me. I've really got lost there. Basically though, none of that can happen because the big they say that that's inappropriate, and Ofcom would probably have something to say about it. But is that why we went digital? Were they scared of a sort of they live moment? Maybe we've experienced a they live moment already, and that's why telly is now so heavily regulated. But if that was the case, that'd mean social media is either fake or it's run by the enemy. One or the other. For those that haven't seen They Live, like, on your face, because, like, what are you doing listening to this sort of shite if you've never watched They Live? Shame on you, innit? Because I'll give you the gist of the film. There's people in the film, not all of them are people, some of them are aliens, and this guy finds a box of sunglasses. He can put the sunglasses on, and that goes through this weird perception filter, and he can then see the aliens that are hiding as people in plain sight, blah, blah, blah. But basically, what the point I want to get to about the film, though, is these aliens are using people like the rebels are using TV frequencies to get messages out to the public, but I think the TV signals are a byproduct of the cloaking devices the aliens are using to hide themselves in public. Anyway, that's the point I'm making. Watch it anyway, it's a fucking good film. Anyway, my point about TV changing is it's almost as if someone wanted to remove teenagers and children from the world, give them the responsibility of adulthood to a certain degree, but complain when they work and then complain when they don't work. So hit them with conflicting complaints to fracture their view of the world, but more importantly, make them into a young target market, a new type of customer. And that's what digital markets have done, because think about how kids now buy skins for a first-person shooter and that, even a third-person shooter, like, they're not buying that for themselves. It's just for other people to see, just like how you'd bring your Kellogg's toy to school to show off what you got or to trade your doubles. None of this has been about urban legends though, and I do apologise. I don't know what you can grab from what I've been saying. So let's have another song. This is The Turn of the Century by the Sandpaper. Another weird, hard to believe urban legend is the clown statue. At least, I now understand where creepypasta comes from. They're just drunken ghost stories, but instead of them being told around the campfire after a few cans, they're spread online after a few Proseccos. But the clown statue itself, long story short, some babysitter bells her customers to ask if she can throw a sheet over the clown statue in the living room because it's unsettling her. To which, the customers fucking obviously reply with, take the kids next door because we don't own a clown statue, obviously. Now, I don't know what the lesson is here, other than, like, clowns don't exist, maybe, which I guess links us back to the Crazy Clowns of 2014 and the Stephen King's book, It. So maybe that clown itself was a shapeshifter if it is a true story. Maybe it was a lamp originally, then it was like, I can become a person now because the adults aren't here. I'll be a clown. I'll be what normal people look like, because it was one of the confused ones. Maybe that's where the Majestic 12 came from. Maybe the clown that was in that room was the one that was sort of mentally broken one that they now keep in the loft, the interdimensional loft. Anyway, I thought I'd take a look at more specific stories to see what sort of weird, almost human-like interactions there are out there in the literal fucking reams of urban legends. One of them is called The Smiling Man, a story about a bloke walking around noting a person with a face that looked a little off proportion. The head was leaning back, chin pointing up to the sky, and the face itself is smiling. Big smile though, not like a cheeky smirk, a big fucking shit eater. So I think it's weird when people smile around me at the best of times, especially as I walk past them in the street. I always worry that I'm fucking Truman from the Truman Show when people do that, to be honest. Other times I freak out though, thinking that there's some form of that they're all some form of creature that's just trying to fit in. But I mean, maybe I've just lived down south too long, and people don't really smile at each other down here, at strangers and that. So maybe it's just I know that's unusual now when people do that down here. Anyway, this smiling man was able to move around rapid, almost instantly, almost as if it wasn't real. But what if it was real? But not a physical thing. What if it was like a shape-shifting creature or a fourth-dimensional creature trying to blend in? It's possible. Unlikely, I guess, but, still possible. I guess there is a chance that they may have been walking past a person with physical disabilities and then further down the road they happen to walk past their identical brothers, like all three of them. But I really doubt it. Odds are the whole thing is a lie. But could it be a weird way of teaching kids not to trust openly happy people? Because I don't trust openly happy people. Can't help but think they're all liars. No one's happy all the time, innit? I'm not. None of me family are. Me missus isn't happy all the time. A smile for no reason is definitely, I would say, someone hiding something. Now, if you happen to be at work whilst you're listening to this, or if you sat in class while you're listening to this, first off, if you sat in class and listening to this, you're a fucking legend, mate. And I hope that's made you smile, because, you know, you've got one over on your teachers here, innit? You know, you're missing out on vital information for the rest of your life. So maybe, you know, you might end up like me one day. You'll be sat in a cupboard underneath your neighbour's stairs recording radio shows for Threshold FM that, you know, people aren't going to take seriously. You know, or, you know, if you're in work, fucking good on you as well, because you're getting paid to fucking listen to me prattle off shite. But anyway, do us a favour, look around the room, or the bus, or the public bathroom that you're waiting in, and look for the smiler. Then recognise that feeling in your belly as you look at them. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at I can describe the sensations, but I don't actually know what's assigned to them sensations, I guess. Like emotion-wise, that's not even a bit. I'm not very good at that. I can only describe the actual sensation to you. So you're gonna look at that smiley person, and I want you to notice that little pinching sensation at the top of your belly, just underneath your rib cage. Now you know why you feel that way, don't you? Now you know now. They make you uncomfortable, mate. That person smiling, that makes you uncomfy, and now you know why. They're either being beaten at home or on the way home or otherwise being bullied in their home life. They're not actually happy or happier than you. No one's happy. That's why when someone's all friendly, you need to be careful, because, you know, what are they after? Are they after your bumhole? Are they after your house keys, card details? Maybe they're a child molester. We may never know. But what about the fella in the window? Another urban legend, I don't mean stare at the fella in the window. If you do look around the room and there is a fella stood either in your window or staring through your window, then definitely fucking bell the police, or, you know, their carer, because something's going on here. But the story of the urban legend of the fella in the window, a woman bells the police because she sees a man in the window. Then she hides under a bedsheet till the police arrive. Don't know how they got through the front door, but they did. Then the police say that they found wet footprints in her room facing the window, so the guy was inside the house all along. Could this be another subtle reference to demons or ethereal beings? Maybe we shouldn't be scared of other people outside of ourselves, but be terrified of what's going on inside our own metaphorical homes, or ourselves, you know, our own business. Again, maybe, though, you should be scared of what the people are doing in your house. You're not constantly with your siblings or with your parents, are you? So how do you know that your brother and sister or auntie and uncle or whoever it is that lives with you, how do you know that they're not plotting to kill you? Or how do you know that your family aren't secretly a domestic terrorist cell? Speaking of domestic terrorists, what about Mothman? Fucking Mothman's a good urban legend. I think he will get his own episode, because it's kind of a cool story, and there's being more things about him all around the world as well, rather than just in fucking Point Pleasant. So that makes him more interesting. But he was said to fucking be around and fuck me, I can't remember the year. But he knocked about anyway around an old TNT mine, like a fucking explosives mine, which, you know, risky place. People would still be drawn to the mine though, like a fucking Mothman to a candle, even though they fucking knew it was a dangerous place and it's got fucking literal explosives in there. Yet then when they find out that there's a giant fucking moth humanoid flying about chasing cars, they go, oh, we'll avoid that mine. There's a fucking Mothman there. You know, not, we could get blown up at any moment by the fucking dynamite in the ground. But the idea that there's a fucking 9-10 foot Mothman creature that flies after cars, that's enough to keep them in a safer lifestyle, you know. Sometimes though, it seems like these urban legends might kind of be made by committee. And it's best for that committee to be stupid in order for it to be clever. Oh, you know, the committee sat around and fucking in the Vicar of Dibley, and they're like, oh, bombs don't scare them. And then the weird guy's just like, what about a moth? A massive moth that predicts natural disasters. No one will want to be near him. And weirdly enough, he was right. The weirdo was right. It kind of worked. Let's have another song. This is I Used to Be by GOH, Sugar Star, Redman and Method Man. Cheeky little advert about halfway through, you know. Did you know that I've got a red bubble and all that, where you can buy yourself little stickers for your laptop or your skateboard or something, or shirts as well. Even if you felt, especially weird, you could get a shower curtain with my face on it about 150 times. Obviously, I know no one wants that, but you got to have something different to offer, haven't you, that other people haven't got. Anyway, let's crack on with the show. What if the Mothman, though? What if the Mothman was a drone and the TNT mines were actually drone factories? The place was called Point Pleasant, and you could argue that a drone is a modern-day equivalent of taking point in a battle. I reckon, you lead with the drone. Maybe the Pleasant part of the name is a sort of sarcastic name that they give to the military base that's there. I don't know if there actually is one, though. And it seems there's a crossover between what is now called a creepypasta and an urban legend. One of the most obvious crossovers of this would be Slenderman, a story that involves a Photoshop battle to rival the one that we learnt about in the episode about the Giants, purely though because this battle resulted in death. 2 12-year-old girls killed their mate because of Slenderman. Horrible story, fucking shouldn't have happened, but it did. And it's another example of how fiction affects the real world. A story literally made up was the blame for the death, but I haven't looked into it much, and I reckon we'll add Slenderman to the list and cover it another time. I don't know what the hidden message of Slenderman would be either, because I don't know a lot about him. I only know bits. Maybe it's a deep-rooted message that says you shouldn't allow children to use the internet because, they don't have the perception to decipher fact from fiction. There's a good chance, though, that Slenderman is actually a tulpa, and if you don't know what a tulpa is, then you can never actually be affected by one. But now I'm going to ruin that for you, because knowing a tulpa exists mean that you can make one exist, and you can even make that tulpa stronger. Freddy Krueger, he's a good example of what everyone will know. In the films, he gets stronger the more people are aware of his name. The idea behind a tulpa, though, is that if people believe in an idea, then the universe has a way of bringing that idea into reality. Just like how for years no one believed Tupac was dead, and then his ghost rose from his grave and performed at Coachella. But because people didn't want the knowledge of tulpas getting into everyone's world, the big they called it a hologram. Like we're living in fucking Star Wars or something. And speaking of ghosts, I read about a quarter of a scientific study into urban legends, and from there I was mostly just Googling what words meant, and I wasn't really learning anything from it because I kept having to break it off to find out what these different fucking words meant. Anyway, they said that most people that believe in urban legends already have a predisposition to believing in conspiracy theories, ghosts and the paranormal. And that's pretty interesting, I thought. But that also made me wonder, though, do gossipers get included in that? So when Brenda from the corner shop is chatting shit about Carl across the road, could she just be as easily telling you about the boy who kept getting internet pop-ups until he was killed by an unknown entity in his bedroom that painted his walls with his blood? The original story, supposedly, of the Red Room. Or maybe she'll be whittering on about the fucking Wold-Newton Triangle. I would love to go to a shop, though, and I've been told fucking mad conspiracies by this so-called Brenda. Especially the stories from fucking Wold-Newton Triangle. I mean, that might get an episode on its own. It's a fucking mental place in East Yorkshire that's home to fucking werewolves, ghosts, vampires, fairies, and even a fucking mysterious monolith and a dragon meat. Some people think that all these stories stem from the placement of ley lines in the area, whilst throughout history, they've always blamed the local stream, which is known as the Gypsy Race Stream. Locals have always believed that if the stream itself swells, it's a sign of an incoming disaster in the area, which makes perfect sense because I would imagine the stream runs downhill because it's a stream, so a swollen stream would probably be an indicator of heavy rainfall further uphill, so maybe the regular disasters would be a flood of some description. Anyway, the dragon's a pretty sick story though. From what I could read about that, it's supposed to still be there in the sea at the minute, a place that's called Filey Brig. The big rocks that are on the coastline of Filey Brig are supposed to be the calcified bones of the dragon, which itself was tricked into eating this really sticky food by the locals, and then whilst it was washing its teeth in the water, they drowned the fucking thing. But that was ages ago, so it's not really relevant to an urban legend, it's more of a myth. But there's still ghost stories emanating from the area. One of them that I read, that ghost supposedly only exists because a group of sisters refused to decapitate their dead sister, which was her dying wish. She wanted to be decapitated and have her head stored at the grounds of the building. And obviously, because they didn't do that, the dead sister haunts that building until they did dig up her skull and returned it to the building. And then, surprisingly, all the hauntings and the weird sounds all stopped and never returned. Werewolves and all, like I say, in the 1700s, there was a building erected to protect people from the local wolves on Saxton Hill. But there was also stories about werewolves in the area. Many people believed the wolves were too smart for their own good in that place, so that these wolves must have been humans that had been inflicted with lycanthropy. The most recent werewolf sighting, though, is from the past 100 years, mate. Comes from the 1960s, where a bus driver claims to have seen a werewolf just fucking knocking about, mate. Now, it's hard to believe all these things because there's so much going on, and it seems unusual, but what if the monolith I mentioned, what if it's because of that? Maybe that's the cause of all of these monsters. There are countless stories from olden days to now claiming that the monolith came about because it's a missile from the devil himself launched at the world, and that would explain all the mad stuff going on there. But I mean, what if the missile was, or the missile, is it missile or missile? Missile was actually from an alien spacecraft. It could easily be a missile, but what if it's one of Xenu's soul prisons? And because they miss lava, they can creep out slowly, or they can't properly escape the prison, and they inhibit them whatever's nearest to them. Maybe that were wolves or dogs at the time, or maybe it's a fucking form of calcified, unexploded interplanetary missile from a fight between aliens. But honestly speaking, I can't really find out much about that. Could the monoliths of 2020 have been a group of people trying to recreate these conditions, or maybe they were trying to have an excuse to use holograms in the area to make people scared of ghosts, werewolves and other monsters, almost as if they're trying to recreate conditions from a few hundred years ago, trying to instill fear. Because realistically, fear will be the best way for religion to make a comeback. Anyway, that's about all I've got time for this week. I'll see yous in a bit. Don't know if I'm going to be able to fit the whole song in, but we're going to finish with this. This is Push by Pharaoh Munch. I'll see yous in a bit.
You right, guys? I'm the world around you, and this is Pause for Thought on Threshold FM, and this week we're dipping our toe into the water and hoping something comes up to suck on it, to nibble on the fleshy bit beneath our toenails, to touch the deepest part of our soul. You know what? This week I'd like to start with a well-known poem to get us going. So let's should we have a little bit of background noise? Just set the scene a little bit. One night I dreamed a dream as I was walking along the beach with my lord. Across the dark sky flashed scenes from me life. For each scene I noticed two sets of footprints in the sand, one belonging to me and one approximately 4 times the size with a much larger gait. After the last scene, my life flashed before me. I looked back at the footprints in the sand. I noticed that at many times along the path of my life, especially at my very lowest and saddest times, there was only one set of curiously elongated footprints with abnormal spacing. And this really troubled me. So I asked the Lord about it. Lord, you said once I decided to follow you, you'd walk with me all the way, but I noticed that during the saddest and most troublesome times in my life, there was only one set of footprints, and for whatever reason, the feet looked huge. I don't understand why, when I needed you the most, you would leave me. He whispered, "My precious child, I love you, and I will never leave you, never, ever, during your trials and testings. When you saw that one set of footprints you've so callously described, it was then that I carried you." Now, if that hasn't made it obvious to you, this week we're looking into Bigfoot in it, so let's have a song. This is a song produced by Tate Flip featuring J-Dar and Floki SB. It's called Double Edged Sword. So the earliest reference that I could find about Bigfoot is from about 800 years ago on some petroglyphs in California. They depicted a group of bipedal creatures that could easily be humans, but they're referred to as the family. Now, the biggest one out of them is a lot bigger than the rest, and it seems to be hairy. But what if that's not actually hair, though, innit? What if it's just crudely coloured in and is actually a depiction of a shadow person, you know, like an ethereal being from another dimension? And just, you know, it looks crudely coloured in because they've had to colour it in with rocks on rocks and scrape the rocks into the rock, and they had no other way of really doing like block colouring. They couldn't just like click fill all and colour it in like that. And it's just, we've just looked at it and gone, oh, they must have been hairy, because we're not thinking to ourselves, oh, you know, I draw on rock all the time using other rocks to scratch rocks, so it must be, it must work, but it doesn't. So maybe that could be what it is. Maybe it's not a family as such at all, but maybe it's a representation of a life cycle of sorts, like a way to show what a different group of Native Americans would depict in their drawings about something that I think was called the cycles or the worlds, where
they think we're due to enter either the 4th or 5th run of the world at some point, which could, in a way, tie these petroglyphs to some theosophical stuff that we've covered every now and then and we've heard about before, like the 7 root races. But we won't get into them. We're still not touching on that yet. I still feel like we need the groundwork before we get to there. Now, I need to say there are other references to giant humanoids throughout history, innit, like the giants and the Nephilim, but I'm pretty sure we've covered them. We've covered giants in an episode, and I'm sure we touched on the Nephilim a fair few times, but interestingly though, there are other links between Bigfoot and the Bible, innit? Because certain places in America have named their native Sasquatch after activities that they repeat. For example, in one place, the Sasquatches are known as the Clam Eaters, and in the Bible, right, the Bible tells people loads of times, don't eat shellfish. So I was wondering, could that be why it says that in the Bible? Could it be that because the Bible is a text that's been passed down from Bigfoot to humans? And I know it might seem hard to believe, innit, but there are all sorts of reports of Sasquatches stealing from fishing nets, and I found a few references saying that they steal salmon specifically. So what if they steal that salmon, some of them, the naughty ones, but the good ones gave us the Bible and that, telling us, oh, don't eat the shellfish, because they know that after they've taught people how to fish with nets, they're also going to drag shellfish out of the water, which means they're going to then dunk them back in the water, because they can't eat them, because Bigfoot's told them don't eat the shellfish. So they're like, well, I'm not going to touch the clams because, the Bigfoot said not to, so I'll just dump them here. And then Bigfoot comes along at night time and swipes them all. Or just comes along when they're not at the nets and picks them out, It's a possibility, innit? And maybe they knew that by teaching them to fish, that they're helping themselves, and maybe that's like a tax, and maybe that's where taxation comes from as well, and why maybe the church kind of taxes people, just as a thought, But if it seems like a good idea, doesn't it, on Bigfoot's part, because it means that they'd have a steady supply of clams to eat, and they don't have to get the fur wet and all, which was going to take a long time because they're very airy, innit, and it's going to take ages to dry out if they start fucking dipping into rivers and not trying to search around for fucking mussels and stuff. And that does make sense in a way, innit, and kind of alludes to a disagreement in relationships between humans and Sasquatches, because there are a type of Bigfoot creature known as skunk apes, because apparently they stink, right? So could these skunk apes from the Southern American states ironically be against the idea of enslaving the humans? And these obviously more friendly bipedal giant apes, the skunk apes, have earned the nickname of the benign-faced ones, possibly. But I guess if you look at it a certain way, that means that there has to be a nasty ones as well, which further ties into the idea that there may have been a war amongst the Sasquatch between the nice ones and the bad ones, the ones that wanted to enslave humans and make them collect clams and mussels and stuff, and the ones that didn't want to make them enslaved and force them into catching shellfish from inside the water and maybe the odd bit of crayfish and that. It just cements that idea, doesn't it? It really does. It drives it home that there's this idea of warring factions of ape in North America. Now, there are another group of people from America as well, and I don't think they were Native Americans, because a lot of what I was reading about it seems to allude to the fact that the links for their beliefs can come from Germanic traditions. But either way, a bunch of beliefs seem to revolve around them becoming stronger if you know about them or believe in them, even to the point where these people would go out of their way to prevent their kids from ever learning about them, so that they wouldn't go into the woods and look for them. Now, if they were just trying to keep the children away, then they wouldn't even tell them that Sasquatches were there, just so it doesn't pique the curiosity at all, would they? Or they just say, these things will fucking rip your face off, don't go near the trees, because they'll fucking kill you. They knew bears existed, and wolves and coyotes are probably dangerous as well. But if you know all of that's going on, then the idea that they've got to say, we know these things, but don't tell them about Sasquatch, because Sasquatch will take them if Sasquatch knows that these kids believe in him. And that seems a bit strange, innit? But they don't do that. They instead don't try to make it so that they don't believe in them at all. And they try to limit that belief in them, if they do believe in them. So in a way, I think that kind of means that Bigfoot could be a tulpa, Now, if we imagine that Bigfoot's a tulpa that lives with the say, or a creature, maybe not a tulpa as such, but a creature that exists within the same rules as Freddy Krueger, in the sense that more knowledge of it and the belief of it makes it more real and, you know, potentially more powerful and dangerous, then that would explain why a lot of experts in Bigfoot who claim to believe in the cryptid say that most sightings of him are just hoaxes or misunderstandings. So why would these people want to say that the very evidence they have is fake? It's almost like these experts are trying to protect us from Bigfoot by preventing us all from blindly believing in it. Maybe they want to invade our world, like Bigfoot and that, and either maybe from another dimension or possibly from the Hollow Earth. I mean, it's hard to tell. But if that is a possibility, that if we believe in them, it's going to make us more accepting of them, because they think about a lot of stuff to do with Bigfoot, mate. They try and make it seem like he's friendly and that, innit? Like, oh, look at him, he seems lovely. Like Chewbacca's fucking Han Solo's best mate. He's on what's deemed to be the good side of Star Wars, but I mean, if you look at it in a certain light, Star Wars, Luke Skywalker and all them guys and Princess Leia and that, they're the baddies, because they're trying to fucking disrupt society in a way, I guess. Now I know the Empire are doing, you know, killing a lot of people and that, but still, they're still in charge, and the others are the rebels. They're the bad people. But we're still made to believe that Chewbacca's a good guy. Now, if we do believe that Chewbacca's a good guy, that could make us then think, if we do see a Bigfoot knocking about in the woods, because you're not going to see it outside your house. It's very unlikely unless you live in the woods or the forest, or on like a mountainside or something, or in a valley, or, you know, somewhere out the way. And they always seem to be somewhere where there's not many people, right? For a start. Now, if we believe they're good, that means we could go up to them and they could befriend us, and they could start to fucking pump our heads full of propaganda, mate, and that. Do you know what I mean? And there's enough propaganda out there, you know, like, because we know that the reptilians run the galaxy, innit, and maybe the furthest reaches of the universe, and we know that greys are good with technology as well, and we know that the gnomes as well can travel through solid matter, but other than the ability to maybe spread propaganda better than the Nazis did, what powers do Sasquatches actually have? Now, when you break it down a bit, they seem to be pretty strong, and I don't know if you can call it super strength though, because an elephant's pretty big, innit? Like a Bigfoot's pretty big, and elephants are strong, and I wouldn't try to compare an elephant to a Nazi super soldier or Captain America kind of thing, and an elephant is just proportionally strong to its size, innit? But apparently Bigfoot can pull whole trees out of the ground and fucking launch them across the sky and weave them to make nests like a fucking huge demented gorilla. Now, I've got no idea if the trees it's pulling out of the ground are whips, saplings, or fully grown trees, but let's assume that they aren't fully fledged redwoods or anything like that, but still, you know, a good sized tree. It's impressive, innit? But I would expect some modicum of strength from something that's 9 foot tall with fucking wrists down past its knees. It's going to have leverage. It's going to be able to grab something and launch it. Now, Bigfoot also seems to be able to camouflage pretty well, innit? And at will, like a more advanced chameleon, or more like an octopus. It's like an octopus of the trees, disappearing into the forest at moments, at a moment's notice, and even seem to have evolved to leave little to no trace of their existence. Now, to me, this implies quite heavily that there's a predator for the Bigfoot if they've evolved to not leave a trace and not be able to be tracked. Because if they don't leave tracks, as in like they don't shed fur, they don't defecate, they don't leave a scent other than the occasional ominous smell of sulphur, which could easily be linked to some form of portal to another dimension, or maybe to hell or something like that. But let's bear in mind that it's just a smell that they just emit for now. Then surely that means that there must be something hunting them, or there was something that hunted them, and the ones that couldn't be hunted survived, innit? Does that make sense? Now, it could be, right, that they're so well evolved that they don't need to use their arseholes at all. Maybe they've completely sealed over. No need to poo. And, you know, maybe because of that, even less likely to wee. And that's why they've never been discovered, mate. could that be the smell of sulphur or rotten eggs that's sometimes associated with them? Maybe instead of passing solids, they just somehow emit a gas, like they sweat out a gas, and the bodies are perfectly attuned to destroy everything they eat, whether that's a raccoon, a crow, a handful of berries, or a dead horse that they found in a farmer's field. No matter what it is they ingest, it all gets used. Now, this could mean that they're actually like the proto-human, the original human race. Maybe the inhabitants of the planet from before the Anunnaki arrived there. Maybe they are the fabled Nephilim or the Ajiji, you know, the race of humans that were made for mining gold out of the ground, until one of the Anunnaki engineers worked out that they could just use alchemy and create a smaller, much less territorial and easier to control genetic hybrid out of their DNA and the Sasquatch DNA, and they could use that creature to not only mine gold from down the mines, but also convert everything that they eat and drink into gold, using the mystical chemical that breaks down the food stuff that passes through the Bigfoot. They could fine-tune it to harvest tiny fragments of gold and introduce breeding and sex to the new creatures that they've made, the humans, and then wait for a while until there are billions of these new genetic hybrids. Then they could build an underground network of tunnels, also known as a sewage system, right, to collect all of that processed gold. Now that's already in its in a smaller, it's easier to manage chunks rather than the chunks that have just come out of the ground as well, and they can take that home to Nibiru and atomize it to repair their atmosphere. Now, this would also explain the relationship many people have reported between alien spacecrafts or just the lights in the sky and their local Bigfoot when they see them, because there are some people that, quite a lot of people have said that when they've seen spaceships and when they've seen them land and the fucking what's it called, come out, what do we call that, what's the thing that comes down, I want to say ramp, but I presume there's a proper word for it, like is catwalk, is it a catwalk when it comes out of a spaceship towards the ground? Let's call it a ramp, because it is a ramp, but I feel like there's a word for it. When some of them say when they see that ramp coming down, that they've sometimes seen like what look like two, like one on either side, a Bigfoot on either side of the ramp, almost as if they're fucking bouncers, mate, outside of a strip club or outside of a fucking Weatherspoons in a particularly rough area. If they've got two bouncers on the door, I would argue. But that would define the relationship between them. Like they're on the door, they're not in the team, but they're on the payroll kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Like in the same way that the Greys aren't really in the team, but they're on the payroll of the reptilians. Maybe the Greys have outsourced to Bigfoot. Maybe the Greys, though, are the things that created Bigfoot. Maybe the Greys are the Anunnaki. I mean, we're not getting into that this week. We will definitely. We already have covered the Greys, but we will really get into the Anunnaki. That may be a series, and I wouldn't mind a couple guests for that one. Maybe as a possibility, and we could have a proper discussion about it, like a fucking 5 or 6 hour show, and I could bore you all senseless with just nonsense, and then come back the next week with a fucking hour show on something completely different. I don't know, but anyway, I've gotten lost. So I mean, what were we on about? We were on about ramps and that, weren't we? Oh yeah, people would see Bigfoot and that, and maybe Bigfoot would collect the person and carry the person because Bigfoot's from here, some people believe. So maybe they can touch us in the same sense that we can't really touch a frog without damaging a frog, because the oils on our hands will burn the frog's skin. Do you know what I mean? Like maybe that's what happens when the aliens touch us, and maybe they've got all this, but that implies that they've got all of this equipment and stuff, but haven't actually developed a way of making a pair of gloves, which seems very unlikely. Anyway, though, so if the aliens are coming here, that means that maybe, as I was saying, like they work with each other and they're on the payroll kind of thing, but maybe they're not on the payroll. Maybe Bigfoot's like their slave race, and then the Bigfoot has been kind of scouting for people that they could take to molest and probe and insert DNA into, collect and harvest DNA from, in order to make genetically modified creatures inside of the moon. It's a possibility, do you know what I mean? But maybe that's why Bigfoot resides in the woods and it's never seen in cities, because in the cities and even in much smaller towns where there's less people have access to toilets and the sewage systems, but in the woods people are just shitting on the floor, innit? Now I'm suggesting to you, dear listener, that the aliens check in with the Sasquatches once in a while to find out who's not pulling the weight, or maybe more suitably, who's not pushing their weight, at least at home and into the bowl, meaning that another potential superpower for the regular Sasquatch is memory related. More specifically, a lesser known ability called being a super recognizer. Now, this ability affects only 2% of the human population, but if we are indeed all descendants from Bigfoot, because their DNA was spliced in order to create us, then that would explain where this ability in humans has come from. Now, a super recognizer is a person that can remember every single face that they've seen and bring it back, and that ability must haunt some Sasquatches, fueling their PTSD-ridden minds with flashbacks of events such as the Battle of Ape Canyon. But let's have a song before we get into that. This is Ramp Up by Locksmith and Khan. So the Battle of Ape Canyon's a real thing, innit? And the Battle of Ape Canyon took place in the weeks leading up to the 16th of July 1924 in Washington in America. Now, I'm not sure if that's Washington the town, Washington the city, Washington the state. It just said Washington, and I know they've got a lot of them. But there was a bunch of miners alone in a cabin. Now that's miners with an ER, not an OR. They weren't unsupervised children left alone in the woods. That would make this an entirely different story, especially as you learn that they were all attacked in their sleep. But as I said, this isn't a story about child molestation. It's actually a battle, like a fight, you know, a battle that had one alleged casualty and a fair bit of collateral damage as well. So whilst the miners were sleeping in their cabin, they got bombarded with stones, mate, so they could hear doof, 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 and then all of a sudden fucking stones were being launched with enough speed and power to damage the cabin and tear holes through the fucking walls and that, you know. But not just from one side either, so it's not like an avalanche, it was coming from all sides and coming through all of the walls. See, if it was a bunch of miners getting the back walls punctured whilst they slept, it would be a very different story. Do you know what I mean? Like this is why it was very important that I got across to you. It's miners with an ER, not miners with an OR. It's not a bunch of children being taken from behind, having their inner walls destroyed from every conceivable angle. That's not what this is about. By a bunch of massive hairy men. That's not what this is about. These were grown men getting every wall of their cabin punctured with actual flying rocks and stones and boulders, whatever I don't know where you draw the line between rocks and stones and boulders, but I mean, we've probably all draw the line in a different place, don't we, for something like that, I would have thought. Anyway, so the miners, they started to shoot at the attackers, and when they would fire gunshots at the direction that they could see the stones seem to be coming from, which, according to reports, was every direction. So these are just a bunch of people now at this point standing outside of a hut in the woods, shooting blindly into the night. But the stones would stop coming through the walls. And when the shooting would stop, the barrage of boulders would begin again. Then, through one of the holes that had been created by these rocks that were being flung through the walls and that, a big arm started reaching through the hole and feeling around, reaching around through the hole. This is what, again, for the terminology being that was used in the story, this is why it was important, ER not OR. So there was an arm reaching around the wall, besides the axe that was against the wall, apparently attempting to grab at the axe, possibly to try and bring the fighting to an end, maybe as a threat, or maybe to chop the bodies of the miners up as is custom, you know, in axe attacks. But for whatever reason, that arm retreated, whether the creature the arm belonged to just simply couldn't hack it anymore, or realised that it seemed like overkill. Either way, they left the axe alone and retreated back into the woods. Now, one miner by the name of Beck managed to shoot one of the creatures that stood atop the ridge, and they watched as that creature tumbled down the valley to the bottom of the gorge, but no body was ever retrieved. So they probably only harmed the Bigfoot rather than actually killing it, and it probably just limped away or something. But a few years later, in a book that Beck released himself about the evening, he claimed that he believes the creatures are actually extra-dimensional rather than corporeal beings, which is something that I've come to believe too, and I've not even read his book, mate. This is just from a bit of research here that I've done. It just seems quite likely that they are extra-dimensional beings, because that's how they're able to disappear. That's how they're able to watch you and appear behind you, like disappear and reappear, and why they're connected to lots of aliens and folklore stories, and why they seem to be everywhere and nowhere. It just makes sense, and I don't think many aliens. I don't really think that when we're told we live on a planet, mate, on a boulder full of boulders in the sky, we probably don't
We probably just live on a fucking thing. There's got no way of describing what it is. It's just our way of understanding this is what we live on. And they live on the same thing in the same space as us, but in a different part of it, if that makes sense. Like in the light spectrum and that. I mean, this is getting out of it, but it's a thought I had whilst I was reading about this. Now, you think about a rainbow, innit? Like, a rainbow is often seen as a symbol of hope. It's seen as a sign of beauty. It's grace. It's everything nice about the world. But realistically, a rainbow is just a reminder of the prison that we're in, because a rainbow is just our eyes or our brain showing us that. Well, it's us showing us that purely because of how our eyes have developed, either evolutionarily or because they were made by a species of alien by mixing us in with some form of fucking bird for a little while in the moon, or however it was our eyes came to be, to have cones. That's all a rainbow is just a reminder of that limitation of our bodies, that we can only see them colours. We can't really see any, and we can see a mixture of those colours, but nothing else. We can't see the infrared. We can't see anything else. I just thought that was quite nice, and maybe poetic. Maybe it's not. Maybe it makes no sense at all. But I just thought it's worth saying that there's a lot of people that are trying to be like, rainbows are great. We should use a rainbow for the symbol for this and for the symbol for that, like for the NHS and that. But realistically, could you not argue that by using the rainbow as a symbol for the NHS and various other things in different types of rainbows and by using the rainbows they're showing that, oh yeah, let's use it for hope, but realistically we're using it to display the limitations that we've already put in place for this thing, this organisation. Just as an idea, it's got nothing to do with Bigfoot realistically, but we'll get back into Beck and his boys anyway. Like, the site where they were sleeping and mining is very, very close to an active volcano, which is a natural structure that's often associated with extra-dimensional entities and with aliens and UFOs and hollow earth entrances and exits and like valves and fucking spaceships and all often associated with things like that, innit? So it could be where the Bigfoots for that area could have come from the volcano. But what you've got to remember about Bigfoot encounters is that although they seem violent, there is often little actual violence involved. Like, for example, I read about a bloke in Canada who was kidnapped by a Bigfoot and held like a pet by his family, He didn't give any details in what I was reading about what its house looked like or where it lived or if it travelled through a portal with him and dragged him through a portal. I don't know how he got there and how he escaped, it didn't say. But it just seems odd that they didn't harm him, and it's one of the few actual times a Bigfoot has been seen with other members of its own species as well. And the man claims that, like I say, none of them injured him, none of them hurt him. They just, from what I read, it worded it as if to say they were just entertained by his very presence. Like people that have a pet hamster, you get nothing from a hamster, mate. You get fuck all back from a hamster or a goldfish. You don't really get much back from cats, but we still have them. So maybe the people that go missing aren't taken by the rich and the so-called 1% that come and kidnap children in the night. Maybe that's not what they're doing. Maybe that's not what's happening. Maybe they're selling them off to Bigfoot so that all these different Bigfoot can just have a pet human in their house, just fucking, and they give it the life of Riley, mate. Fucking like how we look after cats. Most people have a cat, they look after it, they get it a little bed, they get it some bowls, they feed it its favourite flavour of food, they get it toys all the time, they rub its belly, they tickle that bit above the tail which makes the cat go like that and freak out a bit. They rub under its chin and they give it love and affection. And maybe that's what's sort of happening. All the kids that go missing, maybe they're not being raped on an island by Jeffrey Epstein's friends. Maybe they're being taken there, but maybe they go there to meet at this portal where they can enter the hollow earth of Gartha or whatever, and they sell the children to Bigfoot or to a vendor who then transports them to their equivalent of pets at home, which might be, I mean, I mean, it'd be weird to call it Pets at Home because obviously that's a name that's used here, and obviously they would never use that. I don't even know if they'd call it a pet shop, but I don't know what they would call it. I don't know if Bigfoots use currency. Apparently they use stones and rocks to try and trade things with us. So, you know, and a lot of children say stuff like sticks and stones will break my bones, but names will never hurt me. And maybe that saying comes from because that's how Bigfoot disciplines the children that they kidnap. Maybe Bigfoot beats these children when he's bought these children, and he beats them with sticks and stones, and that's where this saying came from. This saying came from a kid that escaped, mate, and they said, but names will never hurt me, and that's because the Bigfoot would always give it like endearing names, but the names made no sense to the children because obviously Bigfoot doesn't speak English or French or Spanish or Chinese even. They apparently speak in like clanging wood off wood, so that they're doing stuff like that to you, and that's why that's not hurting you. They're still using the sticks and stones and clanging them together to make noise, but it's not hurting you anymore. So sticks and stones may break my bones, but the names will never hurt me, and that's why they would encourage the Bigfoot to try and just say the kid's name as much as possible. Now, another power that Bigfoot has is their ability to blend in it, and that's something you've got to bear in mind if Bigfoot is out there stealing people's children, and if Bigfoot is kidnapping people's children, and they've got their blending ability to thank for that, innit, really. But this example in Canada of this bloke being kidnapped by Bigfoot is the only example of an actual kidnapping by a Bigfoot that I've been able to find. Now, they do like to stalk people, though, and I quite like when you see a cat in the street, I'll go up to it, and I might follow it for a few doors, and so I can give it a little tickle in that. I don't mind. I quite like doing that. I won't do it with a squirrel or with a woman, but I might do it with a cat, in the same sense that Bigfoot might be like, oh, look at them there, the lesser being, I love them, let's go and give him a little tickle, and then it's like, they're just scared of me, they run away, which cats run away from us, so it kind of makes sense, innit? We're Bigfoot's cats, right? But the best part about this, right, is that no one would believe that they've been stalked by a Bigfoot. Now, if a cat goes to another cat, they'd be able to relate and say, this guy followed me home before. If a woman comes home and's like, this guy followed me home before. Or if a guy comes home and he's like, whoa, this guy followed me home before. Or a kid comes home from school and he's like, whoa, this guy followed me home before. Or an old lady, comes home from bingo and she's like, whoa, this guy followed me home before. Or your auntie comes round to your house and she's just come here from town and she's like, oh, this guy followed me to your house before. It's believable because it's relatable. We all know what a guy is, and we probably have all known or seen someone that we think to ourselves they'd probably follow someone home that they don't know. But to believe that a Bigfoot would do that to us just is hard, innit? It's hard. So maybe it's not that. Maybe they're not evil. Maybe the Bigfoot know this, and maybe the Sasquatches are just mischievous and just like to fuck with people wherever they can. Now, random miners aren't the only people who have wrote about them, though, about Sasquatches. Apparently, a president of America, Roosevelt, he's written about them too, so there must be some element of truth to Sasquatches. It was about his notes from speaking to a native, but I can't remember, and I don't want to be wrong. I like to inform you, I don't like to really get things wrong on here. I don't want to lead you astray. So he did write about them, though. Roosevelt did write about them. So if you want to go and look that up, feel free. But you've got to bear in mind that some people can't handle the truth, though, and they want to try and muddy the waters of reality by then trying to convince people that Bigfoot isn't actually a 10-foot bipedal ape creature, and is actually just something that they consider much more likely. So, bear that in mind when you are looking into these things. Now, I say, right, that this is just further proof of the species of creature that David Icke refers to as the Archons, or that Aleister Crowley drew that picture of on his deathbed, or what we've referred to loosely in other episodes as Greys. It's said that these creatures can't come up with new concepts or ideas in it, and instead they have to twist what is already there, hence the DNA splicing facility within the moon. And that's the only way they can kind of make something new. Now, the idea of a massive two-legged monkey monster, man, would be a new concept at some point, and therefore probably wouldn't be accepted by our alleged ethereal overlords. But
they could try to explain those creatures away by saying something like, it's not 8 foot 2-footed hairy bloke. It's actually an injured bear that's taken on walking on its hind legs because its legs are sore, you know, it's hurt its front leg, or it's cut its chest, it needs to walk upright, or that they're apes, you know, they're just apes, but they're not the mythical creature you believe they are. They're just a group of travelling orangutans, chimpanzees, and a few gorillas that are all somehow living in harmony with one another in the Floridian swamps. You know, I mean, you can't even believe that, mate. That's so hard to believe. That's harder to believe that there is a group of fucking great apes, the chimps, the orangutans, and the gorillas, right? It's hard to believe that they'd just be knocking about together in a swamp in Florida and be fine with it. Like, fucking chimpanzees are fucking well strung and super territorial and aggressive, and I find it hard to believe that they would just accept living with a gorilla or an orangutan, or even fucking let alone work alongside them in some form of weird community. Now, other information possibly posed by the ethereal entities into the minds of weak humans is that every sighting of a Bigfoot is actually just a sighting of an American Vietnam veteran. I actually read this, guys. Some people believe that every sighting of a Bigfoot is actually just a sighting of an American Vietnam veteran, which is mental, saying that they decided to live in the American forest after getting PTSD in Vietnam. But that gets harder to believe, right? Because you could believe it, maybe that's happened once. Maybe someone saw a Vietnam veteran in the woods once and thought, fucking hell, was that a Bigfoot? You know, he used to be in the army, he could be 7'2" and built like a brick shithouse. And you see him and you're like, fucking hell, that's a big guy in the distance there. And he could have, you know, like a sort of a... Probably wouldn't be wearing a hippie coat if he went to Vietnam, but maybe he has. Maybe he's, you know, he's decided, you know, he might like the fashion, you know, and he's got one of them coats, the leather coats with all the tassels on it. Looks like fur from a distance. Who are we to judge? We can't tell. We can't know for sure. But it does get a lot harder to believe that could happen every single time when you learn that as I said at the start of the show about the petroglyphs, the cave drawings, or not cave drawings, but the rock drawings, the rock paintings, and that of these creatures from about, what was it, 1,000 years ago, 900, 800 years ago, and writings in books from 200 years ago, and even in the early 20th century, long before they went to Vietnam and fucking set fire to the jungles and that. Now, this would mean that the US government have access to time travel, and that for whatever reason they decide that they send their veterans back in time when they develop a mental health condition from fighting for the country. And in my opinion, that just seems somewhat counterproductive, doesn't it? Realistically, that's causing more problems further down the line for yourself, because that means that this person's come to you and gone, you're right, mate, I'm World War II, I'm riddled with shell shock. Later on, I'm riddled with PTSD, and you're like, right, well, have you heard of John Tito? And the veteran would be like, well, no, who's that? Who's he on the telly? He'd be like, not exactly. No, this is going to all be new to you then. Have you heard of the Philadelphia experiment? No, I can't say I have. No, I've never heard of that. Is this something that I should have been briefed on, debriefed on? No, don't worry about it. Just we've got a boat, you see, and now if you want to come and step on this boat, what we're gonna do is we're gonna cure you. And then they go and step on this boat or this device that they've probably perfected since the Philadelphia experiment or gotten better at. And then they send them back in time to random places so that they can appear in the woods out of nowhere. And that's what happened when with like John Tito, where he was fucking like bouncing through time for a little bit, like, and just appearing and reappearing, like fucking quantum leaping it. But they've dressed them all in fucking gorilla suits, like literal gorilla suits, just so that no one recognises the face. It just seems it's not something that you would do, innit? It's not good for your country. It's not good for the world to fake Bigfoot sightings using people with PTSD. It's just not. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. Now, there have been news reports that say people wearing fur coats have been shot in the woods, and that is also used to explain away what Bigfoot is. It just happens to be 10-foot people wearing fur jackets. Now, I would argue if you're going in the woods wearing a fur coat, you're looking to die. You're hoping there to die. Like, that's a crazy thing to do. That's a mental thing to do when you know that your population has guns and that they go out there to shoot creatures. Like, and I've not got nothing against hunting, nothing at all. Go for it. Don't kill anything that's endangered if you can help it. But, you know, fucking, if you know that there's people around there that shoot bears, you know, and I've got this lovely bearskin jacket, and I'm gonna fucking wear it to the woods because it's warm. No, you're a fucking idiot if that's the case, right? But there are a lot of people, right, that believe that I mean, this is the stories that they put on the news. About the big people wearing fur coats, and that explains Bigfoot sightings because some of them have been shot so-called accidentally. But you could also argue that you could say to an idiot friend, you know, put this coat on and go over there and beat the bushes to get some birds out, and then while he's off in the distance, shoot him and be like, well, he was dressed as a deer and I didn't realise it was him. It was dark, you know, and you're just trying to kill your friend possibly, but. This is just news stories anyway, as I'm saying, so you've got to bear in mind that a lot of people that believe, well, not a lot of people, some people believe that the mainstream media is heavily influenced by some of these extra-dimensional creatures in order to make us miserable so that they can feed off our energy, and maybe that's one thing they do. They created Bigfoots, or they influenced the American military to produce time machines so that they could send back the Vietnam veterans to live in the forests, so that these Vietnam veterans could live in the forests and flash in and out of time and scare people who have got low quality cameras. Now, mentioning interdimensional creatures, they're extra-dimensional creatures even. If the Sasquatches aren't actually extra-dimensional creatures, then that would mean that they have real DNA. DNA that could be collected from fur or droppings, but as we've already learned, big feet don't shit. But what about historical DNA, though? I was thinking DNA from fossils. Obviously not dinosaur fossils, because as we learned a few months ago, dinosaur fossils are all made in a factory in China. But real, actual fossils from a creature that actually existed. A creature that was a massive 8 foot or so tall bipedal humanoid that looked exactly like a Bigfoot mate. Now, what if one of those still exists? Well, this creature is called a Gigantopithecus. But again, it seems like the extra-dimensional entities are just trying to trick us with it, to make us look away from their portals and influence on our plane of existence. Because according to an actual expert in ancient primatology, I think that's a word that I'm hoping exists, and I'm hoping it means the study of primates. I've plucked it out of thin air. But either way, it's believed by this guy that these creatures might have walked on 2 legs. Probably did, at least according to this expert that I haven't actually wrote down the name of either. And the reason that we know this is because we can extrapolate that information from a part of the fossil that has been found of a Gigantopithecus, specifically a part of its jaw or mandible, albeit apparently according to the expert it's the wrong part of the mandible to be able to tell if this was actually a bipedal creature that looked like a Bigfoot. But we can tell from apparently what we've got that it looks like it could have been, but we'd need the lower part of the jaw to be able to tell definitely rather than the top part of the jaw. To obviously to be able to tell if the creature walked on its hind legs, and that's never been found, so realistically we're still none the wiser. But I put it to you that if their remains have never been found, then that must mean these creatures aren't solid matter, or, much like elephants, maybe they take themselves off to another place to die. Maybe a place within the hollow earth or a different dimension. Maybe that's why there's been sightings around active volcanoes, because they're going there to kill themselves, to throw themselves into the lava, because, you know, they're getting old. That's why they're getting a bit grey spots are appearing on some of them, and then they jump into the lava and die. Just as a thought. Alright mate, just a quick little advert for myself. If you're enjoying this, fucking join the Patreon, mate, if you can. For a little as a quid, 2 quid, 3 quid, tenner, whatever you want to throw on there, you get the same stuff either way. Obviously it's nicer if you put like 3 quid on rather than a quid, because I'll only get like 75p out the quid, but still it's 75p more than what I'm getting now. It's just you get access to video versions of these, discounts for canvases and maybe some other little bits off my website, and you get access to the PDF versions, that's the digital download versions of my books. Anyway, I'll let you get back onto your show. Now, there are many names for the Sasquatch. Well, obviously we've got Bigfoot and Menk, where we discussed the Menk in the Dial-a-Toff Pass episode. We've got Skunk Ape, which I mentioned near the top of the show. Almas, which we're not really going to touch on, Abominable Snowman, Yeti, the Grassman, which is more localised, I guess. Another very localised one would be the Honey Island Swamp Monster, and Momo. But in the UK, it seems that it still gets called Bigfoot to a certain extent by most of the people that have seen them. And there have been a fair few sightings in recent years. Now, one sighting was in Northern Ireland, and the investigator inspecting the video, or the video evidence at least, suggests that he's never known of a British Bigfoot encounter before this, so I really don't know if I believe his credentials to be an investigator if this is his first time with a British Bigfoot, because after spending 20 minutes on the internet, I'd found dozens, mate. But I'm not sure how long ago this was. But he suggests that it could be possible that Bigfoots migrated. Every Bigfoot that's in the UK migrated during the Ice Age from the Americas and possibly from Asia while the seas were still higher. Now, I looked at some pictures of the beast the lady encountered, and it further reinforces the belief that a Sasquatch's ability to blend and camouflage is incredible, because in the photo, it just manages to look exactly like a snapped tree trunk, which is incredible, and in itself is a strong sign of a Bigfoot in the area, because they do break trees down. Now, the video that I watched that she captured was interesting as well, because the investigator watching it, commenting on the video, and myself, we both turned out to be watching two very different Sasquatch outlines in the tree line, which could mean that in Northern Ireland there could potentially be a breeding pair of Bigfoot, which would be big news for the community, to be honest. Now, I've read a lot of different accounts of British encounters, from all the way from Scotland to Cornwall, and there seem to be some things that tie them all together, whereas in America they all seem to have differences in it. The British Sasquatches seem to all be brown with grey patches. Now, what is interesting is, whilst I can't find any stone carvings of the creatures in the UK, I thought the Scottish, might have had some etchings or something from the Picts or something like that, the Celts or something. But I did manage to find out about something in Suffolk. The load of old churches in Suffolk have got carvings from like the 16th century, the 1500s or so, of what were called woodwolves, which are basically wild men or big hairy Neanderthals, which there was warnings about and huge warnings about, and still are in some areas to this day. Now, they could easily be a Bigfoot in it, and there seem to be these warnings spread throughout the county, which is mad. And it is a lot like what the Native Americans suggest as a warning about how these creatures are taking children away and raping the locals. And it's unclear whether or not they shag the children, but we've already kind of discussed this, and I don't want to go into it again, but they probably just kidnap the children and keep them as pets, if not forever, but for a little while. But if they do shag the children, it would explain why the American Bigfoots decided to attack that cabin full of miners and then left disappointed. Now, another thing that we can relate the British Bigfoot creatures to the North American counterparts are the structures of branches that they build, which supposedly resemble teepees. Not with a canvasser out, but the style, the way that they put them up in a sort of cone. Now, it's believed by many that this is their way of communicating between themselves, maybe to indicate territories and stuff. And there was a guy in North Wales as well that I read about, and he thinks he started searching for Bigfoot to help deal with the death of his father, to try and distract him from his real life, he suggests. But it seems really strange, because he had a tree thrown at him one night, like a full-on tree, whilst he was out camping in a British Bigfoot hotspot. So, and then a few days later after that, he found a field where all of the sheep had been decapitated. He spoke to the farmer, and the farmer had no clue what had happened, and for some reason people believe it was wild wolves in North Wales, which seems very unlikely. I find it more unlikely that a pack of wild wolves are roaming round the fucking annex of fucking Liverpool and have gone undetected, compared to a lone woodwolf lurking in the trees. What's an even bigger shame is that the death of a few dozen ungulates, if that's what a sheep is, an ungulate, is that way that someone has managed to convince this guy that all of this was just in his head, and was somehow him coming to terms with the death of his father. Now, I did find a little tidbit about our other neighbouring country, because we've had Northern Ireland, we've had Wales, we've had England, and with Suffolk, and Scotland, which suggested that an ex-primate keeper saw what he thought looked like an overly large bonobo in the woods picking blueberries. Now,
Very little else about the guy. We don't know much else about him other than the fact that he was an ex-primate keeper. But I don't know if we should trust that source, if I'm honest, because I can imagine that becoming a primate keeper is a very vocational job. That's your dream, and that's a dream job for many people. You've got to be really lucky to get that job. So personally, I question why he was no longer in that job. Like, what had he been getting up to? What had he done? What was his relationship with these apes? But getting back to England, though, coming back across the border and moving south, very far south, down way past the Pennines and coming into the little bend of the country at the bottom, there was a sighting near, from a train, from a passenger on a train, not the driver. The driver was obviously paying attention to what he was doing, but there was a passenger on the train who is adamant that they weren't reading a book or on the phone. And it was near Bristol, about 10 miles or so out of Bristol, and the observer claims that whilst they looked through the window, they noticed this large black figure that seemed to be hunched over whilst it crossed the field approximately 80 metres away, and then it seemed to hide behind a hedge, ducking as if to avoid being seen or in order to watch someone through it. And it was visible, they say, for about 10 seconds to the train passengers, so you've got to question in a way how slow was this train going. So that means it must have been going slow if they could observe one field for a full 10 seconds, and because otherwise this thing was moving rapid, but they don't mention anything about its speed. So, and if the train was going slow, they obviously got a good look at it as well, so it's quite believable, more believable than the primate guy, personally, for me anyway. And then a little while later, that same passenger noticed a couple with a dog on a field, and it's only then when it seemed to dawn on them that the person that they'd seen earlier probably wasn't a person at all, purely because of the size difference between this shadowy creature and the dog walkers. Now, I learnt a few months ago as well, I just wanted to get this in there. If you've listened to an episode of Truth Seeking, I may have spoke about this then, but Bigfoot can apparently transform itself now into a moth, if it wants to. And you don't often see a moth during the daytime, and weirdly enough, it's a lot harder to see a Bigfoot at night time. So either there may be something in that's worth further investigation, I'm not too sure, but that's all we've got time for, guys. Now, I'll be back tomorrow for Truth Seeking with Jimmy Budd, and if you could all go to Apple Podcasts as well and leave us a review for the show Truth Seeking, that would be really helpful, because apparently we keep getting into the top 50 shows in the UK, and it would be nice to also have some 5-star ratings on there to try and encourage people to listen to it more. And it'd be nice if you did that for my show as well, but do it for Truth Seeking at the very least. And Jimmy's on later today as well, doing some bits for his birthday, so if you're listening to this on demand, go and find Jimmy on Instagram and send him a picture of your feet with a little message that says happy belated birthday, Jimmy. I'll fucking see yous in a bit, guys.
Thanks for listening, man. I won't take up too much of the time because it's over, and hopefully you're listening to all of these one after the other, or on repeat, maybe the same episode on repeat. But fucking leave us a review if you can, mate. Fucking share it with a mate, send it to your nana. I don't mind where you send it to, but if you get more people listening to it, thank you. If you did enjoy it though, fucking join the Patreon, mate. www.patreon.com/worldaroundyou. There'll be a link in one of the links in the description, I would imagine, of the one you're listening to. You can join for £1, $5, and you get access to all the video versions of these. You'll end up about 4 or 5 episodes ahead as well through Patreon, and you get access to some of my books as well, and a little discount code for some of the canvases as well. But even if you don't join that, fucking thanks for listening to it, mate. I hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully, here's the next one.
Fucking mate. Yeah, and with that, we're going to a live and direct. Oh, a little wobble of the camera there, readjustment.
Wobble
nice,
of the
mate.
Yeah. There's nothing for you.
What you doing? What's your crack? How we doing?
Oh, the boredom's kind of hit me, really, of not working now. It's taken a long time, but it's got me now. So I've fucking made myself a Snapchat, and I'm sending pictures of dead rats to strangers over the internet.
Yeah, you've been getting your rat out to unsolicited people on Snapchat, which I'll be honest.
He has warned me about, guys.
I was gonna say, like, I am very rarely like the person on the right side of the ethical boundary, like the ethical line. I'm not usually the one to suggest that someone reels it in. I'm a little bit of a fire stalker. I would usually like to encourage pushing people to the limit. I mean, knowing they could possibly snap or face severe consequences just for my own enjoyment. But I mean, I have an investment in you. Like, it's not with this. There's a possible consequence for me in that situation.
Yeah, but it could go well for you though as well, because I was telling a lot of them that there's a show today at 7 o'clock. So if you've joined this purely from a random video you got of me sharpening a pencil up a mouse's arsehole on Snapchat,
you should really question your life choices and what the fuck you're willing to do for random people on the internet.
Don't knock them away. Don't knock them away, bro. They've only just joined us.
Out of the lot, like out of all the apps you could possibly send random videos, you as an adult man send random videos. It doesn't matter what of. It literally, but the fact that you're sending them like videos of you playing with and making jokes of using props of the dead animals, basically.
Trying to say that prop comedy's not for children.
I'm trying to say that it's a tough crowd. It's not impossible. I've seen people do it, but it's a tough crowd, and you're like one child turning to its dad and going, "Daddy, what's this?" away from ending up in the back of a van, and that could be a police van, or it could be a van full of 12 of his mates with baseball bats.
But it could be one of those vans where they've got all the cushions inside as well. And you can
and the nice jackets.
You can kind of roll around and you know you're going to be warm for the next 6 months at least.
Yeah, you're going to get injected with all the happy things as well, aren't you?
Yeah.
But basically, I don't want you to be... we're going to do it... It's not record time, but we're going to mention it earlier. I don't want you to become a nonce, and then somehow by association, you tarnish the good name of truth-seeking, and they take us both down as some sort of...
by proxy. But just to put it out there, I'm not doing anything noncy. Just to, to be sure.
That's what they all say.
True. Yeah, you've got me there.
They're all like, I think the kids enjoy it, which is pretty much what
you go. Here's how you know that I'm not using Snapchat for any nonsense purposes, other than the fact that I've got no intention to have sex with children. I haven't started crying when he suggested it. And if you've seen any of the videos where they catch nonces on Facebook and stuff, normally the first thing they do is break down in tears. So, I mean, I'm holding them back. But...
This has got... I mean, it's got... Does it have anything to do with what our topic is tonight? I'm not sure. This is a thing.
No.
I'm not sure about a lot of things.
It could be used. I mean, Snapchat itself could be used in order to initiate an ARG, which is an alternative reality game. Yeah. Which is one of the scariest things I think I've ever researched.
So, when did I send it to you? Was it earlier this week? For once, I actually had a topic ahead of time.
No, this was the other way around. This was me for once. Because I'd found out about Ong's hat, and I was like, have you ever heard about Ong's hat? And you were like, I don't know. And then I was like, ARGs, because I'd found out about it through the time travel research about Ong's hat with this interdimensional portal that they'd apparently found in, I think, New Jersey. And
this
apparently
is not
now
how
it doesn't exist.
I recall you messaging us about Ong's hat, but then I'm sure I recall.
Well, maybe you said should we do ARGs, and you may have suggested it there.
Simply because
I know I brought them up initially, being like the old these.
Because Ong's hat is a fucking great story, and like you said, like we'll talk about it in a bit. Like, it's one of those examples, which is one of the things I want to... It all links with the reason I wanted to talk about it. Like, how they can implant complete fabricated material into society to the point where it's replicated and it's repeated again and again and again to where it becomes, like, fact, or it becomes, like, to people's knowledge, because that's the only words they've ever heard, and they've never heard anything suggesting otherwise, that there's nothing to disprove it, so it is fact. And that's both genius and fucking dangerous.
But if you was to hear someone repeatedly saying to you, interdimensional or transdimensional portals don't exist, transdimensional portals don't... If you were constantly being told that, though, you are going to think to yourself, maybe they do. It's like, do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it's
how
much
does
sword in a way.
He's really wanting to put me off that.
Yeah, he really doesn't
you know,
want me
like,
going
if-
to the fourth dimension here.
Say you find a good, like, I don't know, let's base it on, we're going to go back to something that I talk about a lot. I'm a fat cunt, right? Let's going to go back to food. Say you find somewhere that sells a wicked almond croissant, right? Are you a fan? First off, we have to establish if you're a fan of the almond croissant or not.
I've never had one. It's not words I imagine to ever come out of your mouth, bro, to be honest. I don't know why that genuinely shocked me. I was like, almond croissant? What? No, do I look like a guy that'd eat an almond croissant? Sometimes I eat a sausage roll and think, fucking hell, I'm pushing it here.
Out of all the things I've said in the past almost possibly 20 episodes of this show,
Yeah,
that's
20
the
weeks
wo-
of speaking
that's-
to each other intensely for an hour, and you think I've heard of an almond croissant?
No, and that's the one thing that stops you in your tracks. Like
Yeah.
the rest, you can follow on from most conversations, like back and
Yeah,
forth. Oh,
no,
it's fine.
Well,
Have you
where
ever
do
had an
go with
almond
that?
croissant?
Well, yeah, okay. Does it taste of marzipan?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I wasn't sure if
Basically,
it'd be more like Deserano or marzipan.
it's like croissant with
Right.
almond paste inside, but some people,
it sounds nice.
some places do put marzipan inside. And
I used to eat marzipan like a posh person would eat cheese.
well, yeah,
Like cut slices off.
I'm not gonna lie, mate. My history with marzipan isn't fucking bright. Like, me
lovely,
being a serial marijuana cigarette enjoyer, like. Whenever it comes to Christmas, and like, there's always marzipan in the house to make Christmas cakes. Although it's 2 years ahead of time because my mum makes Christmas cakes a year ahead to let them fucking like mature
Ferment.
and like the brandy get through them, etc.,
Yeah,
etc.
my mum
They're
starts in
fucking
about September.
unbelievable. But anyway, cut to the chase. She gets blocks of marzipan, and I'd be stoned 2 o'clock in the morning, come down and go, well, I want marzipan, but I can't just open the packet and take a bit out, because then it's obvious I've taken a bit out, and like, who just takes a bit of marzipan? That's fucking weird. So the whole block has to go missing, and then I basically gaslight her into saying, you never bought 2 blocks, you only bought 1. What are you talking about? Like, I've not seen 2 blocks.
I think she's gone nuts.
I was the one who took I took the shopping out of the bags. Like, I put 1 in there, and that's all I saw. Have you been taking your meds? Are you sure? I mean, you might need to go back to the doctor. Like, and I would do that every fucking year. And it started with just eating bits of marzipan because, like, you fully well know yourself, they're delicious.
They
But
are.
then,
I
like-
used to buy them instead of bars of chocolate or a bag of crisps when I'd nip shop.
Oh,
And then I'd eat it till I'd be sick, and then I'd eat a little bit more to get rid of the taste.
yeah, obviously, delightful. But then, like, I upgraded from just having it by itself to basically making my upgraded versions of custard creams.
Oh,
Which
you
is
just
a
put them
big
between some rich teas.
But, well, you start at rich teas. You experiment. You use anise biscuit. See how that tastes. Oh, it's got that little sugary bit on the outside. That's a nice texture, but there's too much. You try it between 2 dark chocolate digestives. That right there is a munchie, mate. You can only have it at around 2 o'clock in the morning.
Some textures going on there.
With not
Like
the
poppadoms with a pot noodle. That's a wrecked out your teeth sort of 4 a.m. meal.
what?
Poppadoms and pot noodle. Have you never been wrecked and had that? You just like sort of look in the cupboard and you're like, oh, there's a fucking half a pack of poppadoms there. We don't often have them in. And there's a pot noodle. Oh, fucking.
I would not choose that selection if it. Now I'm stopped in my
mate,
tracks, and I feel
they
that I'm
fall
much
apart,
more
mate, but it
rightfully
tastes nice.
poppadoms when you're off. Nah, it sounds too dry when I'm
It
stoned as
is.
fuck.
That's what I like about it, though. It's dry. Well, that's what I used to like about
is
it.
wrong
It's
with
dry.
your? Will you see a therapist? Like when you're off when you're stoned to bits, you should be absolutely like wrapping your mouth in like what is essentially like culinary cotton wool and just soothing it with just
want
the
salt.
nicest and the coolest and just the most soothing of things, and they should be sweet and they should be rich and they shouldn't be fucking dry. You're already dealing with dry mouth. It's why like people used to get bags of crisps when you're stoned. Like, you can't do that. I used to eat bags of crisps without dip, right, until I started smoking weed, and then I realised what a dip's for. Everyone that's used dip all this
Baguettes.
time is just like they've got dry mouth constantly and they've stopped being able to eat crisps without dip because they're stoned. And then the world made a lot more sense.
Fair.
But is
Well,
this world real? Because is this an augmented reality
there we
game?
go.
And this is one of the things I wanted to bring up.
Go on.
Like, Ong's Hat, great example of them being able to get theory into and basically fucking satire to a degree into popular culture and therefore like people's common knowledge. And it's happened elsewhere. It's happened with, I mentioned to you, the Illuminatus trilogy with Robert Anton Wilson and the other Robert or Richard fucking whatever. I can't remember his fucking name. That's going to do me head in. Someone's going to recall in the chat anyway. But that did the same thing. That like took a lot of conspiracy theory and just the fact it discussed it in the book that then got people talking about it. That then like it just grew and grew and grew. Like, augmented reality games are another great example of it, and they're seen as fun. But for those who, I mean, if we haven't really explained what augmented reality games are for people, which we probably should do. We probably should do it at the top of the show, but we probably should do this at many things. Go on. It looks like you're about to say something whilst picking your eye out.
Yeah, I just pulled a hair out.
Oh, you've got no microphone. Don't know where your microphone's gone. So I'm just going to. I'm just going to talk over you because you're not actually... I can't hear you. But you keep trying to do whatever's going on there. Talk? Go
Hello?
on. Ha!
Yeah.
Nope, we have nothing from Jack. So I'm going to explain what an augmented reality game is while it's fixed, and then when he joins, he can just talk back into the conversation. Augmented reality games are essentially like... stories that people can play along with. A lot of them take place on forums or YouTube or things like that. Jack, I would try unplugging your microphone and plugging it back in again or something like that, or checking your Skype settings. Two options. But augmented reality games are... a lot of them take place on forums and YouTubes. Basically, someone makes content or tells a story, and people can solve the story and play along with the puzzle. They can be in forms of code breaking, there can be puzzles, there can be manhunts as such, and they're fucking massive. If all you've got to do is type ARG in on YouTube, and the results that come up are insane. I've been following a couple of channels that do this, like that this is what they follow and what they pick apart, and the popularity is. Are you coming back, Mr. Jack?
Joe's saying he can hear me, so they can hear me. You just can't hear me.
I'm just seeing. I'm hearing nothing from this man.
They can hear me.
What can we do? This is nothing new for Truth Seeking. This is exactly what I'd expect. What if I do? What are you gonna do here? Oh, you can hear Jack, but I can't hear Jack. Oh, right. Try again.
Can you hear me now?
Do you know what it is, though? I sound like a fucking dickhead there, because you know what I've been doing? I've been playing up and down with my headphones.
What do you mean? Playing what? Just fucking twiddling?
Yeah.
Fucking knobhead then.
Just... Yeah, I know. Well, while I was just absolutely stuttering and fluttering around there...
I was trying to correct you, innit? Because you keep saying augmented reality. It's altered reality, alternative reality. That's why.
Oh, yeah. Do you know why I got mixed up? Because
Go on.
I've been looking at augmented reality games, and they're like VR games.
Yeah. Like, mixes VR with, like, mixed reality, innit? Like, real world and not augmented, fake.
Alternate reality.
Alternative is, like, changing your known history of a thing, or the genuine, like, laws. Like, I found some things where people were, rather than going with the laws of the town or the area and the country or whatever,
No, they were going
they're just playing by the rules of the game, and that's fine from a morality standpoint and not.
Because, like, and this is where, like, it's how deep people are willing to get sucked in, and almost knowing in the back of their minds, though, that it's fake. Like, a lot of them play along to the. Do they play along to the point where they think it's real, or do they know it's fake and still? That's even worse. Is that if they know it's fake and they're still willing to play along, where it goes to the point where they'll cross their own usual set of morals and their own ethical code in order to play along with this game. Like, I think it's worse if they know and carry on doing it than if they don't. But either way, if you can do that with just a content creator with a YouTube channel. Imagine if you had like a huge fucking news station or owned like several newspapers, and there's no difference to if you're reporting on stuff that you can't necessarily prove because you're fucking miles away from a situation, say, I don't know, a war or an attack or whatever. If you're not there to verify it, as with like most things, like the only proof you've got is coming from whatever media is available to you, and like if you can convince a bunch of people who should know better on the internet with one YouTube channel, it's ridiculous the ends you could go to with like a news station.
It was done with one video.
Yeah.
For some of the ones I've learned about today, like I've learned about 4 or 5. I don't know the names of them.
Which ones did you look into? Did you look into Jack Torrance or Tentu? Oh, is it Tentu?
Jack Torrance was the serial killer guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's a fucking
yeah, that was fucking balmy, mate. Like trying to start a serial killer convention and pretending it's like the third one that's happened, but the next one was happening in 2005.
Yeah.
And people should come along to this, but if you do come along, hide your identity and all that. So it's just the idea that they're all sat around in like fucking, I don't know, like fucking Mo Sislak masks, just so no one knows who each other is on stilts.
At a workman's club with a spread on with vol au vents, cheese,
yeah, little pineapple cubes on a stick.
Just all sat there. Well, I like to strangle.
Jack's wife with a jar of her own pickled eggs. Walking.
No one ever likes them. No one ever likes them, Jean. Fucking take them back. She brings them every year. Yeah, like which other ones did you have a look at though? I'm interested to see which ones you actually managed to look into.
Fuck me. There's the serial killer one. There was one where it was, fuck. I don't know. Off the top of my head, mate, I don't know what they were called and that because it was. The people speaking about it aren't like the most charismatic people you could imagine, innit? Like they're the least charismatic people that talk about these, and because they're so interesting, you'd think that they'd put a little bit of, something into it, something behind it when they're talking, because they got to be like, oh, and then this happened, but they're not. They just sort of droll on and on.
It's because like if you get into that part of YouTube, which the sort of ARG, and also I can't believe I've been saying augmented reality for the last 4 days as well. Because I've been saying it to myself, and it all started because it's because I was watching someone play augmented reality Call of Duty, and it looked fucking great.
Dangerous stuff.
That's why it looked fucking great. But and it also sets us up for training. We'll get onto that in a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been saying that wrong all fucking. That's brilliant. I love weed, me. It's fucking great. But some of them, like, you can find some that even come with. There's like media houses or like creators that create multiple ones, and like the depths they managed to go into.
They did it for Lost, apparently. For the TV show Lost.
Yes, they did.
Apparently, they
made
made
setup
one.
for the promo.
Yeah, that was one that I heard about. But they don't. This is the thing.
For Lost, they did so much
and told me general stuff about it. But they blew people's minds with it, man. Because, like you were saying, as you were saying before, that people join it and then they buy into it, but they know it's fake. I think that people initially buy into it knowing it's fun, and then other people are swept up with it, and they've not realised at the start, they've missed the beginning, so they don't know really what's going on. They just think it's real.
Yeah, but you can always go back and look at this as a thing with all, especially with most of them that run on YouTube. I know what we were talking about, and I'm going to come back to it in a sec. But with YouTube, you can tend to go. They leave them all up as a channel, so you can watch them all, so people can catch up. So you're able to like see for yourself if you look at it objectively that like it's bullshit. Well, with some of them, there's one I'm going to bring up where it got really questionable. where is it? It is. Come on, which one are you? Junku, that's the one. Junku Junsui.
Yes, that
Did
was
you
it.
look
That's
at that
probably
one?
why I
From
can't
Atrocity
fucking
Guide?
remember the names of them because they're mental.
That one is one of the weirdest ones and one of the ones that sucked a lot of people in. It involves a fucking. It was meant to unfold in Russia. There were like. There was a group called Alpha Center who were like some sort of terrorist or criminal it was a terrorist organization.
Alpha Center though sounds a lot like what's in other conspiracy lore though, with Alpha Centauri, where it's supposed to be where a lot of aliens supposedly stem from.
There's also, I think, a translation for the term though that I think is applicable. I believe so, but that one sucked so many people in to be like, who's this lass? Like, what's going on? This is real. One of the parts of the game was there was a link to a forum post that predicted a bombing, and a bombing actually happened in Russia the day after that post. That was obviously it was a fucking coincidence, but it reaffirmed for people who weren't buying into it at first the fact that they just happened to fucking coincidentally put part of the game being a link to a forum post where it said there's going to be a bombing. And then the next day there was a bombing. That sucked a load of people into being like, shit, there's something to this.
Could you not argue the same though for like QAnon and that?
Yeah, this is exactly why I wanted to talk about it. Like, all it takes. So Alex Jones is fucking. He hits the spot a few times, but if you throw 900 darts at a board, you're gonna get 10 bullseyes. And all you have to do is get 10 bullseyes out of 900 for people to go, well, yeah, the other shit we just don't know about yet, or it's been hidden. Yeah. Because these ones have proved that you're right. Like, so people have got you on your side. You don't have to get a load of shit wrong. You just have to get a few things right. Trump did that.
Good point.
Trump did that with his entire leadership. Not his leadership, but his public speaking. Like, he said a few things, so much of it was fucking bollocks, but when a couple of things stuck, that's enough to buy your followers, that's enough to buy people that they're not looking for a perfect person to lead them, they're looking for a perfect person to oppose the people they hate. You don't have to be perfect. They're not bothered about you being fucking, like, shinier than a diamond. They're bothered about having someone that's gonna win in battle against their opposite side, which in this case is like in politics is just like your other political party. So he's not a perfect politician, but he pisses the Democrats off the most. So fucking win, and those little like reaffirmations for those sort of people, keep them. It's like we say it every week. It's like religion as well.
Yeah.
Anything religion says, if a couple of things happen, like. That just makes people more convinced.
Look at how people are with The Simpsons. Like that in itself is mental. Because if you take every little side bit of The Simpsons, every little sort of not cutaways are they, but the unrelated stories in the episode to the main overarching story of the episode, and you was to write them all down in a list, there's probably only going to be 15% of them that predicted something in the future out of. 30 episodes a season, 31 seasons, that's what, fucking 90 odd episodes or something, 900 episodes. So like you say, the 900 darts, it's the same as that, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
And even then, the people will be watching it and going, oh, look at this is happening today. Like, they knew. But the thing is, that was happening when that was made, and that's why that's why it seems like a prediction. Some of these things would have been happening or being joked about at the time, and it was in like common parlance with people, wasn't it, to like joke about things, and then they'll put it in The Simpsons as a joke everyone will recognise, they can buy into, something they can tell around the water cooler in the office. But then people look back on it 20 years later and they're like, oh my god, this proves that we live in a simulation.
Yeah. And I think like your ability to do that, it's how the best conspiracies work as well. Like, you can sell a conspiracy if you put some real world events in it. if you just put like the most, it depends to what degree you're willing to believe in conspiracy. There will some people that will believe in anything that goes against any mainstream news, science, or understanding. Anything that's the opposite of that, they'll be like, yeah, it must be true,
Anything anti-science.
The other one, yeah, well, essentially, but well, an anti-logic. Let's be real. But if you can include some real world shit, just some points that have happened to coincide with your idea, people are more willing to buy into it because, well, you've got a little bit of evidence. It's not proof, but it's like there could be something there.
It's like if you're trying to sell someone something, say you're in a shop and you're trying to sell someone a TV, you tell them 7 or 8 things that they're already going to know about that TV, so that they feel already that they're informed about the TV, so they're more likely to buy the TV. And then you pepper in a couple extra things, so then they feel like they've learned something and they've gained something extra from this, apart from the purchase of a TV. And that's how I think conspiracy works. We'll tell you something that you already know. You already know all of this, and then here's a little something extra though for you to go and tell your mates to seem smart in front of them.
And then the last part that like seals the deal, and it's in you get taught in sales, and it happens in the same with like writing and like both journalism and fucking conspiracy as well. Really, you make a connection with the person, so you go not only do you know this and you don't know this, but you can trust me because me and you are the same. So like that conspiracy theory will be penned by someone who's like, look, I'm just a person of the people. And I just want the truth just like you. I'm not here to make a ton of money and have my own YouTube channel. I'll have my own platform and website where I can have you all, here, do you want to buy this stuff I've got? Do you want to get the calendar and that? Do you want to fucking stick it for your car?
Cryptid currency t-shirts.
I'm selling NFTs. I'm selling NFTs. Do you fucking want one? They're not willing to say that. They're always like, oh, I just want to get the news out to you. I just want to get the truth out to you because I care about you. Like, and that sells with both. Now, with augmented reality, or alternate reality games, it's like that works because there's no sort of sale at the end to say I'm with you. Like there's nothing that suggests that they want anything from the user.
Well, most of them don't want out from the user. That's what's so fucking weird about them.
Exactly.
There's no payoff at the end.
Exactly.
Like normally with a game, there's a winner. No one wins in these. Like you've got the puppet master, the PM, which is suspiciously close to Prime Minister, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But that might be a point that they've done that on purpose. Because they don't call the players puppets either, and they don't call the people that make the moves for the puppet master puppets either. But you have the puppet master at the top, who's like the guy that reads from the cardboard in Dungeons and Dragons, and fucking tells you what the dice do, and then you all play the game, but you play the game to the rules that have. Well, there's not even rules, man. That's what makes them confusing. It's been another one. It's been a fucking shit week for research from me. Isn't it? A fucking stressful week of research, time travel in this week because you learn fuck all from either of them.
No, you do. You've you learn a lot from these.
Proper.
You do. But the things you like.
Nothing you can recite though. That sounds interesting. You just learn a lot about people.
No, you learn a lot about the power of the internet, and for people that seem to be, for a world where everyone says that we're becoming disconnected and like people don't like work together, shit like this, and like we're sort of receding back into almost like hermit lives. Things like this go to show the power and the internet actually coming together because, like you say, like how do they find this shit out? They find locations like from looking at certain landmarks, stuff like that. They go through
One of the games led you to a random library in Chile.
Yeah, you've got like people working
out. A slip of paper in a book.
You've got people working out like taps of fingers for Morse code. You've got people translating code, finding references to like old Lovecraftian novels and shit like that. Like what you find is the entire internet working together to solve something that doesn't fucking matter.
No.
But in that case, it really does matter.
And it kind of feels, though, like that because they don't really happen now. It doesn't seem in the same sense as, it's a game, we're playing a game. I think now people would more so want to troll the general public into thinking it was real, and they'd find that funny then. Because it is funny to trick people. It's always funny to fool people. But I think it was a test of some description by the big they, or whatever you'd want to call them. You could have it as a test to see, can we influence people? They know it's not real, will they carry on telling people this isn't real, stop buying into it, it's not real? Or will they let other people buy into it? And then can we use that to change people's perceptions of what's going on around them?
Well, I don't want to, although I'm about to, I don't want to rehash Adam Curtis's hypernormalization, but I'm going to, like, not quote it, but, like, pick parts from it, mainly because I can't remember it word for word, but essentially what he talked about, the word hypernormalization itself means that, like, everybody knows that shit's not fucking, that what they're being fed isn't true, but because they're used to being fed that much shit that they know isn't true, it becomes the normality for them and they just go along with it.
Makes sense.
So we've been doing that for years. Think about, do you remember it was fucking years ago, but war in Iraq, we've brought this up on here before, the weapons of mass destruction dossier that was like our entry into Iraq. Basically, we had a report to say, or we carried out a report to see if there were the possibility of weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. This report or dossier said that there was, and we invaded Iraq. A very notable professor, David Nutt. Is it David Nutt, or is he the drugs one? Professor David Kelly.
I think it was David Kelly.
It was David Kelly. Yeah, he spoke out about it and said, no, that's not the case. There's no such thing. And ended up...
They're actually after ancient Sumerian texts about the Epic of Gilgamesh, and they've got an entrance to the Stargate that we need to get to.
Yeah, they've found a portal, and we're going to go through
our one
there.
in New Jersey.
Elon wants it. There's a lad called Elon. You don't know him yet. We're going to know him in quite a few years' time. At the moment, he's not doing much. He's just in South Africa making a little bit of money. But in a few years' time, he's going to open this portal. He's moving it to Texas, and they're going to just fire space rockets through it, and that's how they're going to get to Mars. They're just going to fire them straight through the portal. But David Kelly said all of that, and Tony Blair was like, shit. He's revealed the fucking truth there. We can't have everyone knowing about the portal. So they made him somehow miraculously shoot himself twice in his head with the wrong hand, which is, it's mental. I mean, it's such a mad coincidence. It's like that time that bloke managed to zip himself in his own fucking backpack in a bathtub and like die from suffocation. That was weird. What a crazy moment.
Yeah, didn't they say that? Oh yeah, it was a spy. I'm sure that was like the first news story I've ever heard where they were like, yeah, there was a spy and the spy did it to him.
He was an
everyone
intelligence.
Just went, oh yeah, all right.
He was in the intelligence agency. I knew about it. I've watched several things on it, but there was another video brought up very recently on it, which I watched. He was in the intelligence agency. I worked for intelligence, and found himself padlocked in a duffel bag in his own bath. And died of, I don't know if he died of asphyxiation. I think it was either asphyxiation or like a heart attack as a result of being like constricted in the bag. But yeah, it was judged that he'd padlocked himself in that duffel bag.
You can break into a zip by just like poking the zip from either direction with your finger or a pen or anything. Like I got shown that at an airport. They were like, look at this, you can just you don't need the key to the padlocks, look at this. And they just stuck a pen in my suitcase and scraped it aside and opened the zip. The padlock's still on. I was like, oh, well, that scared the shit out of me before my flight, thank you.
Could have told him that, couldn't you?
Done that. Well, he must have known if he was an intelligence agency member.
Yeah, he must have known and then just left himself in that duffel bag. Yeah, so what you're saying, it was him.
What I wanted.
So what you're saying
what you're
saying is like
the news said it was in. Yeah.
What you're saying is he got locked in that bag, and then being locked in that bag went. I mean, I could get out, but now I'm here. Now I'll take it upon myself too. Just fucking.
It's been ages since I've had a day off.
Do you know what? It's good to have some me time. It's like a flotation tank, but without the flotation. Just asphyxiation. Yes, we'll do rhymes. I will scrape the barrel at any sort of fucking possible humour at this point. But
and it was struggling this week. Fucking hell. We've got to pick two of the most unfunny things to talk about.
What, mass shootings are fucking...
Mass shootings and ARGs, yeah.
What if they're alternate reality games, mate?
Well, what if they're alternative reality gamers who've just fucking puddle themselves.
This is exactly what I mean. Like, what if they're a result of people pushing the government and people and the media playing this alternative reality game with people to like control them or push whatever agenda, blah blah blah. So it gets or just see how far they can toe the line, so they can use it in future against us. And what if these are the consequences of people who've gone too far? Like, there's got to have been. I mean, it's watch videos and it's like there's been consequences of people playing the ARGs that are on YouTube, of like ending up places they shouldn't be, trespassing, shit like that. If you literally control the narrative, the mainstream narrative that people hear every fucking day, the consequences that you can have back from that, or even worse, if you're running both the mainstream narrative and you're actually running the opposing narrative. So say the same people who run the normal news game are also running the QAnon game, like, and they're just playing each other off each other, saying like, well, this is
like a rigged boxing match.
This is a game for us that we control the outcome of, and we don't even have to set all the rules at the start, because we can just play a move on this side and then play a move on this side, and then we'll see how the reaction is. And then
might not even be to get a reaction, though. It might be garner favour with people, like a rigged boxing match or a rigged dog fight is, you know. They're not doing it. If it's rigged and the people running it know it's rigged, they're not doing it for the outcome of the fight or to watch people kick each other's heads in. They're doing it because if they do this, they've told that guy over there, yeah, like Big Joe's going to win. So then Big Joe wins, and then that person owes them a favour because they've just helped them make loads of fucking money.
Yeah.
So, you know.
That's exactly it. And all the repercussions of that are sort of people who get lost in the game, which is what the news has become, mate. Like, and what politics has become in the age of the internet, which is why I thought that linking the two would be better than it clearly is.
I thought it'd work as well.
But it does work, but just not to the level that fucking teaspoons works. Which is, I mean, we've found our level of humour. It's not discussing the nuanced links between an exciting and innovative and very 21st century way of storytelling via technology to a horrific and destructive string of events that keep occurring more frequently. Instead of that, we actually should just talk about teaspoons and having wars with China, because that's the thing we get feedback on. So we've found our market, we've found our level, and we should probably just stop trying to exceed it. But these are just victims of the game. People that have got lost in the game being the news and the game being politics, and how politicised and how polarised people have come because of the internet. Like, the internet, with alternate reality games, they can bring people together to solve this problem. With the politics and news games, it's putting people together, but in very fragmented groups. And rather than solving a problem, it's creating many more problems.
But they're all in separate pens, but they're all in the same farm kind of thing, though, innit? If you know what I mean. Like, they've got the pigs and the cows and the sheep separated, but they're all the same farmers tending to them all. Like, it's not, and they can kind of mix, but they're still going to go off with their own. Like, you can have them mix with each other. What I'm trying to say, the fucking, like, the control that they've got over them. I've lost myself here with the fucking. And as soon as I said the word,
watch you work it out while you
yeah. Let me get there.
While you scratch your nose.
Yeah. What I mean is, they fucking.